The Star Lord waved his hand and said, "Look, look at this dream universe. Before I came here, I was already a supreme existence. Before this, you were just a nobody, but I didn't look down on you because of this. Even when you just entered the heavenly tribulation realm, I had always wanted to find you and kill you. That's not because I hate you too much, but because I value you too much. With your willpower, you can climb up step by step and even have a fair conversation with me in the end. To be honest, it's really amazing." Xianxia said, "I'm flattered. It's been a long time since I've chatted with someone so seriously. Even with my divine envoys, there's probably no other communication than issuing orders," said the Star Lord. "You are the first person that I want to truly understand and communicate with. However, there is no such harmonious atmosphere and fate between us." Xianxia said, "Is this the voice of my heart before I leave?" Xianxia didn't use the word dying, but parting, because he knew that he couldn't really kill the Star Lord here, and that the Star Lord would still wake up from the God realm. "I don't know, but maybe there's a reason. If I lose, I might completely forget about you as an enemy after I wake up in the God realm. It would be a great pity for me." Xingjun thought for a moment. "But at the same time, the conversation between you and me, apart from removing some regrets, is also a conversation between two generations." "What do you mean?" Xianxia said. Star Lord stretched out his arms and made a gesture of embracing the universe, saying, "Think about it. Between you and me, there will definitely be a person who will die. If you win, the dream universe will be temporarily safe, and you will definitely go to God realm, right? Or with your ability to create miracles, you will be able to create a sky in God realm, or you will die there. Who knows? If I win, of course, I will kill all of you, including those who are hiding in the depths of the universe and watching this battle. I will destroy anyone in the universe who knows my true identity. That's right. I will spend more time here and start cultivating humans, demons, and so on. I will let them start from the first level of body tempering until the 9th level of heavenly tribulation. But think about it, what kind of scene would that be? This world would treat me as their martial godfather, treating me as the only person worthy of respect in their entire universe." Xingjun smiled and said, "Isn't this two completely different results, but they are both the same interesting results?" Xianxia was thoughtful and nodded slightly. The Star Lord said excitedly, "Don't you feel your blood boil? The battle between the two of us, regardless of who wins or loses, will ultimately change the entire history. This is a crucial battle between the two of us. We are the only ones in control. Aren't you excited? How enjoyable is this feeling of contempt, of being able to completely change the course of history, of being in control?" Xianxia shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, I can't understand your feelings. The reason why I'm fighting is not to be that lofty person. No, I don't believe that everyone who enters the martial arts world will take this as their ultimate goal," Xingjun said. Xianxia shook his head. "I'm not." "Then what are you doing?" Xingjun said. Xianxia smiled and said, "I don't want to be a lofty person. I stepped into martial arts to drag that lofty person down." "Ha ha ha ha." Star Lord looked up and laughed. "Very crazy, really crazy. You are the hardest person I have ever seen. But at the same time, you are also the most arrogant. I really admire you too much. If the two of us are not enemies, then we will definitely be the best friends in the world." Xianxia nodded. His right hand shook, and the giant saber began to buzz. "Friend, light up your weapon." The Star Lord's body trembled, and he was fully armored. Beneath him was the Temple Divine Colt, and in his hand was the Temple Divine Shield and the Temple Divine Spear. He stood proudly in the universe, so arrogant. He was the true God who descended from the divine realm to the mortal world. In contrast, Xianxia was a grassroots, always a grassroots. He didn't have any powerful background. He was a real nobody, climbing up from the bottom step by step. If he really had the background of the Bai clan, not only did the Bai clan not give him any help, it also brought him too much misfortune. At this moment, Xianxia raised his hand and sent out a rotating finger. The revolving light finger twisted around each other with 2 strands of true sun chi and flew out. The Star Lord raised the divine shield of the temple high up in the air and sent the revolving light finger flying with a single strike. This unbalanced finger force pierced through space and entered the void. A large number of mirror-like cracks appeared in the space, and then a large area of space began to collapse. This dream world is too weak for both of us. Star-Lord shook his head. He casually waved his hand, and the collapsed space was immediately restored to its original state. Yes, Xianxia nodded. Why don't you and I practice and create a new planet? Xingjun said excitedly. An expert duel should be more respectable. You should use your powerful elemental foundation to create the planet. And I used my supreme divine power to create the only law structure on this planet. The 2 of them clapped. Xianxia raised his right hand high up. At this moment, he already possessed all the innate talent of the creator. For the transformation of the dream world, he naturally had his hands on it. In an instant, one planet after another suddenly became unbalanced and flew towards Xianxia and the other. 1, 2, 10, 50, 100. Xianxia directly pulled an entire small galaxy, a total of 3,652 planets of different sizes, and forcefully crushed them together, piling them up into a brand new planet with extremely high quality. The Star Lord applauded and gave this planet a powerful structure of laws that was different from the entire dream world. Ordinary pseudo-gods could change the structure of a planet's laws, and this powerful temple battle god Star Lord was extremely exaggerated. He created a brand new spatial bubble that wrapped around the planet, twisted it, and gave it the 3 fundamental laws: space, time, and light. Light represented the basic elements. The 2 of them made an invitation gesture to each other, and both of them arrived on the planet. The planet sounded like birds singing, flowers blooming, and small streams gurgling. The 2 of them stood at the foot of a green mountain. This is the ideal environment. Xingjun nodded in satisfaction. Battle itself should not be just a fight between rude people. It should be an art. It's the art of dying. Come on. This small world is already strong enough to withstand the power of both of us for a short time. Star-Lord took the initiative to invite Xianxia to attack. In the distant universe, everyone could only see Xianxia's figure disappear in a flash. The Star-Lord who was floating in space also disappeared. Where is he? Xiao Jun rubbed his eyes and said, Where are the 2 of them? Why did they disappear after a while? Emperor Vermilion Bird frowned and said, The 2 of them created a brand new planet. What? Xiao Junkie said, Why can't I see it? Where is the planet? Emperor Vermilion Bird said, That planet is located in a higher dimension of the laws of the world. Its own particle vibration frequency has far exceeded the limits of the laws of the dream world, so we can't see that planet. Right now, Xianxia and Xingjun are also fighting at a speed that completely exceeds the speed of light. This has already exceeded the limit of light's capture, so we are unable to see it, let alone sense it. Xiao Jun was anxious. Then what the hell are you looking at? These 2 people are so fast. Aren't we going to wait foolishly? Don't worry. Emperor Vermilion Bird waved his hands and said, I'm here to create a hypervelocity spatial speculum. The 2 of them are unable to escape the great laws of this dream world, but they have changed their own laws relatively. It's complicated. Simply put, I can let us see their movements. As he spoke, the spatial mirror in front of Emperor Vermilion Bird changed again. The mirror suddenly extended out a long, conical wormhole duct and connected directly to the new planet. She brought the laws of the new planet to this place, allowing everyone to immerse themselves in the same laws. Under the opposing laws, the speed of light in hypervelocity space became the most basic speed, roughly equivalent to the walking speed of the human world. Everyone saw it clearly. Xianxia seemed to have fought with Star-Lord several times. At this time, Xianxia was carrying a long saber and rushing towards Xingjun from the flowers. He was running quickly and splashed a messy patch of petals. Clang! The giant saber covered in the sun's Xianxia slashed fiercely against the temple's divine shield and was bounced back by the divine shield. The Star-Lord had just bounced away from Xianxia, and then he followed behind with a heavy hoof at the speed of superlight. The divine colt heavily kicked Xianxia in the chest. Xianxia landed on the ground and slid backwards, creating a rain of flowers amidst the flowers. You still can't beat me. This is not my arrogant words. I have already seen your strength clearly, but there is still a certain gap between you and me, the Star Lord Horizontal Saber said proudly. Xianxia's legs slipped backwards and he struck the Thunder Dragon Palm with his backhand. The Thunder Dragon Palm had already undergone a transformation, turning into a light dragon palm. The terrifying palm force of the Sun Chi slanted against the ground and flew towards the Star Lord. Clang! The Star Lord raised his shield to block the attack. He was shaken by a palm strike and quickly slid backwards. The 4 horse hooves firmly grabbed the ground, leaving behind 4 deep scratches. Xianxia squatted slightly like a leopard before pouncing on its prey. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his entire body shot forward in a spiral. His body spun rapidly, and in an instant countless rotating fingers were thrown out. Star-Lord used the Temple Divine Shield to block a large number of shields, and he was always looking for an opportunity to retaliate. As Xianxia rushed in front of the Temple's Divine Shield, his left hand suddenly grabbed onto the upper edge of the Divine Shield. With a flip of his body, he slashed towards the Star-Lord's head. Golden lightning! Stay where you are! The Star-Lord roared, and the divine colt of the temple stood up. Then it stomped its front hooves on the ground fiercely and launched a short sprint forward. Before Xianxia could cut down his saber, he was knocked over by the Star-Lord. Charge again! Xing Jun shouted. The sacred temple divine stallion charged forward again at a short distance. This charge was too fast, too powerful. The distance of 50 meters was almost instantaneous. The Star-Lord held a shield in his left hand and a spear in his right. The shield and spear simultaneously used the momentum of the sprint to attack Xianxia. Xianxia's reaction was astonishing. He raised his saber horizontally and blocked both the shield strike and the spear stab with his saber. There was a loud explosion. Xianxia was still sent flying. Charge again! Star-Lord once again sprinted over a short distance. The sacred temple divine horse was simply a battlefield-killing weapon. The charging power provided by the divine horse was completely incomparable to a sprint like Xianxia's. The Star-Lord charged towards Xianxia again and again. He used the temple divine horse to launch 22 consecutive charges. Xianxia couldn't withstand every charge. Xianxia was sent flying again and again, and he vomited blood every time. The injuries on his body became heavier and heavier. Xianxia suddenly rose from the ground during the 23rd charge of the Star-Lord. He raised his saber high and sent 100 dragon subduing slashes flying into the sky. The Star-Lord had a premonition that Xianxia would still have another move. He did not use the divine shield to block it, but instead stabbed out his divine spear and used the spear light to face the dragon subduing slash. Sure enough, when Xianxia slashed down 100 dragon subduing slashes, he threw out a light dragon palm at the Star-Lord, followed by another Gemini palm. This series of martial skills delayed the Star-Lord's chances of charging forward. Xianxia seized the opportunity and immediately split into 7 afterimages. In an instant, 7 of Xianxia's radiant dragon palms slapped out 1 palm at a time. The Star-Lord was already a little overwhelmed. After all, the power of the light dragon palm was incomparably great. With the addition of the 7 Xianxia's attacks, there was practically no interruption. Rumble, 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 rumble. The powerful light dragon palm struck the temple divine shield almost infinitely, forming a string of 7 palms. When the 7th palm flew out, the next round of 7 palms had already formed. In the successive bombardments, the Star-Lord retreated repeatedly, and the divine horse of the temple could not endure any longer, continuously wailing in sorrow. Finally, with a loud explosion, the Star-Lord was unable to hold on any longer, and the temple divine shield in his hand was suddenly sent flying into the sky. Immediately after, a series of light dragon palms landed on Xing Jun's body. However, a helmet of light soared into the sky. The Star-Lord's disheveled hair was slapped on his body by the light dragon palm one after another, continuously retreating and exploding. The Star-Lord had a third-grade fire vein. However, Xiangnan's 6 divine meridians, Sun Qi, which naturally restrained his divine power, coupled with his battle experience, and his extremely high combat awareness. In the countless battles in the past, Xiangnan had been endowed with extremely strong martial arts qualities. This kind of quality was something that the god race, who enjoyed a superior life, would never be able to cultivate. Enough! Suddenly, the Star-Lord, who everyone thought was about to lose, suddenly let out a cold chuckle. Suddenly, a beam of divine light appeared in the sky. The divine light descended and illuminated the Star-Lord. Immediately after, a figure appeared in the divine light. This was a person wearing a snow-white robe with a halo behind his head. He was dignified, solemn, and gave off a sense of sanctity that could not be blasphemed. Power of faith? The true dragon emperor sucked in a breath of cold air. Even a temple battle god can use the power of faith? The divine shadow in the sky did not give Star-Lord any substantial weapon help. Instead, it dropped a halo behind his head. The halo landed behind Star-Lord's head. Drink! As the Star-Lord shouted, all of Xiangnan's radiant dragon palms were shattered. As for Xiangnan's next thunder dragon palm, it bombarded Xingjun's body, but it was already very difficult to deal any damage to Xingjun. At this point, Xiangnan stopped gasping for breath. The corner of his mouth rose slightly. As expected, the temple divine cult had already been dispersed by Xiangnan. As for the Star-Lord, his feet were half a foot off the ground, and his toes floated in the air as he slowly glided towards Xiangnan. Above his head was a circle of light, and his temperament had undergone an earth-shattering change. I really didn't expect that. At this moment, even the voice and tone of the Star-Lord's voice had changed. It became even more steady and calm. The Star-Lord raised his right hand, pointed his index finger at Xiangnan, and shot out a golden bolt of lightning. Clang! Xiangnan raised his saber and blocked it. The giant saber was actually struck by golden lightning and flew away with a single blow. Xiangnan's reaction was also very quick. He immediately stretched out his hand and retrieved the flying saber. Immediately after, Star-Lord sent another bolt of golden lightning. The continuous golden lightning struck Xiangnan one after another. Each time, the giant saber flew away and was snatched back by Xiangnan. I can't even catch a weapon anymore. The true dragon emperor fell into despair. Everyone could tell that the Star-Lord's strength had greatly increased, while Xiangnan was only resisting desperately. The Star-Lord nodded silently and said, "It's really hard to imagine. Even though I'm only at the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation, at least I'm still a temple battle god. I was forced by you to summon the power of faith at the level of a master god." Xiangnan's hands had already been shattered, and his skin had cracked a few large holes. The muscles inside were also injured, and several thin and narrow muscles were directly broken. At this moment, he was holding a huge saber in both hands. He did not receive the Star-Lord's attack. Both of his hands were trembling violently, and the saber was almost out of his grasp. "Hey!" However, Xiangnan smiled and said, "I guess that you must have retained a hand." "Yes," said the Star-Lord. "But you shouldn't be happy. You should be desperate." The Star-Lord with the halo above his head raised his right hand and said, "Next is the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation. Take a good look at the attack of the Master God." After saying that, the Star-Lord's raised right hand suddenly slashed down. Boom! A golden thunder descended from the sky. The golden lightning devoured Xiangnan, smashing him to the ground and bouncing back. The clothes on his body instantly shattered into countless pieces. His giant saber was blasted apart and shattered into dust. The golden light flashed. Xiangnan was already dripping with blood as he lay on the ground with his back naked. "Isn't that incredible?" Star-Lord said indifferently. "This kind of power is something you have never seen before." Xiangnan moved and struggled to get up. He raised his right hand slightly, and dark golden particles quickly condensed in his palm, finally forming a giant saber. "Do you still want to fight?" You are definitely not my opponent. Continuing to resist is not brave, but asking for trouble from yourself, Xingjun said. The Star-Lord raised his right hand and his index finger quickly slid down. Boom! The huge saber that had just condensed was instantly blasted into powder by an incomparably thick golden thunder. On the other hand, Xiangnan was blasted to the ground and rebounded into the distance. His body was like a rock falling off a cliff, constantly colliding and bouncing on the cliff's outer wall. The Star-Lord said, "True Sun Qi is indeed amazing. If you also possess a third-grade divine vein, I'm afraid I won't even be able to withstand a single move in your hands. But it's a pity that you didn't. Xiangnan is a worthy opponent of yours. You have also completed a mission that is almost impossible for you to complete. However, it is time to close your eyes." The Star-Lord raised his right hand and said, "In your current state, you only need 3 bolts of golden lightning to burn all your jade and stones. In the end, I still can't beat him." The crowd in the distance were all in despair. But in the midst of despair, there was more sympathy for Xiangnan, who was struggling to support everything. In the end, all the efforts were useless. Boom! A bolt of lightning descended and struck Xiangnan fiercely. Everyone couldn't bear to see it anymore. However, the Star-Lord suddenly frowned and said, "What? The lightning that descended from the sky was not golden. It was silver." The Star-Lord said, "This is not an attack from me." "Indeed not." Xiangnan struggled to get up. The corner of his mouth curved up slightly and said, "There is a question that has been buried in my heart." Boom! Another bolt of lightning descended, hitting Xiangnan heavily. However, not only did this bolt of lightning not injure Xiangnan, it also increased his strength. The Star-Lord's expression changed as he quickly drew out a golden lightning bolt. The terrifying golden lightning struck Xiangnan on the ground and even pierced through his back, forming a bowl-sized piercing wound. But almost at the same time, another strange bolt of lightning descended from the sky. Not only did it hit Xiangnan, it even repaired the bloody hole in Xiangnan's body. "It's not possible," Xingjun said. Xiangnan got up again. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and still smiled. "As I understand this world more and more, that question becomes even more intense." The Star-Lord continued to descend the golden lightning, but each time, it was accompanied by a strange bolt of lightning. Strange lightning could always repair the golden lightning that Xiangnan had suffered last time. "It's useless." Xiangnan got up again. He pointed his right hand at the sky and said, There will be an unprecedented explosion of strength in the martial artist's advancement. It's only when the cultivation realm has been raised that the protection will gradually disappear." The Star-Lord stopped and said, "Why? Could it be that you can still advance?" Xiangnan smiled and said, "Don't you find it strange? In fact, the creator of this world doesn't possess the lightning meridian talent. I always thought that my master, the heavenly lightning martial king, was the first to absorb the world-devastating divine lightning. But then I realized that I was wrong. This creator has created a dream world. He can use basic elements to synthesize lightning, but he definitely can't synthesize such a powerful lightning power. Every world exterminating divine lightning would cause a catastrophe on Earth. But no world exterminating divine lightning has ever caused such an unprecedented catastrophe. That's lightning tribulation." Hearing Xiangnan's words, everyone was dumbfounded. Star-Lord was thoughtful. Xiangnan said, "Normal worlds slaying divine lightning can only be destroyed. However, one of them has suppressed every single expert who tries to enter the spirit void realm within 13 billion years. A 9th-level heavenly tribulation expert. May I ask, where did this powerful lightning power come from?" Xiangnan seemed to be muttering to himself as he nodded and said, "That's right. That's the divine thunder rankings. The world-devastating divine thunder that ranks first is also the tribulation thunder that we've seen before. Originally, I wasn't particularly sure, but now, the result is already obvious. When the Creator created this dreamscape, he created the 5 spirits at the same time. However, He also realized that the 5 spirits controlled the 5 powers of the entire dreamscape universe. As for the 5 origin powers, they also came from the Creator himself. How can he restrict the 5 spirits? How can he prevent them from entering the spirit void realm? Therefore, I suspect that the Creator took the initiative to attract a lightning bull for the first time. He personally killed it and absorbed the world devastating divine lightning it condensed. He used this world-exterminating divine lightning to create the nightmare of countless 9th-level heavenly tribulation experts. The lightning tribulation. I'll answer your question now. Xianxia stood there, enduring the tribulation lightning attacks again and again, and said calmly, "That's right. I can advance again. Now, I want to take away the strongest world-exterminating divine lightning. I will be promoted to the 10th level of the heavenly tribulation. This is a realm that you have never seen before." Xianxia raised his head and endured the lightning attack. His realm was approaching the 10th level of the heavenly tribulation. The lightning tribulation was also the strongest existence on the divine lightning rankings, but at this moment it was like a great tonic. He continued to hit Xianxia and nourish him. The Star Lord only needed to be unable to kill Xianxia in one blow, and Xianxia would be repaired by the lightning tribulation that followed. The 9 transformations of thunder was not a joke. The lightning tribulation process was relatively long, and it was called the 9-9 thunder tribulation. There were a total of 9 rounds to split Xianxia. In the first round, each time a tribulation lightning descended, a total of 9 tribulation lightning bolts descended. In the second round, 2 tribulation lightning bolts descended at a time. A total of 18 tribulation lightning bolts descended. In the third round, 3 landed at a time. By analogy, Xianxia had to endure 405 tribulation lightning bolts and absorb them at the same time. Countless 9th-level heavenly tribulation martial artists had fallen onto the tribulation lightning. At this moment, Xianxia was facing the legendary tribulation lightning with an unprecedented strength. The people in the distance were naturally shocked and excited. The descent of each tribulation lightning deeply stimulated the martial artist's nerves. Finally, all the tribulation lightning slowly ended, and Xianxia also stood up. At this time, the largest phenomenon in history occurred. Throughout the universe, countless creatures found themselves in the galaxy of the universe. This phenomenon had already covered the entire dream world. Within Xianxia's body, his pupils were also crackling as lightning flashed. The Star Lord's expression became exceptionally serious. Xianxia raised his hands high and said, "Do you feel it? Although I haven't entered the spirit void realm yet, my heavenly tribulation 10th layer is already the peak existence below the existing limit realm. Xingjuan, I'm a little higher than you, a small realm that doesn't exist." As soon as he finished speaking, Xianxia suddenly turned into a beam of light, straightforwardly crossed through the universe, instantly hitting the Star Lord. The Star Lord was sent flying backwards, and as he flew backwards, he quickly slid down his right hand. A golden bolt of lightning descended from the sky. Boom! Xianxia raised his saber to block, truly blocking the golden lightning. "After all, you are not a true master god." Xianxia took a deep breath and slowly stood up. At this moment, countless people cheered excitedly. The Star Lord's expression was solemn as golden lightning descended one after another. Xianxia resisted all the golden lightning again and again. He shouted, "I'm not afraid of this kind of power of faith, something that I borrowed temporarily." Another golden bolt of lightning descended, and this time, Xianxia actually slammed the golden lightning away with one hand. The Star Lord was stunned, and then his expression became anxious. He raised his hands high and threw 3 streaks of golden lightning down from the sky. These 3 bolts of golden lightning condensed into the Star Lord's divine spear, divine horse, and divine shield. This was made up of faith power, and it was even more powerful than the Star Lord's previous 3-piece set. The Star Lord rode his horse and turned into a streak of golden lightning as he flew towards Xianxia. Xianxia leapt up gently, then stomped his right foot into the air fiercely. Boom! The moment Xianxia stepped on the air, the Temple Divine Cult also arrived in front of him. This turned out to be Xianxia stepping on the head of the divine colt of the temple. The divine colt suddenly stopped, and his entire body was lifted up, throwing the Star Lord towards Xianxia. Xianxia's left fist landed on the divine shield of the temple. With a clang, the divine shield flew away, and his right hand followed suit with a knife. Chi! The Star Lord's chest had been sliced open by a huge horizontal knife wound. The Star Lord was beheaded and sent flying backwards, while Xianxia flew up and floated towards the Star Lord, saying, "Right now, I have 3 levels of superiority, realm, and Sun Chi that can restrain Shin power. But you only have one advantage, and that is your talent. But as you can see, in the end, I am stronger. I have another advantage that you don't know. That is, I have already cultivated an incomparably strong resistance to the world-exterminating divine lightning. And my resistance to the world-exterminating divine lightning is precisely my resistance to the divine power of your god race. Right now, even if a spirit void first-layer divine lightning bull flew over, I'm not afraid of it." With that, Xianxia instantly disappeared and appeared above the Star Lord. The Star Lord's pupils shrank as he hastily condensed the golden divine lightning into a golden temple divine shield. "It's useless." Xianxia grabbed the divine shield with his left hand and smashed the hilt of the saber into the divine shield with his right hand. Under the support of the Sun Chi, the giant saber directly smashed apart the temple's divine shield, exposing the Star Lord. Xingjun smiled and no longer resisted, saying, "Who? I didn't expect that I would really lose." Xianxia stepped on Xingjun's chest from above and said, "In order to destroy our human race, your god race has been struggling to find the last surviving human. You are already used to trampling us under your feet, and let nature take its course. As long as you can find us, you can destroy us. But Xingjun, I have something to tell you. From now on, the god race doesn't have to bother looking for us anymore. I, Xianxia, will take the initiative to come to my door. Then, tell me your last words." The Star Lord closed his eyes and smiled. "Good job, Xianxia. I'll see you in the divine realm." Xianxia raised his saber and slashed the Star Lord into countless pieces. At this point, the Star Lord turned into a drifting speck of light and gradually dissipated into the universe. At this moment, all the martial artists of the New World were crying and hugging each other. Elder Shi Beihong's eyes brimmed with tears as he said, "He did it! He really did it! Ha 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 ha!" Xiao Jun laughed loudly and said, "Do you see that? That's my brother. That's the strongest expert in the entire universe and history. Even the temple war god was killed by him. As for glory god cult, all the believers were dumbfounded. They had lost their faith, and this was also the first time they had discovered that the gods they believed in could actually be killed. On a distant planet, Xianxia suddenly turned into a beam of light and flew straight over. Xianxia was welcomed and cheered by countless people. People rushed forward, tossed him high up, caught him and tossed him again. Xianxia smiled and said, "Let's go home. Everyone go back to our own homes. We don't need to go to the new world of the maelstrom anymore." Countless clusters of light densely packed towards the rings. They want to take back their own planet, their own home. At this moment, Xianxia was undoubtedly the only and strongest person in the entire universe, and he also had the highest authority to speak. The first right he returned to the people was freedom. Anyone can freely choose the planet they want to live on and the way they want to live. On this day, the god race was completely expelled and the glory god cult was disbanded. The largest and most powerful terrorist organization in history had finally collapsed under Xianxia's resistance. The next day, True Dragon Emperor, Vermilion Bird Emperor, Shi Beihong, Timefly, and a series of other important figures all gathered at the Five Continent Star and the Nature Sect. Xianxia stood in front of Sun Peak and Sun Palace, and there was only one person here who could stand beside him, and that was his old master, Su Kaiwei. Feng Xian said, "Are you going to temporarily go into seclusion?" Seclusion. Everyone was stunned. Everyone had originally seen Xianxia off today. Unexpectedly, Feng Xian suddenly said something that surprised everyone. Xianxia nodded. Well, it may take 1 year or 2 years. Wait, what are you talking about? Xiao Jun hurriedly asked. Aren't you going to the divine realm? What kind of ghost is seclusion? Are you going to advance to the spirit void realm here before leaving? Xiangnan shook his head and said, Let Feng Xian speak. He should have already guessed. Everyone looked at Feng Xian in unison. Feng Xian stood up and said, Tribulation lightning is actually a punishment. When a martial artist tries to enter the spirit void realm, tribulation lightning will come. However, everyone should pay attention to these keywords. They are a martial artist tries to enter the spirit void realm. But when Xiangnan was at the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation, he didn't have the qualifications to enter the spirit void realm. He still needed to reach the 10th level of the heavenly tribulation, but he did attract tribulation lightning. Therefore, this tribulation lightning did not descend by itself. Instead, it was robbed by Xiangnan. What does this mean? Xiao Jun hurriedly asked. Feng Xian said, This means that the dream world has already lost its tribulation lightning. In the future, many 9th level heavenly tribulation martial artists will be able to smoothly advance to the 1st level of spirit void through cultivation. Hearing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Feng Xian said, At that time, once a spirit void warrior is born, our world will still be found by the god race, and the creator in the river of time will still be killed. Therefore, Xiangnan must release the tribulation lightning he absorbed and return it to the dream world. His realm will also drop to the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation accordingly. Oh, I see. The hearts that everyone had picked up were relieved. As long as there was no new trouble, it was acceptable. In any case, the god race had already been expelled. Even if Xiangnan stayed behind to cultivate for another year or 2, it wouldn't be a problem. Xiangnan said, Luoshang and Lan Ling are not people of this era. They can only stay for 10 days at most. They will also be dragged back 13 billion years by time very quickly. But it doesn't matter. After I reach the 10th level of the heavenly tribulation, I will ask Zhuer to pull you 2 back. Next, I want to tell you too about the cultivation method of the Sun Qi. You have to record in your hearts. During this period of time, I have cultivated my cultivation realm, and you have cultivated the true energy of the sun. After everything was explained, Xiangnan went into seclusion. This was the first time since Xiangnan entered the martial arts world that he had truly entered seclusion. He didn't have any other needs. There was only one, and that was his cultivation realm. The first-rank tribulation lightning was returned to the dream world by Xiangnan and handed over to the creator. This matter had also been carefully studied by the Elders' Hall, and a decision had finally been made. Everyone's dream was that in the end, the lightning tribulation would no longer appear in the dream world, giving everyone a chance to enter the spirit void realm. However, the premise was that Xiangnan had to defeat the god race. About a year later, many experts returned to Sun Peak. The air was very quiet. All of the great masters in the universe held their breaths and anxiously waited for Xiangnan to leave. Do you think he can succeed? A dragon king asked in an uncertain voice. At the side, another dragon king whispered, It should be possible. After all, he has already reached the 10th level of the heavenly tribulation. Everyone was discussing. Everyone had a natural sense of trust in Xiangnan, believing that as long as it was something this man wanted to do, there was nothing that could not be done. This sense of trust came from Xiangnan's outstanding performance that had never disappointed everyone. Time passed by. As time passed, everyone's trust gradually became a sense of crisis. According to what Xiangnan said before he went into seclusion, it was today that he would officially leave seclusion. However, seeing that the sun was about to set, there was still no movement in Sun Palace. At this moment, Su Kaiyue suddenly rushed out of the Sun Palace with a panicked expression. She looked as if she was at a loss. She first glanced at the crowd and then said in a daze, Not good. Xiaonan failed to break through to the 10th level of the heavenly tribulation. He has already fallen. What? Everyone's hands and feet went cold, and they fell into deep despair. The true Dragon Emperor took 2 steps back, his feet softening, and he was about to faint. Xianxia was the only hope for humanity. Once this person died, the fate of the entire dream world would be unimaginable. Why is this happening? It shouldn't be. Emperor Vermilion Bird's face was also ashen. In an instant, the entire sun peak was deathly lifeless. Everyone no longer knew how to meet their fate. At this moment, everyone was stunned again. However, another Tsukaiwe walked out of the Sun Palace. The second Tsukaiwe lightly tapped on the forehead of the first Tsukaiwe and said, "Stop messing around." The first Tsukaiwe laughed loudly. Her body shook and she turned into Xianxia. Ah! Everyone was dumbfounded. Xianxia laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha ha ha. I'm sorry for teasing everyone." Everyone felt their entire bodies shatter, and a huge stone fell from their hearts. Xiao Jun cursed loudly. "Bastard! Don't make such a joke at this time, will you? You'll scare me to death." Many of the elders were speechless as they shook their heads, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Xianxia said, "What the heck? I have such a heavy responsibility to shoulder by myself. So what if I play you all once?" The true Dragon Emperor calmed his mind and said, "So, has the 10th heavenly tribulation succeeded?" Xianxia nodded and said, "Yes, we have already reached the 10th level. We are only a step away from the Spirit Void Realm. However, this Spirit Void Realm cannot be upgraded in the dream world, so as not to be discovered by the God Realm. Luo Sheng and I will find a way to enter the Spirit Void Realm after we reach the God Realm. Now it's almost time. It's time to arrange for everyone." At this point, Xianxia looked at Feng Xian and said, "Announce it." Everyone hurriedly looked at Feng Xian, not knowing what major matter they had to say. Feng Xian unhurriedly peeled the candy paper and threw a piece of candy into his mouth. Although Xianxia and the others went to the divine realm, they were still restricted by the laws of time in the dream world. This will result in them being able to take advantage of the time difference in the river of time to stay in the divine realm for 3 to 10 years. However, the laws of great time in the dream world are a straight line. They do not exist in terms of the past and the future. Instead, they appear side by side in the past and the future. To put it simply, Blue Spirit and Luoshang were both pulled by 13 billion years ago, but this did not affect the advancement of the dream world. In other words, by the time Xianxia and the others return to the God race, it is very likely that countless years will have passed. Xianxia hugged his shoulders and nodded. "So I have a selfish idea. I don't want to return without any family. Then, I hope that everyone here will enter a dormant state after I leave the dream world." "Oh, it's like this." The true Dragon Emperor and the Vermilion Bird Emperor exchanged glances before nodding their heads. The true Dragon Emperor said, "That's good. At least we can sleep until the day when victory comes." Xianxia said, "I'm sorry everyone, but I told everyone to do this. It's actually not helpful to the current situation at all. It's just my own selfishness. I just hope that when I come back, I will be able to see the familiar faces of everyone, and this will also be the driving force for me to move forward. With you here, I have a home." "Yes, yes." Everyone laughed. Feng Xian said, "Leave the rest to me. Xianxia, you can leave without worries. As for the Xiang clan and Howren sect, I will arrange for them to go to the Vermilion Bird Holy Land and sleep with the Vermilion Bird clan." Xianxia nodded. "There is another person. I want to let him sleep too. Please wait a moment. I will find him." With that, Xiangxia's figure flashed and disappeared. A ring, a star. A bustling restaurant was filled with guests. The day's operation had already ended, and the shopkeeper and the owner were excitedly calculating today's earnings. The owner was an extremely handsome woman. The woman leaned against the window and stared blankly at the setting sun outside. She didn't know if she was listening to the shopkeeper's report. "Boss, our business is really good. If this continues, we will be able to monopolize the restaurant industry in Dayue City in another year. When that time comes." The shopkeeper was excitedly thinking about the bright future, but the female owner did not react at all, as if she was not interested in all of this. She just stared outside in a daze. Suddenly, her expression changed and her eyes turned red. Everyone in the city stopped moving, as if time had stopped. As for the shrewd shopkeeper, he still maintained his right hand's position of counting beads, but he didn't move like a stone sculpture. "Boss, I'll drink." A clear voice sounded, followed by a tall and straight young man who strode over. The man sat at a table and smiled. "The best wine, go ahead." The female owner, however, was already in tears. She covered her mouth and said, "It's already closed today. Please come back tomorrow." Xianxia smiled and said, "Red Lotus, in my world, there is never the word close." That female owner was Yuan Honglian. She lowered her head and smiled bitterly. She carried a jar of fine wine that had been sealed in dust from behind and sat opposite Xianxia. "Why didn't you come looking for me?" Xianxia slapped open the mud and poured himself a cup of Yuan Honglian. The Yuan Red Lotus was extremely lonely and said, "I don't have the face to see you. I know that the god race that I have always believed in is actually such a pseudo-god. So it was me who was always wrong, and you were the one who was always right. I even repeatedly advised you to join Glory God cult." Xianxia said, "But you still left Glory God cult, didn't you? People make many mistakes in their lives. This doesn't mean that your nature is bad." Yuan Honglian snatched it and said, "Why? You never made a mistake. You're just comforting me." Xianxia laughed loudly and said, "Me? I've made so many stupid mistakes that I can't even count myself." Yuan Honglian shook her head. "No, you are so great and selfless. You have been struggling for this world. But not only have I not brought any help to this world, I have instead been dragging my feet. How can I have the face to stand in front of you like this? I hope you can forgive me." Xianxia shook his head and said, "Greatness and selflessness? Perhaps someone really is like this, but it's definitely not me. Everything I've done seems to be working hard for the sake of the entire human race. But in reality, what I've been satisfied with has always been my own selfish interests. It just so happens that my selfish interests overlap with the righteousness of this world to some extent. For example, I have always been cold-blooded and merciless towards innocent murderers, but I have forgiven Meng Dai and Guan Shao. For example, that blue spirit committed many evil deeds and betrayed the sect, but I am willing to let him be my teammate." Xianxia said seriously, "I have never been a perfect sage. Sometimes, I even have double standards towards people and things. But so what? How can a person not be a sage without faults? The reason why this world is so wonderful is because of all the faults that are piled up one by one. If everyone is a perfect moral benchmark, then the world will be deathly lifeless." Yuan Honglian looked at Xianxia in puzzlement and said, "Then you mean that making a mistake is a good thing? Perfection is a mistake." Xianxia shook his head. "No, I mean, learning to forgive others and forgive ourselves is the most proud flash of human nature." Yuan Honglian was stunned. It was hard to imagine that these words had actually come from the mouth of an expert who had killed countless people. Xianxia said, "When I first met you, I should have killed you, because you are an expert of Glory God's sect. But I didn't, because I saw something more admirable behind your mistakes. I forgave you. Now it's time for you to forgive yourself and me. Red Lotus, are you willing to forgive me?" Yuan Honglian cried. Xianxia patted her shoulder and said, "Follow me." 13 billion years ago, Xianxia found Luoshang and Lanling again. The two of them had already finished learning the chapter of light, and their spiritual seas had also undergone a transformation. "You're finally here." Luoshang and Lanling were waiting for Xianxia. Luoshang said, "I've been waiting for you for a long time. The martial arts of this world can no longer arouse my interest. I need to go to a new world to challenge more experts." "As you wish." Xianxia smiled and brought the two back to his own era. He found Emperor Vermilion Bird and prepared for his departure. "Guanshao, wait here as well." Xianxia looked at Timefly and said, "Come with me." Unexpectedly, Timefly's expression changed slightly. He shook his head and said, "No, I'll wait here for you to come back." "Why? The Divine Realm is also your hometown. Besides, with you following me, I will avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble. After all, you know the Divine Realm best," Xianxia said. Time passed and she still insisted on her intention. She rejected Xiang Nan's invitation again. Xiang Nan nodded and said, "All right, since you insist on staying, I won't force you. In any case, we will meet again in the future. After leaving the dream world, the four of you will enter the river of time as soon as possible. The god race is already waiting outside the river of time." I talked to Feng Xian about this dilemma and found a good solution. Feng Xian said, "The four of you are still relying on the laws of great time in the dream world. In other words, you are still relying on the man in the river of time. As long as he is not killed by the river of time, the four of you will not be harmed by the river of time. Therefore, once you enter the river of time, you will immediately move downstream. The god race will not dare to enter the river. They will be wiped out by time. Time flies and says, 'Go all the way downstream, and you'll finally reach the real world, where humans once lived. There shouldn't be any god race people guarding that place anymore. You'll get a safe period of time.' But as for how to resist the god race, this is not something I can think of. I can only rely on the four of you to find it. The road ahead is still grim." Xiangnan nodded and said, "If everything is all right, then we can go on our way." "Wait." At this time, Guanxiao spoke again. Xiangnanchi said, "Do you have anything else to say?" Guanxiao looked at Xiangnan seriously and said, "I know you don't agree with what I did in the past. You think I'm too ruthless. Therefore, there is one thing you must promise me. That is, you are not allowed to interfere in my actions in the divine realm. I am me, and my heart has never changed." Xiangnan was thoughtful. Guanxiao said, "We are facing the entire god race. They are not worthy of sympathy. If necessary, I have used some kind of torture that makes you feel uncomfortable. I hope you can understand and forgive me." Xiangnan thought for a moment and nodded forcefully. "All right, do whatever you want. I won't force you to change your character anymore." Guanxiao finally smiled at ease. Guanxiao was Guanxiao. If she did not use terrifying methods, she would only be an ordinary expert, not even as strong as Blue Spirit. Ever since Xiangnan accepted Guanxiao in order to please Xiangnan, Guanxiao tried her best to turn herself into a gentle and kind woman. But because of this, her sense of existence immediately fell to the lowest. Guanxiao smiled and looked at Xiangnan. "I want you to personally agree." Xiangnan also smiled. He hugged Guanxiao's shoulder and said to Lan Ling and Luo Sheng, "Come, introduce our teammates, Ghost Doctor, Guanxiao." "Disrespectful, disrespectful." Lan Ling cupped her fists at Guanxiao and said, "There is a vicious smell in the girl's eyes. I admire it very much." "All right." Xiangnan took a deep breath and said, "Let's go." After everything had been arranged, they would be on their way. Everyone stood on the ground and waved goodbye to Xiangnan and the others. To be exact, it was 6 people, as well as 2 fellows sealed on Xiangnan's arm, the big snake and the little bird. Emperor Vermilion Bird used the power of order to make the dream world abandon its entanglement with Xiangnan and the others. On the other hand, Xiangnan used his Dream Dao ability and flew out of this world with his teammates. They entered a dazed domain, where they saw the man who was as resolute as a mountain. Is he the creator? Luo Sheng, Guanxiao, and Lan Ling all became serious. Perhaps everyone has their own will or even different views of the world. But no matter who it was, as long as they stood in front of this man, they could not help but be subdued by his formidable dignity. The existence of the dream world depended on this man's painstaking protection. The man opened his mouth and said, "All right, are you ready?" Xiangnan nodded and said, "I'm ready. It's time to launch a counterattack." "Sir, please give us a ride." The man said, "The future is uncertain. I hope everyone can take care of themselves. If you find that you can't stay in God's domain anymore, come back. This is still your home." After saying this, the 4 of them knelt down and bowed to the man. The man nodded. With a wave of his hand, the 4 of them turned into 4 rays of light and disappeared with a whoosh. Xiangnan only felt a flash of light in front of him, and then countless ribbons of light appeared around him. These lights were densely mixed together, heading in the same direction. Is this the river of time? Luo Shang looked at the area of light in disbelief and said, I thought the river of time was really a river. What a strange feeling. Guan Shao looked at her hands and said, This is the first time that I have discovered such a real feeling of existence. Standing here, compared to before, it was as if I had been in a dream for the first half of my life. This is the first time I have truly felt my body. Xiangnan said, Well, I have the same feeling, but it's normal, because we have indeed come to the real world. All right, everyone, let's go. Head downstream. At this moment, there were countless divine envoys patrolling the opposite bank of the river. They didn't realize that 4 people had escaped from the dream world and were quietly heading downstream along the boundless river of time. In the river of time, there was no definite concept of time. These rays of light make up the river water, some long, some short, some wide, some narrow. Sometimes Xiangnan and the others felt that they had been advancing in the river of time for thousands of years. Sometimes he felt that he had only arrived here for an instant. This kind of serious time deviation had brought them an incomparably peculiar experience. After an unknown amount of time, the river of time finally reached its end. Xiangnan and the others exchanged a glance before jumping out of the river. In an instant, the 4 of them suddenly felt their bodies become incomparably heavy, and they quickly fell down. They discovered that they were actually on top of the clouds, falling towards the boundless earth. Regarding this, Timeran also gave a little explanation. The river of time itself was not in the human world, but in the divine realm of the real world. When the god race decided to exterminate the entire human race and take away all the Tao hearts of the human race, the man in the river of time also chased after the god realm and successfully snatched a bottle containing the Tao heart before jumping into the river of time. From this, it could be inferred that the river of time itself was within the divine realm. The god realm and the region where humans lived were actually on different levels. In other words, there was a god realm in the real world, but god realm could not represent the entire real world. At this moment, Xiangnan and the others had fallen from the divine realm and had fallen into the human world. Very quickly, everything under his feet became clear. The 4 of them also opened their mouths wide in shock. Infinite. Luo Shang's expression changed slightly. This real world is actually so big, it's simply endless. With my perception, I can't sense the boundaries of the land at all. The real world was completely different from the dream world. The land of the dream world was actually a planet. In the real world, according to how time flies, there was no end to it. If a person moved in one direction at the normal speed of light, at the speed of 600,000 miles per second, then he would be in a state of eternal progress and would never be able to discover where the end of this world was. This was an infinite material world, in which time and space were infinite. The 4 finally landed. Moreover, it landed in a bustling human city. The human settlements here were very similar to the environment of the dreamscape. If they hadn't just jumped out of the river of time, they would have thought that they were still in a big city in the dreamscape. However, at this moment the city was empty. Everything was completely preserved. The buildings that were intact, and even the painted leather on the outside of the building were so bright. It was as if a brand new city had suddenly been emptied. Xiangnan wiped the ground beneath his feet with his hand and said, It's very clean. It seems that, in the real world, the extinction of humans really hasn't passed long ago. Luo Shang's focus was different from Xiangnan's. He looked at the intact buildings and said, There were practically no signs of fighting. In other words, when the god race exterminated the human race did not resist at all. Or rather, Blue Spirit said, I don't have the ability to resist at all. Ha! Xiangnan felt that his arm had been pinched. He looked at Guan Shao curiously. Guan Shao raised her face, her eyes shining brightly as she said, Does it hurt? Xiangnan nodded. Yes. Guan Shao said, This kind of pain is actually so real. Isn't it very strange? Although the pain we felt in the past is also very specific, there is always a feeling of being enveloped in fog. But here, the experience of pain has become so wonderful. Xiangnan helplessly replied, That will suit your heart. Guan Xiao licked her lips and pulled on Xiang Nan with an evil expression. Wait a moment. I want to go to the same room with Brother Xiang Nan to see what kind of wonderful feeling it will be like here. Understood. Lan Ling and Luo Shang turned their backs at the same time. Are you joking? Guan Xiao, you just came to the real world and the first thing you want to do is this? Xiang Nan asked in surprise. As they spoke, all four of them stopped moving, and their expressions became exceptionally serious, because there was a faint smell of blood floating in the air. This situation caused everyone to lose their mood for joking. Logically speaking, humans have been extinct for a period of time, and the smell of blood should have long disappeared. But now, cha! Luo Shang bent his body and pushed his saber out of its sheath with his thumb, revealing a bright blade. Due to their different backgrounds, experiences, and personalities, Xiang Nan and Luo Shang's first reactions were different. Luo Shang's first reaction was to fight. He immediately unleashed his weapon and prepared to fight at any time. As for Xiang Nan, who had been living and dying in all kinds of dangerous areas all year round, he was the first to stomp the ground with his feet. He whispered, "You can rest assured." If it was anyone else, they didn't know what Xiang Nan was talking about. But Luo Shang and Lan Ling immediately understood. The two of them nodded slightly. Xiang Nan was examining the physical strength and spatial strength of this place. He discovered that it was very, very shocking. It's incredibly strong. What he was worried about was that if the spatial structure was destroyed in a large scale during a battle, it would definitely attract the attention of the god race above. But now this doubt was dispelled. The four of them were vigilant as they looked in the direction where the smell of blood was coming from, and they were ready to fight at any time. Although this was a big deviation from the plan, he had originally thought that if he came to the human world, he would be able to avoid being discovered by the god race. Very quickly, a group of people appeared in front of Qianfang. The number of people was about 30, and they were basically all injured. Xiang Nan and his teammates exchanged glances and frowned. This scene was different from what they had imagined. First of all, these people were all injured, which meant that they weren't here for the four of them. 7 times, only one of the 30-plus people was a god race, and the rest were all strange-looking creatures. They were creatures with snail-like tentacles on their heads and 3 eyes, 3 arms, and 2 legs. It was a humanoid creature, but there was an eye on its forehead and an arm extending from its back. The one quickly walking at the front of the line was the only god race. He was too easy to identify because he was exactly the same as the human race chief. Xiang Nan and the others had already learned from the documents and oral accounts that the god race had created the human race according to their own appearance, so the difference between the two races seemed to be very small. The god race martial practitioners at the front of the group were obviously stunned when they saw Xiang Nan and the others. The other 3-eyed monsters in his team immediately became alert and prepared to join the battle. Among them, a burly 3-eyed man let out an animal-like roar and said in a deep voice, "Prepare to fight. These 4 knights are at a very low level. They can quickly shut up." The god race expert in the front row also pulled out the broadsword in his hand, but he suddenly stopped the 3-eyed man and said, "Wait!" Luo Shang's saber had already been unsheathed. He bent his body slightly and was about to rush out. In the end, he was stopped by Xiang Nan. "Wait!" Xiang Nan discovered that there was something wrong with the man in front of him. That man was indeed from the god race, but his entire body had suffered serious injuries many times, and almost half of his handsome armor had been damaged. If he was from the god race, then who had hurt him? The god race man was even more shocked. He looked at Xiang Nan and the others in shock and said, "No, they are not god race. They are actually human race. Heavens! There are still surviving humans here?" At this point, the two sides were still at loggerheads. Neither of them was sure if the other party had no malicious intentions towards him. "Human?" the 3-eyed man asked curiously. "Did you see wrongly? Are they really not members of the Knights Templars? But haven't the humans been annihilated by your god race? It's not easy to fight." Guan Xiao whispered. "We can't even distinguish the realms of these people. I'm afraid they are all spirit void realm experts." Xiang Nan and the others had only been here for less than a day, and they didn't even have a chance to improve their cultivation. The heavenly tribulation versus spirit void was infinitely close to zero. "Come with me." The god race warrior anxiously greeted Xianxia and the others and immediately ran in another direction. Seeing that the four of them didn't move, the god race warrior hurriedly said, "If you believe me, then follow me. If you don't believe me, there's nothing you can do. You can decide for yourselves." Xianxia looked at his teammates, and Luo Shanglanling naturally shrugged her shoulders, expressing that you were at liberty. "We'll just follow you." Guanxiao did not have any doubts about Xianxia. She had followed Xianxia, and she would basically listen to whatever Xianxia said. "Follow me and take a look." Without another word, Xianxia followed the group. "Kid Xianxia, have you thought it over?" The serpent said, "These people don't know where they came from. It might not be a wise choice for them to rashly follow up." Xianxia thought to himself, "There's no other way. I can only try." When the god race discovered us, their first reaction was not to immediately kill us. This explains the problem. The serpent thought for a moment and said, "This is indeed a bit strange." Xianxia and the others remained vigilant and followed behind the group. The troops circled around the human settlements and finally arrived in front of a huge, empty building. The god race warrior did not directly enter the door. Instead, he lightly patted the stone lion at the door 3 times. Suddenly, a black halo appeared on the ground in front of the door. It was as if it had opened another spatial passageway. Everyone jumped down in unison, and the halo quickly closed. Below was a glittering hall, but it was still empty. The three-eyed clansmen immediately began to bandage their wounds, while the god race warrior arrived in front of Xianxia and the others. He said with a serious expression, "How many more of you are there?" Out of vigilance, Xianxia did not answer the question directly. Instead, he asked, "Who are you?" The man immediately became solemn and said in a loud voice, "Captain of the Knights Templars and the Vanguard, Feng Zhan." Xianxia exchanged glances with his teammates. Names are similar to humans. In other words, the names of humans were probably based on those of the god race. "What about you?" Feng Zhan recovered his anxious state and quickly said, "How many people are left?" "Quickly find them. We won't be able to hide here for too long. We can't wait any longer. We have to quickly pick up your companions." "Why?" Xianxia narrowed his eyes and asked, "Didn't you god race want to exterminate all of us humans?" The god race man was slightly stunned. He pointed between his eyebrows and said, "Don't you know who I am?" Only then did Xianxia carefully identify it, and as expected, he discovered something different. The difference between the god race and the human race that he had seen was only 2 small details. First, the god race's ears were about the size of a human's, but they were sharper. Second, there was a pattern between the eyebrows of the god race. At first glance, the pattern looked very similar to an eye, but it was actually a symbol. This symbol was like an eye lying on its back, but its pupils were a tiny bolt of lightning. However, between the man's eyebrows was not the symbol of the eye of lightning, but a green leaf. A small green leaf stood on the forehead between his eyebrows. It was dark green and bright. "You aren't from the god race?" Xianxia frowned. The man said, "Answer my question first." Xianxia said, "No, answer my question first. Otherwise, we refuse to disclose everything. You should know the situation of our human race, and you should also understand our caution." When the man heard this, he lightly sighed and said, "All right." After the man introduced them, the 4 of them finally learned another shocking piece of news. They had never even heard of this news before. It turned out that the god race did not unite as one. They were divided into 2 different branches of faith. They believed in 2 different supreme gods. One was called the Temple of Thunder, and the supreme god he believed in was called the God of Thunder. He advocated martial arts. One was called the Temple of Nature, and the supreme god she believed in was called the Goddess of Life. She advocated order. The Goddess of Thunder and the Goddess of Life were the ancestors of the entire god race. The first 2 gods to appear in this world were the 2 of them. In the future, all the god races that appeared were basically the descendants of these 2 gods. These two gods were called supreme gods, but that was because their status was lofty, whereas in reality they were only god kings. Everyone said that there were 8 god kings in God's domain, but this was not accurate. To be exact, there were 10 god kings, of whom the goddess of thunder and the goddess of life were not included. The 2 divine halls shared the same system. The divine hall of thunder is composed of the divine envoy, the war god, the temple war god, the master god, and the god king. Nature temple, god representative, war god, life war god, master god, god king. The 2 divine halls survived together and established the Knights Templar order, which was famous throughout God's domain. This Knights Templar order, the Templar battle god, was built together with the life battle god. They belonged to the same organization and were jointly responsible for protecting the god of thunder and the goddess of life. But the 2 sides had a big disagreement, leading to a complete break. The dispute over the differences began with the human medicine pill. The human race was actually created by the divine nature palace. They had been deceived by the divine thunder palace. The earliest version of the divine thunder palace was that they wanted to create a brand new race to balance the supreme dominance of the god race. The goddess of life trusted the god of thunder, but she later discovered that the human race was only nurtured by the thunder temple as a medicinal pill. However, the goddess of life also secretly held back. She secretly gave the human race more possibilities. That was, apart from wind, wood, water, fire, and earth, the human race also had more innate attributes. The incident that caused the 2 great temples to completely break apart was precisely the extinction of the human race. The day the Thunder Divine Hall launched an all-out attack on the human race, it was also the same day the Thunder Divine Hall launched an attack on the Nature Divine Hall. The Thunder Divine Hall suddenly turned its head and took complete control of the Knights Templar. On the same day, the human race was annihilated, and the 4 divine kings of the Nature Divine Hall were all killed in battle. More than 80% of the gods of the Temple of Nature had also perished. It could be said that they were close to extinction. Because these 2 large-scale battles took place on the same day and in different regions, the creator of Dreamscape did not know the truth of this matter. In the midst of the chaotic battle, the main gods of the Divine Nature Temple had collectively detonated their spiritual seas to buy time. In the Knights Templars, a Templar battle god who was sworn to defend the goddess of life attempted to escape with the goddess of life. However, halfway through, the goddess of thunder intercepted her and took her away again, imprisoning her. The fallen Temple of Nature did not give up hope. From that day onwards, they had been trying their best to save the goddess of life. Actually, apart from the god race, the human race was not a lonely existence. There were also a large number of other races. For example, the 3-eyed race that Xianxia and the others saw at this moment was called the exiled race, as well as various other races. The fleeing nature shrine realized that their own abilities were not enough to fight against the thunder shrine. They came up with a method, and that was to go to all races to find experts with outstanding martial arts qualities and cultivate them to fight against the Thunder Shrine. Blue Spirit interrupted and asked, "Could it be that the Divine Hall of Nature is far inferior to the Divine Hall of Thunder in terms of combat?" The man looked very unhappy, but he could only sigh bitterly. "Yes, the Temple of Nature is dedicated to the construction of order. We are not good at fighting. We can be said to be much worse than the Temple of Thunder." Xianxia thought for a moment and thought to himself, "I see." The man continued to introduce, and from this 2 of the most classic cultivation systems were drawn out. The first method was for martial artists to use cultivation methods to increase their cultivation realms. This method was originally created by the god race, and it was also the method that Xianxia and the others currently grasped. The second method was faith-based cultivation. This method relied on the power of faith to raise one's cultivation realm. Take Xianxia for example. If Xianxia had created enough merit points, he could be promoted from a divine envoy to a war god. Thus, he could obtain his own sculpture in the Thunder Divine Hall. The next level of the divine envoys could visit Xianxia's war god sculpture and use it to obtain Xianxia's power sharing. This was also what Xianxia had seen. The phantom war gods summoned by those pseudo-gods could temporarily borrow the war god spear, shield, and a small amount of war god strength. But in turn, The war god who was worshipped could obtain all the benefits of cultivation for his followers. In other words, if 100 envoys chose to worship Xiangnan's statue, then Xiangnan would be able to enjoy all the benefits that these 100 envoys would obtain in their future cultivation. This was equivalent to him not doing anything, and there would be 100 people to cultivate for him. This was a very, very terrifying cultivation system. It will make the strong stronger. There was no bottleneck. As long as one's innate talent was fused, one's cultivation level would definitely rise. Moreover, the results of the two different cultivation systems were completely different. Like Xiangnan and the others, the most primitive cultivation system would make the martial artists behave more selfishly. Everyone cultivated individually and hoped that their cultivation realms would be higher. Therefore, there was the behavior of snatching other people's cultivation materials. However, the second cultivation system was the complete opposite. If all the god race wanted to upgrade their cultivation realms, they had to upgrade their own divine ranks. They had to change from a divine messenger to a war god, a temple war god, a master god, a god king, and so on. However, if they wanted to advance to the divine realm, they had to be wholeheartedly loyal to the divine hall. There was no need for the divine envoys to attack each other, nor did they need to snatch each other away from each other. The only way to increase the divine rank was to make contributions to the battle. After hearing this, Xiangnan sighed with emotion. He had always felt that the world of martial arts was too dark. It could be said that people's hearts were sinister, but now, the man in front of him had uttered a single word that pierced through the heavens. That's right. The reason why people's hearts are dangerous is precisely because of the ancient cultivation methods, which have an additional characteristic. Because it could bring benefits to itself through snatching. The brand new belief cultivation system, on the other hand, was completely devoid of such collateral damage to human nature. From two different cultivation systems, the polarization of human nature had evolved. This was indeed logical, but it was also very ironic. But was the faith cultivation system really that perfect and harmonious? Turns out that's not the case. The result of the faith cultivation system was that everyone had an unprecedented desire for power. The thirst for power caused the god race to unite as one, but they desperately wanted to make a contribution to the battle, so that they could reach a position above everyone else, causing the god race to invade the other races crazily. However, because of another reason, the existence of the human race was created. This was because there was no divine rank under a divine envoy. God kings could be worshipped by the master god could be worshipped by the temple war god, and the temple war god could be worshipped by the war god, and the war god could be worshipped by the god representative. Then, whose worship can the divine envoy obtain? The god representative was the base of the god race pyramid. Only if they were stronger would the bigwigs above enjoy more cultivation and sharing. As a result, humans of a lower rank than the divine envoys appeared. The humans could worship the divine envoys, and the Tao hearts of the humans could also be used as pills to feed the divine envoys. If it wasn't for a few humans accidentally possessing new talent and accidentally entering the spirit void realm, then the extinction of the human race wouldn't have happened. The god race would have kept the human race in captivity. Now back to the temple of nature. Ever since the divine hall of nature escaped from the divine realm, it had been tossing and turning in all directions to escape the pursuit of the divine hall of thunder. During this period, they went to search for low-grade races and selected outstanding combat talents from among them to form their own armed forces. That is, the newly established Heavenly Knights Order. However, these inferior races did not possess a belief cultivation system. They still needed ancient cultivation methods to upgrade. This time, Fengzhan brought a group of so-called experts from the exiled race to secretly sneak into the human gathering place to search for the pills refined by the human race back then. This was an ironic reality. The human race itself was treated as a pill by the god race, but the human race knew how to refine pills themselves. It was also during this process that they ran into Xiangnan's squad. Captain Fengzhan, this is bad. A three-eyed exiled woman ran over and anxiously said, "The situation of Tianwu is not good. Sky Dance." Hearing this name, Xiangnan was slightly surprised. It's a martial art. You may be mistaken. Feng Zhan hurriedly said to Xiang Nan, I don't have time to talk to you now. I'll go check on the situation there first. Xiang Nan and the others followed Feng Zhan and found a burly young man sitting in a corner. His face was black and his entire body was trembling. What's going on? Seeing this, Feng Zhan was so anxious that he broke out in cold sweat. The woman from the three-eyed race was so anxious that she almost cried. I don't know. Ever since she took the pill, it has become like this. Feng Zhan was greatly disappointed and said, Tianwu is a super genius of the exiled group. The reason we sneaked into the human race this time is to search for medicinal pills and raise the realm of Tianwu. He is the strongest genius of our exiled race and his only hope. Xiang Nan knew that the few Knights Templars that were in despair chose to still believe in the Temple of Nature, while the old members of the Knights Templars went to various races to search for martial arts geniuses. In that case, Feng Zhan should be in charge of the exiled race. Why is it like this? Feng Zhan shouted, Doctor, is he still alive? Could there be something wrong with the human pills? The three-eyed old physician who was healing Tianwu shook his head and said, It seems that he is not sick. Could it be caused by his injuries? Hearing this, Xiang Nan felt incredulous and exchanged glances with his teammates. You really don't know what happened to him? Xiang Nanqi said. Feng Zhan said, I'm sick. Xiang Nan shook his head speechlessly and said, Did he swallow the pills before the battle? That's right. How do you know? Everyone looked at Xiang Nan in surprise. The three-eyed woman grabbed Xiang Nan's hands and said, Are you a prophet? Xiang Nan said, What the fuck am I going to do first? He is clearly possessed. Get out of the way. I'll help him sort it out. After saying that, Xiang Nan sat cross-legged and wanted to help Tianwu smooth his meridians. Stop! The other three-eyed clansman immediately stopped him. A strong man angrily said, You don't know where you came from. How can you easily touch our martial arts miracle? After hearing the words martial arts miracle, Luo Shang, Lan Ling, and Guan Shao all had strange expressions on their faces. These two peerless experts, together with a peerless female lunatic, naturally did not place ordinary people in their eyes. What kind of existence was the human race? It was a race that struggled to survive in the predicament of being completely annihilated by the divine bull of thunder and lightning. They rose again and again and were destroyed again and again. In the countless tides of human civilization, they had tempered their martial arts combat attainments. The god race and the so-called inferior races, who lived a superior life, had clearly not experienced the baptism of extermination for more than 10 billion years. In the eyes of Luo Shang and the others, the so-called martial arts miracle man was truly too unfashionable. Xiang Nan simply picked up his shoulder and said, If you guys are unwilling, then I won't be bothered to save him. Feng Zhan hurriedly said, Don't be angry. The brothers of the exiled race have no ill intentions. He then said to the exiles, These four are former humans. They are very knowledgeable in dealing with unexpected situations in the martial arts world. The exiled robust man sneered, What do you know? What do you know? And you will be annihilated by someone else? Haha. Xiang Nan narrowed his eyes and said, Am I provoking you? I'm trying to save your martial arts miracle with good intentions. Even if you don't appreciate it, there's no need to say such excessive words. The three-eyed man sneered, I told you that you can't save him. There's nothing even we can do about it. A fake race like you created by humans can be better than us exiles? At the very least, we are a race born naturally. Ha! Xiang Nan said, What if I can save him? The exiled man and Xiang Nanba stood up and said, If you can just him, I'll fucking kneel down. Apologize to your human race. What are you bragging about? All of your own clansmen are dead, and you're still pretending to be an expert here. Xiang Nan pointed at the strong man's nose and said, Remember your promise. Wait for me to kneel down and apologize. After saying that, Xiang Nan immediately supported Tian Wu's back with both hands, and a ray of sun qi immediately poured into it. Feng Zhan hurriedly asked, Little brother, what happened to him? Xiang Nan said unhappily, What's wrong? You've gone crazy. What else can you do? The god race, the human race, and other low-grade races didn't have any flaws in their innate talent. They were all from the divine spirit 5 meridians. This special perfection talent had never caused the word to appear before. They didn't even need to consume any pills. Just relying on the divine spirit's 5 meridians would allow them to rapidly increase their cultivation realm. But now, the so-called martial arts miracle had consumed the pills of the human race. Accidental enchantment is usually divided into 2 major categories. One is that there are mistakes in cultivation. The second was to disturb the refinement of medicinal pills. For example, in the process of absorbing medicinal pills, he had forcefully participated in the battle. Furthermore, he was injured. It would be strange if he did not go into a mess. However, the god race and the exiles had no idea what was going on. After sorting out the heavenly martial arts, Xianxia also took the opportunity to secretly peek at the cultivation situation of the exiled group. Their cultivation system was different from that of humans and gods, but more like that of demons. The ancient cultivation system of the human race was like seizing the good fortune of heaven and earth to temper one's body with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, so as to achieve the qualitative change of one's body and qi. This kind of cultivation mode required great wisdom. However, the cultivation methods of the demons were more inclined to absorb the essence of the sun and moon from the fairy tales. If a fox wanted to become a demon, it would usually take hundreds or thousands of years of so-called cultivation. The process was extremely slow. Later, the demons in the dream world yearned for the wisdom of humans and borrowed the cultivation methods of humans to improve. Among the demonic beasts, a portion of them had completely evolved into demonic beasts, and it was also in this process that they had evolved into demonic beasts. However, in God's domain, in this real world, the cultivation patterns of the exiled races were very similar to those of the ancient demon races. Their dantian hadn't undergone any obvious tempering. Therefore, the exiled experts that Xianxia saw now seemed to be young, but in fact they were all over 500 years old. However, because the spiritual energy in the real world was far higher than that in the first-level plane, and even far higher than that in the super-level plane, such a terrifying amount of spiritual energy allowed the exiled race to give birth to a batch of realm experts. This Tianwu was clearly an expert at the first level of spirit void. According to what Feng Zhan said, Tianwu was a martial arts genius. In other words, the first level of the spirit void was nothing in the exiled race. There should be a higher level of existence. Tianwu was only valued because of his high attainments in martial arts. Xianxia thought that his cultivation system was already very backward, but the cultivation system of the exiled race was inferior to his own. No wonder they risked their lives to come to the human settlement and steal the pills they had left behind. Why? Xianxia frowned. Is your belief cultivation system unable to be passed down to the exiled race? Hearing this, Feng Zhan was stunned. Then he shook his head and said, the belief cultivation system and the backward cultivation system of the human race are completely different. That requires changing the structure of the meridians and dantian from infancy. To be exact, every newborn god race infant needs at least a battle god level god to bless and open the external meridians of the infant. After that, this baby will be able to worship the statue. The benefits he will gain from cultivating will also be shared with the gods he worships through his external meridians. Of course, in the future, he can also use his external meridians to enjoy the benefits of worshippers. I see. No wonder. Xianxia nodded slightly. At this time, Tianwu Tieching's complexion gradually turned red. This brat forcefully fought. When he was injured, the medicinal power of the pill rampaged through his body. He couldn't control it at all. If it was a short while later, there was no hope for him to survive. Not bad, kid Xianxia. The serpent said, the medicinal pills this person consumes look like rank 10 saint ranks. If we can get a few of them, you guys will be able to jump to the spirit void realm in one fell swoop. Xianxia was at the late stage of the 10 great heavenly tribulations, and the remaining few were at the late stage of the 9 great heavenly tribulations, only half a step away from Ling Su. Not to mention rank 10, even a rank 9 pill could enter spirit void. It wasn't that Xianxia hadn't made any preparations. Before they came here, they had already prepared quite a number of tier 9 pills. However, for some unknown reason, the pills brought out from the dream world disappeared as soon as they arrived in the real world. On the contrary, the storage rings and weapons were still there. Yes, Xianxia thought, find an opportunity to get some rank 10 pills. At this time, Tianwu let out a long breath and lay on the ground trembling. However, he had regained his composure, and his entire body seemed to be much more energetic. This is simply a miracle. The exiled old physician raised his hands high and praised. It must be the great goddess of life, protecting you, my young child. The old doctor excitedly grabbed Xianxia's shoulder and said with absolute certainty, it must be like this. Feng Zhan's expression was strange as he said, don't say that. Xianxia clapped his hands and said to the exiled man, come, fulfill your promise. The exiles were all very happy, but the sturdy man's face was ashen, as if he had gone crazy. Seeing that he did not move, Feng Zhan asked curiously, promise is like an oath. How can you not keep your promise? Do you want to go against your own Tao heart? The sturdy man gritted his teeth and knelt in front of Xianxia ruthlessly, saying, I was wrong. I apologize to the human race. Xianxia nodded. Take it. The strong man glared fiercely at Xianxia, clearly saying, wait for me. At this time, Guanshao suddenly asked, do you have any more pills you found? We also want to look for them. Feng Zhan shook his head. Nothing. This is a third-grade city. There aren't many pills stored here. Moreover, a large number of pills were destroyed by our god race during the war. Only a few pills hidden in secret chambers were preserved, and all of them were taken away by the few of us. Guanshao said, can you give us a few? Feng Zhan shook his head with a smile and said, you guys cured Tianwu. That's our friend. However, precious pills are for real martial arts geniuses to consume. Please forgive me for speaking so bluntly. Guanshao said unconvincingly, do you think these guys are stronger than us in martial arts? Feng Zhan shook his head with a smile, but he didn't speak anymore. It was as if he was saying, why should he ask? Tianwu, that was the martial arts miracle of the exiled race. Xianxia said, you'd better give us a few pills. There's no need to give more. Just one for each person. You can guarantee that we will be promoted to the spirit void realm. Trust me. This will be very helpful to you. Feng Zhan said, it doesn't matter. There's no need to be afraid. Tianwu has already awakened. With him here, we are all safe. That Feng Zhan actually thought that Xianxia and the others were afraid, and he was very confident in Tianwu. At this moment, Tianwu also stood up. He gave Xianxia a grateful look and said, all right, I have already reached the second level of Spirit Void. Even if I meet that Knight Templar, I can still fight him. Thus, Xianxia thoughtfully looked at Feng Zhan and thought to himself, so, the captain of this so-called pioneer squad is probably at the first or second stage of the Void Spirit Realm? The serpent said, it should be. He is just an ordinary god messenger. He is not even at the war god realm. Xianxia was very disdainful of this. If these people knew that Xianxia had personally killed a temple battle god, they wouldn't know what their expressions would be. Feng Zhan said, this place won't be hidden for long. Back then, I was ordered by the goddess of life to come here to contact humans. Now, the protection array here has weakened a lot. Let's hurry up and leave. Everyone left the ground. Guanshao asked Xianxia if he should follow these people or look for new opportunities on his own. Xianxia pondered for a moment before planning to follow the trend. At the very least, these people knew where the human residential area was and which residential area contained the pills. It was too inefficient for him to search randomly. The group of 30-plus people secretly headed east. Feng Zhan said, when we reach the exile area, we will go to the Temple of Nature to gather temporarily. The masters from the various races will also meet. At that time, we will choose who is the stronger martial arts genius and focus on cultivating them. Before he could finish speaking, Xianxia's expression suddenly froze as he said, someone is coming. Everyone turned around at the same time. However, a strong light descended from the sky. Boom! The strong light landed fiercely on the ground. Within the light, a person with sharp ears and the symbol of the eye of lightning between his eyebrows walked out with a smile. The man held a spear in his hand and said, "You guys are fleeing very quickly." Feng Zhan was furious and said, "Impudent! Who gave you so much courage? You were just a small trainee knight. How dare you act wildly in front of this captain?" The envoy was so scared that he couldn't help but laugh out loud. "I really take myself seriously. Can the knights of the Temple of Nature call me knights? Our knowledge of the Thunder Temple has only given you some face, so we have only given you some seats in the Knights Templar. Otherwise, with your pitiful combat strength, how could you qualify to enter the Knights Templar? You guys are like, what do you mean? Back then, in the human army, those soldiers who specialized in singing and dancing, ha 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 ha." After being humiliated in public, Feng Zhan was instantly enraged and rushed towards the divine envoy. The divine envoy summoned the power of faith and immediately fought with Feng Zhan. Watching the battle between the two of them, Xianxia whispered, "Although that trainee knight's words were very excessive, I can roughly tell that the people of the Divine Hall of Nature are indeed not good at fighting." Blue Spirit nodded and said, "I can clearly feel that Feng Zhan's realm should be higher than that of a trainee knight. That trainee knight might only be at the first level of Spirit Void." As the leader of the Vanguard Squad, Feng Zhan of the second level of Spirit Void is inextricably linked to a trainee knight of the first level of Spirit Void. Tisk. Luo Shang shook his head and said in a deep voice, "We can't simply look at the difference in strength between the two sides. First of all, Feng Zhan has already lost his faith power. He can't borrow any war god level faith power. The Temple of Nature had been eliminated by the entire god race, and it no longer enjoyed the power of faith. Could not be worshipped or borrowed. As for the statues of all the gods in the Temple of Nature, they had also been destroyed together. This meant that they were similarly unable to enjoy the worship of others. Perhaps that realm would forever remain where it was, unable to continue forward." Xianxia had thought that since the Nature Temple had already been kicked out of the divine realm, why couldn't they let these outsiders worship him? However, after hearing Feng Zhan's explanation, he realized that worshippers had to receive blessings in their infancy. However, the exiles did not have so-called external meridians. The gods that they came to worship the Nature Temple were useless and could not provide any substantial help. Just like the radiant god religion in the dream world, countless believers worshipped the pseudo-god. However, the pseudo-god still had to absorb pure Tao heart in order to improve his cultivation. At this moment, the battle between Feng Zhan and the trainee knight had already reached its climax. The battle scale of the Spirit Void realm naturally exceeded the normal speed of light easily. The real world itself was a hypervelocity space, and the speed it could carry was almost limitless. Theoretically speaking, the speed of light fluctuated tremendously here. It could be at least 600,000 miles per second, while the highest was endless. Fortunately, Xianxia and the others were only half a step away from the Spirit Void realm, so they were able to clearly see the battle scene. Feng Zhan and the trainee knight used the same cultivation technique. They both used lightning to fight. However, Wind Spreading's lightning was obviously not as pure as the trainee knight's lightning. The power of Wind Spreading's lightning was green, and most of its attributes were vitality, while its lethality was greatly lacking. On the other hand, the trainee knight's lightning did not possess any life force characteristics at all. All of its attributes were loyal to destruction. The difference in basic attributes brought about a very serious battle result. That Feng Zhan had an advantage of a small realm. Although he did not lose, he was still stunned that he could not defeat the trainee knight. Luo Shang said thoughtfully, "No wonder the god race said that it was easy to eliminate the nature shrine. It seems that there is a reason. The Temple of Nature is dedicated to maintaining order. Their strength is reflected in all aspects other than fighting." The exiled race's expert snorted coldly. "The balance of life and the solidity of the world all depend on the selfless dedication of the Nature Temple over the years. If it weren't for the fact that the Nature Divine Palace had painstakingly constructed this world over the countless years, it would have been able to destroy this world several times with just 2 Spirit Void Realm experts fighting. Xianxia nodded, deeply convinced. The world is indeed incredibly strong, and there is an interesting phenomenon to discover. When the two spiritual void realm experts fought, the lightning explosions would normally be absorbed by the entire world within a short period of time. As a result, the damage caused by the battle could not affect the world framework itself. If a battle of this level were to occur in Dreamscape, there would probably already be a small galaxy destroyed. However, looking at the battlefield in front of him, the result of the battle between the two experts was that they had only smashed craters that were less than 1,000 meters in diameter into the ground. The most miraculous thing was that these craters were still slowly repairing themselves. Boom! Finally, after a large-scale explosion, the Wind Show and the Trainee Knight were both blown up. After landing on the ground, the two of them immediately stood firm and suffered injuries at the same time. This gap is too big. Lan Ling couldn't help but frown. If you give me a small realm higher than the enemy, then the result will definitely be a crushing without any suspense. What are you boasting about? The exiled expert beside him said with disdain. Knights Templar, do you think that's just an ordinary divine envoy? Every envoy who can enter the Knights Templar is a top-notch expert who has been trained in battle techniques since childhood. They have a clear and cruel classification, specific differentiation. Horrible. After hearing what this person said, Xianxia and the others had a certain understanding of the Knights Templar, an organization that referred to the entire God realm and even the entire real world. Not every divine envoy of the God race could enter the Knights Templar. Normally speaking, there were two ways to enter the Knights Templar. One was to be specially trained since childhood, and the other was to be untrained when they were young, but after they reached adulthood, they displayed extraordinary combat abilities and were accepted into the Knights Templar. Regardless of which type, if one wanted to become a trainee knight, they had to comply with a certain rule. He had to do 1 versus 5. The Knights Templar had a clear grade. From the lowest to the highest, they were trainee knights, knights, steel knights, silver knights, golden knights, and the highest purple gold knights. Within the same realm, a divine envoy had to be able to defeat 5 ordinary divine envoys in order to become a trainee knight. Only when this divine envoy was able to play 10 against 1 would he be able to become a genuine knight army. A dozen to 20 was the Iron Knights. Starting with the Iron Knights, the difficulty of advancing increased. A dozen 50 silver knights, a dozen 100 golden knights, and a dozen 200 purple and gold knights. In this system, it was indeed not easy for the God race with the same talent to fight 5 against 1. This was the level of a knight, and it was not shared with the God race's God rank. Knights represented individual abilities, while God-ranked divisions represented individual realms. This level of knight was not related to merit. In other words, ordinary divine envoys could have the highest level of purple gold knights, and ordinary apprentice knights could also appear among the high-ranking temple battle gods. A battle achievement could increase one's divine rank. If one's personal strength increased, one would be able to raise the level of a using the dream world. One way to compare the Chinese world was that the Knights Templars were special forces. However, due to the particularity of the Temple of Nature, the Knights Templar had opened the back door to the Templar of Nature, allowing the god race of the Templar of Nature to easily enter the Order of Nature without having to undergo a rigorous examination. Then the question arises. Xianxia asked the question in his heart. Why did some of the divine envoys only believe in the god race that was a level higher than him? However, some of them were able to leap to the next level. All the pseudo-gods he had seen were god envoys. Apart from the Star Lord, not even a war god existed. However, some pseudo-gods could only believe in war gods, while others could believe in higher-level temple war gods. The exiled race expert gave an answer that left Xianxia speechless. This level of worship originated from inheritance. To put it bluntly, if your father is a temple battle god, you can worship the temple battle god. Otherwise, you can only worship a first-grade battle god. Xianxia said. In other words, Starleaf and Startrace should be temple battle gods in his father's generation, but none of the other divine envoys. According to the combat ability of the trainee knight, Starleaf and Startrace should belong to the Iron Knights, while the other pseudo-gods were ordinary knights. Normal knights could fight 10, steel knights could fight 20. It turned out that in the god race they had to fight for their backgrounds as well. Judging from the ranking of the knights, they could also find a shadow from the envoy of glory god cult. The pseudo-god should have directly used the titles of steel, silver, and gold on glory god cult. In the dream world, there was no clear hierarchy between the strength of an individual's combat ability, because everyone's state was changing. If you feel better, you'll be stronger. If you feel worse, you might not be able to perform as well. But if you forcefully apply the knight's ranking, Xianxia couldn't help but glance at Luo Shang and Lan Ling. The level of the Knights Templar was probably not enough. Even the highest level of the Violet Gold Knights were not enough to express the abilities of these two monsters. If there were higher ranks above the Purple Gold Knights, then the Blue Spirit should belong to the legendary rank. As for Luo Shang, he was directly at the epic level. Xianxia thought about himself. If he hadn't been forced into a corner, he should be between legend rank and epic rank. If he had no choice but to fight back and shoulder heavy responsibilities, he would be able to play beyond his abilities and even surpass the epic realm. Blue Spirit smiled disdainfully and said, "This kind of classification of knights is simply a joke. The level of a martial artist fluctuates greatly. How can it be measured by a single title?" Xianxia agreed with this point very much. When Luo Shang fought 6 false gods at the last moment, it was a display of his limits. It was not a battle at all, but a wonderful performance. While Xianxia and the others were chatting, the exiles hadn't realized how terrifying these 4 surviving humans were. Everyone was extremely nervous as they watched Feng Zhan and the trainee knights' shocking duel. However, these 4 people were able to talk and laugh happily, and they didn't put such a level of battle in their eyes at all. At this moment, both Feng Zhan and the trainee knight couldn't hold on any longer. Both of them were so tired that they were panting like cattle, panting heavily, and their injuries were about the same. "Sure." The trainee knight sneered and gasped for breath. You are a broken god of the temple of nature, yet you can actually fight equally with an authentic trainee knight like me. It seems like you guys aren't completely useless." Lan Ling curled her lips in disdain and said, "Win Shou's combat skill is enough to fight one at a time. He has completely gained the advantage of the realm. Naturally, it was impossible for a divine envoy of the divine hall of nature to defeat a divine envoy of the divine hall of thunder in the same realm." However, Xianxia used his true qi to seal this sentence in time and didn't let that voice come out. If Feng Zhan heard this, he would still vomit blood in anger. But at the same time, Xianxia was deeply worried. Was it really the right decision to follow the nature shrine? They are too weak. At this moment, new problems appeared. Another bright light came from afar and landed heavily beside the trainee knight. When the trainee knight saw this person, he immediately became respectful and hurriedly said, "Sir Knight." Xianxia and the others exchanged glances. Upon seeing this person's temperament, it was very different from that of the trainee knight. This person's expression was cold and aloof, but his martial temperament was even deeper. He should be a genuine knight. Feng Zhan's expression also changed. He hurriedly shouted, "You guys run. I'll stall him." However, none of the exiles had escaped because of their extraordinary righteousness. Feng Zhan became anxious and said, "This is a Spirit Void level 1 Steel Knight. Let's go, let's go." Steel. All of the exiled race experts gasped. Originally, he thought that he was a true knight, but in the end, he was a higher-level Steel Knight. At this moment, the Steel Knight said with a cold face, "Feng Zhan, why bother? Isn't it better to hide like a mouse and survive? Why are you still coming back? You and I were Vanguard Knights back then. How many kilograms do you have? I understand too well." "Lei Xiao," Feng Zhan roared angrily. "For the sake of my colleague, take my head and let the exiles go." The Iron Knight named Lei Xiao expressionlessly shook his head and said, "Knights Templar, there is no mercy. You know this best. Today, none of you will be able to leave." With that, Lei Xiao immediately rushed towards Feng Zhan. With a wave of his right hand, the tyrannical lightning gathered into a giant sword. Feng Zhan knew that he had no chance of winning, but he could only bravely rush forward to receive the attack. Captain Fengzhan, hurry up and leave. We can die, but you can't. You still need to lead the geniuses of the exiled race to raise their realms. More than 30 exiled race experts immediately appeared on the stage. What surprised Xianxia was that these exiled warriors' combat abilities were even better than Fengzhan's. If not for their cultivation realm, their average strength was equivalent to that of an ordinary divine envoy of the Thunder Temple. It just so happened that all of them were at the first level of Spirit Void, and the Steel Knight Lei Xiao was also at the first level of Spirit Void. However, after this chaotic battle, the exiles were no match for Lei Xiao. The Iron Knights could play 20 against 1, but this was only the entry level. 1 dozen 20, 1 dozen 49, all of them were Steel Knights. As long as they could not cross the threshold of 50, they could not be counted as silver. It was obvious that Lei Xiao was definitely not an entry-level steel rank. He was very strong. Soon, the experts of the exiled races were unable to hold on any longer. Lei Xiao fought against more than 30 experts alone, and after seeing the right time, he slashed down 2 exiled race men with a huge lightning sword. Heh! Lei Xiao shook his head coldly. You, not even the god race, dare to challenge the gods of the Grand Knights. You are simply overestimating yourself. Xianxia came to Fengzhan's side and said, Give me 1 pill. We can help you solve this battle. However, Fengzhan shook his head and said, Little brother, you really can't. Every pill is a hope, and it must be absorbed by a martial Dao genius. Only the last 3 of our pills are left. I must defend them to the death. Wait until you find the right opportunity to escape with the exiles. I'll leave the pills to you. Promise me that you won't swallow them. This is my last trust in humans. Xianxia helplessly took Fengzhan's pill bottle, feeling conflicted in his heart. Knowing that he had forcefully taken the pill, Fengzhan had no choice. However, if he did this, what was the essential difference between him and the people from the Thunder Divine Hall? Wasn't he a slave whose eyes were blinded by power? What? They're humans. Suddenly, the Iron Knight looked at Xianxia. He was shocked. There are still for humans alive? This was indeed the case. Based on their appearances alone, they could see through the identities of Xianxia and the others. How dare you? The Steel Knight immediately abandoned the exiled race and charged towards Xianxia. Blue Spirit tried to release a flying sword, but it was easily bounced away by the Steel Knight. No, the gap is too big. Blue Spirit frowned. Heavenly tribulation and spiritual void are not at the same level. From heavenly tribulation to spirit void was an absolute qualitative change. Even the 9th level of heavenly tribulation was completely unable to contend against the 1st level of spirit void. Let me do it. Seeing that the Steel Knight was about to arrive, he heard a loud shout. The so-called martial miracle of Tianwu, who had been circulating his cultivation and combing his aura, finally took action. He flew out from Xianxia's side and clashed with the Steel Knight. However, hearing a loud explosion of thunder, both Tianwu and Lei Xiao were knocked out by each other. The moment Tianwu landed on the ground, he immediately circulated his divine power and turned into a beam of light. He quickly charged at Lei Xiao twice. The exiles cheered. Our martial arts genius has finally attacked. Everyone's eyes lit up with hope. The 2 sides clashed again, and it was Tianwu who had the upper hand. The heavenly martial technique's combat ability was not bad, especially when it had just advanced to the 2nd level of Spirit Void. It had a great advantage in terms of realm. Lei Xiao was actually unable to defeat him. The 2 of them were engaged in a fierce battle, lightning flashing everywhere, interacting with each other. Lei Xiao kicked Tianwu on the chest with his lightning foot, while Tianwu slapped Lei Xiao on the chest with his 2 backhand palms. The 2 of them vomited blood at the same time and flew away. As Tianwu flew backwards, he threw out a spear of light and grabbed the spear with his hand. He circled around half a circle and charged towards Lei Xiao again. War God Spear! Lei Xiao roared angrily, and the phantom of a war god appeared in the sky. A battle god spear whirled into his hand. Wrath of Exile! Tianwu had actually transformed. This fellow's height suddenly doubled. reaching a height of 5 meters. The muscles on his body bulged out, seemingly endlessly powerful. The exiles cheered excitedly. "It's the wrath of exile. We're sure to win. Damn it." Lei Zhao's expression changed as he said, "He is actually an exiled royal family. Only royal family members possess such a transformation ability in the wrath of exile." Rumble. The battle god's spear collided with Tianwu. Lei Zhao slammed his spear shaft onto Tianwu's shoulder, and Tianwu took the opportunity to condense his divine power and grab Lei Zhao when he fell down. This claw left 5 deep bloody marks on Lei Zhao's chest. At the same time, the third arm on his back actually grabbed Lei Zhao's ankle. Tianwu dragged Lei Zhao down together, and the two of them were still clashed in the fall. With a boom, the two of them landed on the ground at the same time, causing the ground to jump violently. Within the huge crater, light shone everywhere, and the two experts fought against each other in the darkness of the sky. "Hide inside." Feng Zhan quickly condensed a huge lightning shield to protect everyone. "Take the pill bottle and leave." Feng Zhan forcefully pushed Xianxia. "I will find the right time to send you out." The exiles said in unison, "Never run away. Swear to die and fight alongside Captain Feng Zhan." Feng Zhan's eyes turned red with anxiety. Rumble. Another violent explosion. The intense battle lasted for 2 minutes before finally stopping amidst Feng Zhan's anxious shouts. Everyone looked towards the explosive circle. However, he saw a burly figure limping out. Tianwu. Feng Zhan was overjoyed. "It's Tianwu. He won. He defeated the Steel Knight." The exiles wept with joy as they hugged each other and shouted, "The royal family in exile is invincible under the heavens." Feng Zhan's eyes brimmed with tears of excitement. "Sure enough, I didn't find the wrong person. Tianwu is an expert worthy of our sacrifice." Sure enough, Tianwu was covered in injuries. Gritting his teeth, he gradually walked out of the thick smoke. He twisted his thick neck and said, "Win!" As soon as these 2 words were spoken, another round of cheers and cheers greeted them. The apprentice knight was extremely frightened and said in horror, "How could a grand Steel Knight actually lose to an outsider?" After saying that, this person actually turned around and ran away, transforming into a bolt of lightning that flew into the distance. "Where are you running?" Tianwu shook his body and chased after the trainee knight. However, just as he flew out, he suddenly fell from the sky and landed on the ground with a loud boom. Everyone hurriedly flew over to support him. Feng Zhan hurriedly said, "There's no need to chase after him. There was such a big commotion just now. There must have been a leak. Let's hurry up and escape. Perhaps there's still hope. Don't blame yourself. You have already proven yourself. You defeated a lofty Steel Knight. This is very impressive." Everyone hurriedly clasped their hands together and turned into a beam of light as they flew into the distance. However, less than a minute later, a bright light suddenly shone from afar. Boom! A bolt of lightning came from the horizon and caught up with everyone at an extremely fast speed. On the other hand, Feng Zhan's heart was completely cold. Another Spirit Void Level 1 Steel Knight. The Steel Knight was still holding the trainee knight who had just escaped in his hand. Shit! Feng Zhan's face was pale. He glanced at Tianwu. Tianwu had also entered a weak state. It was simply not enough to sustain the next high-intensity battle. "Everyone, get out of the way, whoosh whoosh. I'll do it." Tianwu pushed Feng Zhan away and said, I can still fight." The Steel Knight did not look over. He held the trainee knight and said, "Were you running away just now?" The trainee knight's face had long since turned pale from fear, and his entire body was trembling, unable to even speak. The Iron Knight snorted coldly and said, "The Knights Templars don't need people who fear death. Honor is more important than our lives." With that, the Steel Knight's right hand condensed lightning and smashed the trainee knight's head with a punch. Now, the Iron Knight turned to face Xianxia and said, "It's time to pay the price." Tianwu roared, and then he began to transform into an exiled rage, rushing towards the new Steel Knight. This person's fighting spirit was strong enough. He clearly couldn't even hold on to his flight just now. Now that he had discovered a new enemy, he had unexpectedly unleashed his potential. He didn't know where he got the strength to fight the Steel Knights again. However, it was clear that his condition was not enough to usher in a second victory. He was barely able to cope with it and had no room to retaliate. At this moment, Feng Zhan's face was ashen as he said, "I can't escape. No matter what, I can't escape this time. Give us a pill," Xianxia said. "Anyway, if all of us die, the pill will be snatched away by the god race." Feng Zhan was already in despair, as if he didn't understand Xianxia's words at all. He just muttered to himself absent-mindedly, "I can't escape. The Tianwu that was discovered with great difficulty is actually about to perish before he can carry it up." Xianxia said, "If you don't deny it, I'll take it as your agreement." After saying that, Xianxia took out a pill and threw it to Luosheng. He said, "Tianwu probably won't last long. You eat it first. Lan Lingguan Xiao and I will buy you more time." Luosheng didn't waste any words. He took the pill and swallowed it in one mouthful, then used it cross-legged. The exiles refused and rushed forward like crazy. "You bandits! We fought to the death to obtain this pill." Guan Shao suddenly turned around and revealed a strange smile towards the exiled race that rushed over. A single smile and a single gaze frightened all the exiles to the point that their bodies turned ice cold, and they were all stunned on the spot. Guan Zhao's gaze was different from those cruel fanatics who had killed countless people. Her temperament was not cultivated in battle, but through countless merciless abuses and trampling on other people's lives. This kind of gaze wasn't cold, but it could make people's hearts go cold. It was as if you were tied to a pillar and unable to move, and she walked towards you with a sharp knife and smiled, cutting the meat from your body one knife at a time. She had never been in awe of life. She was the greatest blasphemer of the goddess of life in this world. Sure enough, Tianwu could not hold on any longer. He only lasted for 3 minutes before he was defeated and struck back by the Steel Knight's sword. Tianwu still wanted to fight, but he couldn't stand up anyway. He shook his body twice and fell again with a loud thud. The Iron Knight's cold gaze was first directed at Xianxia, then shifted to Luosheng, who was absorbing the pills. "Human." The Iron Knight licked his lips. "We went to great lengths to find a human in the River of Time, but we didn't expect to see 4 of them here at once. If I can bring you all back, this battle contribution will be boundless." Xianxia and Lan Lingguan Xiao exchanged glances and said, "Buy time for Luosheng. Go!" The 3 of them quickly transformed into 3 shadows and charged towards the Steel Knight, just as they had agreed. The 3 of them all had Sun Qi, but there was a slight difference. Guan Zhao's Sun Qi did not come from the light substance, but from the darkness substance on both sides. When the Steel Knight saw this, he was shocked and said, "What kind of power is this?" The 3 of them were entangled with the Steel Knights, but they were no match for each other. Apart from Xianxia, who was at the 10th level of the Heavenly Tribulation, who could barely withstand a single move from the Steel Knight, Lan Ling and Guan Shao were unable to even withstand a single move. Even so, after Xianxia took the move, he suffered heavy injuries. However, what was shocking was that the 3 of them had been entangled with the Steel Knight for a full 20 minutes by relying on their mystical combat skills when their realms were completely crushed by the other party. In Feng Zhan's eyes, this was simply impossible. Feng Zhan's eyes widened. He didn't even understand the battle techniques of the 3 of them, and battle consciousness. The difference was simply too great. Just as Feng Zhan shocked the heavens, an even more terrifying scene occurred. Countless bolts of lightning appeared in the sky. Rumble, 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 rumble. Finished. Feng Zhan tilted his head back and his pupils contracted. The Templars. The vanguard is coming. Amidst the rumbling explosions, the Steel Knights descended from the sky one by one. There were more than 300 of them. These people were all Steel Knights. Its level and quantity were frighteningly high. Judging from their shocked reactions when they saw Xianxia and the rest of the human race, it was clear that they did not know that there were humans here. They were probably just here to catch Feng Zhan. If he knew that there were still 4 humans here, he would probably not be 300 Steel Knights, but 300 temple battle gods. Feng Zhan sat on the ground, not even in the mood to speak. He was just dumbfounded. The 300 first-level spirit void iron knights each hugged their shoulders and floated into the air, watching the battle faintly. They were like a group of cats that had already surrounded rats and were playing. For humans, it's really unimaginable. A steel knight smiled playfully. If I bring this back, it would be a great achievement. Another steel knight said, puffed, if I had known earlier, I would have found it myself, so that I wouldn't have to share the battle merits with you. Lucky enough. A steel knight beside him said, the 4 humans have brought great merits to the battle. Even if 300 people share the merits together, the benefits for each of them will be immense. It must be known that our Thunder Divine Palace has dispatched 100,000 divine envoys to capture a lone human. Xianxia and the others were still pestering the Iron Knight. Seeing the 300 knights arrive, they knew that it was meaningless to continue pestering them. Luo Sheng, how's it going? Xianxia turned around and asked. At this moment, Luo Sheng suddenly opened his eyes. He shook his hand and released a pure medicinal power. Immediately after, there was a bright light. You advanced. Oh? There's actually a human here who has advanced to the spirit void realm. The 300 steel knights looked sideways. The entire sky was filled with multicolored light, like hundreds of rainbows interweaving together. Luo Sheng slowly stood up with his saber in hand. He nodded and said, almost done. Although he automatically gave up a portion of the medicine, he barely reached the early stage of the first stage of the spirit void realm. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. That's easy. From the looks of it, that medicinal pill should be able to raise Luo Sheng to the first level of spirit void, the middle and early stages, but in order to participate in the battle as soon as possible, he gave up. What's so easy? Among the 300 people, a steel knight chuckled and said, Spirit Void Level 1 is easy to deal with? Xianxia and the others quickly retreated from the battlefield. The 3 of them, the steel battle god who had been tangling with him, also shook their shoulders and said, Run? Can you run away? After saying that, this person refused to let go of Xianxia and the others and rushed towards them. Xianxia said, Luo Sheng, do it. Before he could finish speaking, a black shadow suddenly flashed across the sky. The steel battle god was stunned for a moment before realizing that Luo Sheng was already standing in front of him. You! The steel battle god was shocked and hurriedly stabbed at Luo Sheng with his battle god spear. Luo Sheng pushed the war god's spear with his left hand and slashed with his right. The blade scratched the shaft of the spear and cut off the head of the steel knight with a whoosh. It was so easy. The steel knights of the first level of Spirit Void had fought against the heavenly martial artist, who was known as a martial miracle, and they were filled with colors that shook the heavens and the earth. But Luo Sheng's side was just a matter of a knife. This situation was too sudden, so much so that the deathly gray wind expansion and the 300 steel knights were completely unable to react. Luo Sheng turned his head to look at Xianxia and said with a gloomy face, There are 300 more. Give me an explanation. Xianxia waved his right hand and said, Kill them all. Simple and powerful. Kill them all, exclaimed the exiled tribesman. What did you say? Kill them all. Feng Zhan came back to his senses and said in a daze. However, Luo Sheng had already turned around and carried a long saber made of martial god armor towards the 300 steel knights. Each of the 300 knights' expressions changed strangely. One of them said, This person is probably crazy. He thinks that he can hit us just because he succeeded in a sneak attack? Haha. Zhui Feng. Teach him a lesson. Remember, keeping someone alive is more valuable. A steel knight smiled and floated towards Luo Sheng, saying, You! The black edge flashed. Luo Sheng expressionlessly brushed past the steel knight. Huh? Zhui Feng, what are you doing? Do it! The knights frowned in dissatisfaction. But in the next moment, all the steel knights were stunned. A red line of blood appeared on the back of the steel knight's head. Following that, his head was slowly staggered, and the upper half of his head was translated down, falling to the ground along with his body. Not good. This person has a problem. Let's go together. Even if the Steel Knights underestimated their enemies, they wouldn't be stupid. They could still understand the situation. 300 Steel Knights rushed forward, transforming into hundreds of bolts of lightning, chasing after Luo Shang one after another. Luo Shang bent down slightly and took a horse step in midair. He placed the saber horizontally on his waist. His left hand held the saber hilt and his right hand held the saber hilt. He performed a hand-drawing stance. Blue Spirit smiled. It's time for the god race to experience their true combat skills. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Shang suddenly turned into a black afterimage and disappeared. At the same time, hundreds of bolts of lightning exploded from where Luo Shang was. In an instant, thunder and lightning wreaked havoc on the scene, dazzling. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The exiled race and Feng Zhan didn't know what that whoosh sound represented, but their mouths were wide open in shock. 7 seconds. 7 seconds later, Luo Shang stepped into the void and walked back expressionlessly. Behind him, there were broken limbs. The 300 Steel Knights were mercilessly sliced to death, and their shattered corpses fell from the sky with slashes that were as smooth as mirrors. Luo Shang nodded to Xianxia and said in a deep voice, "I'm not familiar with a completely new realm. Otherwise, 3 seconds would be enough." Xianxia smiled and said, "Continue to work hard." Looking at Feng Zhan, the exiles were all petrified, motionless, without even breathing. Blue Spirit shrugged his shoulders and said, "The so-called god race isn't that good. What kind of Knights Templar do you think they are? Boring, too boring." After Luo Shang and the others also possessed the Divine Spirit 5 meridians, what they were competing against in the same realm was their battle consciousness. The wars the god race had experienced could be called destructive wars. There weren't many of them in total, and they were far from being comparable to the humans in Dreamscape. Not to mention that Luo Shang was still a human in the dream world, and he was still an existence that killed everyone in all directions. Luo Shang looked at Xianxia and said, "You have broken your promise." "What do you mean?" Xianxia said. Luo Shang said expressionlessly, "There are no experts here." Xianxia burst into laughter and said, But there are still quite a few high-realm god races. Perhaps there are real battle masters inside." Luo Shang nodded slightly. "I trust you." Xianxia floated back and helped Feng Zhan up, saying, "Captain Feng Zhan, can you hold on?" "Hold on what?" Feng Zhan's eyes were dull as he said, "What can you hold on to?" Xianxia said, "I'm asking you if your body can hold on. I'm afraid we'll have to continue on our journey." Only then did Feng Zhan react. He grabbed Xianxia's arms and said, "Then that Luo Shang, he's your friend, isn't he? Can you give him to me? Please give him to me. Our nature temple needs him. Make the conditions. As long as we have them, we'll give them all to you." Xianxia smiled and said, "We want pills." Feng Zhan said resolutely, Give as much as you can. As long as Luo Shang can help us." "Deal." Xianxia snapped his fingers. Unexpectedly, Feng Zhan suddenly looked up to the sky and cried bitterly. He raised his hands high and said, "My great goddess of life, you will welcome freedom. We will definitely be able to save you. We have welcomed the Savior. He is a human, a child personally created by you." Everyone immediately set out. The exiled race no longer spoke, and no one dared to vent their anger in front of Luo Shang. Even if Xianxia wanted to talk to Luo Shang, he was carefully pushed away by Feng Zhan, claiming that Luo Shang was the only savior, so he must not disturb Luo Shang's mood. Xianxia was at a loss for words. Xianxia wanted to obtain the other 2 pills, but Feng Zhan firmly refused, saying that he wanted to leave them all to Luo Shang. Xianxia Haoxing persuaded, "Give us something that can also help the nature shrine. All of us need to raise our cultivation bases. Luo Shang alone is too reckless to fight against the entire Thunder Shrine." Feng Zhan shook his head forcefully. "No, Luo Shang is the most important. Aren't you going to say anything?" Lan Ling pushed Luo Shang's arm. Luo Shang didn't like to talk. He didn't care about what happened to others at all. In his eyes, only powerful enemies and experts could arouse his interest. However, when he heard Lan Ling's words, he said to Feng Zhan, "Give Xiang Nan and the others the pills." "No, this why?" Feng Zhan was anxious. Luo Sheng pointed at Xiang Nan and said, "He defeated me." Feng Zhan was petrified again. He struggled to twist his neck and looked at Xiang Nan. "Really?" "Yes," Xiang Nan said. Feng Zhan heaved a long sigh of relief and said, "Our nature shrine has hope of turning over. You guys must be the protectors sent by the heavens." Xiang Nan originally planned to let Lan Ling and Guan Shao eat the remaining 2 saint-ranked pills. But Guan Shao refused. She thought that Xiang Nan's pills were more valuable. Xiang Nan did not shy away, one for himself and one for the blue spirit. Along the way, both of them advanced and stepped into the spirit void realm. 3 days later, a group of people arrived at the gathering place of the exiled race. Feng Zhan didn't care about the exiles at all. He only had these 4 precious humans in his eyes. However, because the previous battle had exposed their whereabouts, the exiles were no longer safe here. Feng Zhan immediately suggested that the clan be relocated to the temporary location of the nature shrine. The reason for that was because the divine envoys of the various divine nature temples had already gone to other races to search for martial arts experts. Another period of time was the Day of Great Convergence. At that time, he would have to select some of the most talented martial artists from the other races and use them as training targets to fight against the Knights Templar. Feng Zhan was very confident. He believed that once he revealed the 4 humans, they would be shocked. He couldn't wait to see what kind of exciting expressions would appear on the faces of the other divine temple divine messengers, war gods, and temple war gods. Xiang Nan also warned Luo Shang and the others not to let down their guard. It was impossible for them to be so lucky every time. They happened to meet a god representative of the same realm. In the future, it was more likely that they would have to face cross-border battles. No matter how weak the god race might be, the superiority of their realm couldn't be ignored. Ever since the god race annihilated the human race, they had obtained countless Dao hearts, and their god race's overall realm had greatly increased. Apart from the god race, the other races in the real world were all facing the danger of being destroyed by the god race. The various outsiders used different methods to escape the god race's pursuit. This wind exhibition brought the entire exiled race back to the temporary palace of the Divine Nature Temple. Fortunately, the exiled race didn't have a large number of people, so they were able to occupy a small portion of the exiled race. "This is it." Feng Zhan brought Xiang Nan and the exiles and landed on a distant plain. Xiang Nan raised his eyes to look around and discovered that there was nothing else nearby other than all sorts of strange plants and the occasional behemoths that swept across the sky. "Where is the palace?" However, Feng Zhan's right hand formed a circle and used divine power to whistle inaudibly. Later, the air in front of them was slowly pulled to both sides like a waterfall. Feng Zhan said, "After entering, it will be the temporary palace of our divine nature palace. Everyone, be prepared. Perhaps when you first enter, you will feel slightly uncomfortable." Xiang Nan and the others followed Feng Zhan into it, and immediately felt dizzy, disgusted, and wanted to vomit. This feeling was incomparably intense, and even someone with 6 divine talents like Xiang Nan's face was pale. Apart from Xiang Nan and the others who could barely hold on, almost all of the exiled clansmen lay on the ground and vomited. Feng Zhan briefly explained the reason, which made Xiang Nan admire the nature shrine even more. The reason why matter could be seen and touched was because it was within the acceptable seismic frequency range of humans, god race, and outsiders. The Divine Nature Palace was an existence in charge of order within the god race. They possessed incomparably powerful natural power. Their palaces were located in units of time per second, vibrating at 33 times the standard speed of light. The frequency of this vibration far exceeded the range of perception of humans and the god race. Like infrasound and ultrasound, they exist in the world, but ordinary human ears cannot hear them. Unless the god race pursuers knew the approximate value of the 33 times the speed of light and produced the same vibration frequency, it would be very difficult for them to discover the nature palace. Although this concealment method was extremely exquisite, There was also a more troublesome part. Once Xiang Nan and the others entered, they would be forcefully brought into this amplitude by the palace, producing a resonance. Therefore, the first-level spirit void martial artists would feel dizzy and disgusted, while the late heavenly tribulation martial artists would be even more serious, and they would even experience shock and fainting. Apart from more than 10% of the exiled martial artists who were above the spirit void realm, the rest of the martial artists were unconscious. Feng Zhan immediately sent over 100,000 coffins and put all the unconscious heavenly tribulation realm exiles into them. Xiang Nan and the others endured the disgusting feeling and followed Feng Zhan to see where the coffin was going. Feng Zhan explained everything to everyone along the way. They finally arrived at a strange forest of light. Thousands of coffins hung from every shining tree in the forest. At a glance, it was densely packed to the point where no boundaries could be seen. Feng Zhan explained. At this stage, the god race was too powerful. They were frantically invading and slaughtering outsiders other than the god race. During this critical period, the Divine Nature Temple made a major decision. It was to force weak martial artists and ordinary outsiders into a deep slumber. Only after this war was won would the sleeping person be awakened again. One was to prevent these people from being slaughtered by the god race outside. Secondly, these people were indeed unable to withstand the 33 times normal speed of light, so they had to hide in a special coffin to protect their bodies and minds. Xiang Nan looked at the coffins that were still being transported in from all directions and said thoughtfully, "In other words, only a small portion of us are awake in the entire world now. If we fail to resist the god race, then these people will not even have a chance to wake up and will be killed by the god race in their sleep." After saying that the atmosphere was very heavy, Feng Zhan sighed and nodded. "Yes, but this is also a helpless move." For a moment, everyone felt the heavy burden on their shoulders. "Looks like this place isn't much better than our world," Blue Spirit said. "This god race is really a piece of shit." Both the real world and the dream world were being suppressed by the god race. In Feng Zhan's words, the Thunder Shrine was a group of extreme fellows. They did not allow races other than the god race to survive in the world, and they believed that every breath of air these people took was a blasphemy against the gods. All right, everyone is more optimistic. Follow me to Central Mountain." Feng Zhan encouraged everyone to cheer up and took the lead in flying out. Xiang Nan analyzed his current situation. At present, the four of them didn't have to face the problem of talent fusion before advancing to the 5th level of Spirit Void. Therefore, they had to focus on advancing their cultivation during this period of time. Only after reaching the 5th level of Spirit Void would one have to go through the fusion of talent to advance to a new realm. As for the issue of talent fusion, Xiang Nan also sought advice from Feng Zhan and learned about the general conditions. In the god race, those below the 6th level of the Spirit Void were collectively referred to as divine envoys, while those below the 6th level of the heavenly tribulation were referred to as divinities for a reason. This was because every time one's innate talent merged, one had to be bestowed with something called Godhead. Only after possessing the 1st level of Godhead would one be able to perform the first innate fusion, and so on. What was even more troublesome was that the birth and acquisition of Godhead was extremely difficult. The birth of Godhead was a bit like the process of giving birth to an ordinary human. That required the war god and the god race above the war god realm to cultivate in pairs. Normally speaking, it would take a couple of temple war gods and war gods 100,000 years to nurture a wargod level godhead through dual cultivation. If they continued to nurture a wargod level godhead and nurture it for 1,000,000 years, they would be able to evolve this wargod level godhead into a temple wargod level godhead. However, if they were a pair of wargod level men and women, they would only be able to nurture a wargod godhead at most. Even if they were given another 1,000,000 years, the godhead they nurtured would not be able to upgrade to the temple war god level. This was a bit of a problem. Almost every god of war and above in the god race was constantly nurturing their godhead and storing it in the forbidden area of the god race. Of course, the gods of the divine hall of nature also had this obligation. However, the godhead they had nurtured was also placed in the forbidden area of the god race. There was no chance for them to take it out. It was already occupied by the divine hall of thunder. In other words, these god races of the nature temple that had escaped now did not have godhead in their hands. Therefore, even in the god race, only those who had made great contributions to the god realm would be blessed by the godhead and be able to merge their talents. The reason why Star-Lord and the others worked so hard was to obtain the godhead reward. According to Feng Zhan, a battle god-level godhead would take 100,000 years to nurture. In contrast, a temple battle god-level godhead would take 1,000,000 years, a master god-level godhead would take 10 million years, and a god-king level godhead would reach a terrifying 100 million years. The most shocking thing was that a god-king level godhead could only be nurtured by a god-king. Xianxia asked if there were any other ways to obtain the godhead. For example, if a war god died, could his godhead be inherited by someone else? Unfortunately, the answer was no. Then we can only snatch it? Xianxia frowned and said, if we want to upgrade to the 6th level of Spirit Void, the only way is to go to the forbidden area of the divine realm to seize the godhead? Feng Zhan smiled and said, those things are still too far away. There's no need to worry about them for the time being. The boat will naturally be straight at the bridge. That was what he said. But when Xianxia saw it, Feng Zhan's expression was not very natural. The snake said, what is this? After making trouble for half a day, you still need a godhead to fuse with your talent. Even if you have 6 godhead talents, it would be useless for you to not have a godhead. Xianxia thought, there should be other ways. Otherwise, the divine hall would not have worked so hard to find a martial arts genius. No matter what, we need to perform well next. At the very least, we need to make the Temple of Nature have confidence in us. As they chatted, Xianxia and some exiled experts had already arrived at Mount Central. It was worth mentioning that among the exiled race experts here, although Tianwu was called a martial miracle, the realm of Tianwu wasn't the best. Actually, among the clear-headed experts of the exiled race, there were no lack of Spirit Void level 2, 3, and a small number of 4th level experts. However, the problem now was that in this real world, what was lacking was not a realm expert but a martial arts genius. A mere high-realm martial artist was no longer enough to turn the tide of the battle. It's useless for you to raise 10 5th-level Spirit Void cultivators, but you can't defeat a 5th-level Spirit Void Knight from the God race. That was why Feng Zhan did not dislike Xianxia and the others for their low cultivation bases. On the contrary, he saw a bright future after seeing the fighting abilities of the 4 humans. Central Mountain was the core location of the entire Nature Shrine Palace. At present, the true Nature Shrine Palace was located in Central Mountain. Most of the people who escaped with the Divine Nature Temple were from the Divine Nature Temple. However, there were also a small number of traitors from the Divine Thunder Temple. These people were more rational. Although they belonged to the Divine Thunder Temple, they were more inclined towards the Goddess of Life. Therefore, during the chaotic battle between the 2 divine halls, a portion of the experts of the Thunder Divine Hall temporarily defected and fled together with the Nature Divine Hall. At this moment, the Nature Shrine was composed of 70% Nature God and 30% Thunder God. The highest level was the Master God level, with a total of 16 people. 10 of them were Nature Element Master Gods, and 6 were Thunder Element Master Gods. This was because the 4 divine kings of the Divine Nature Temple had all died in battle. At this moment, the 16 Master Gods had become the rulers of the entire Divine Nature Temple. This central ring mountain was surrounded by many elemental mountains. Each mountain peak was not an ordinary mountain peak, but an elemental mountain peak created by a magical combination of elemental elements. These mountain peaks had abnormal attributes, and each of them was different. They supported the entire Nature Temple domain together. These mountain peaks provided unparalleled defensive power. In Feng Zhan's words, even if the Thunder Divine Hall discovered the Nature Divine Hall's palace, it would still take at least a day for them to attack. Xianxia looked at the magnificent and colorful mountain peaks, his heart filled with shock. Auspicious clouds wrapped around this place. Like a dream, the spiritual energy in the air was already incredibly dense. To put it bluntly, when Xianxia was in the Central Mountain Range, the spiritual energy he absorbed was equivalent to consuming a Tier 6 medicinal pill in the dream world at all times. This density of spiritual energy was already a sacred land that even the martial artists in the dream world would not be able to dream of. Unfortunately, Xianxia and the others' cultivation realms were too high, and such a terrifying spiritual energy density was still not enough. The side effects of resonance still hadn't disappeared. In Feng Zhan's words, if a person's physique was good enough, it would take 3 to 5 days to adapt to the environment here. If his physique was a little weak, he wouldn't be able to adapt to the resonance for a month or two, or even 2 to 3 months. Xianxia was the best of the four. At this moment, he still felt a strong sense of drowsiness, dizziness, and nausea. However, he was much better than the others. Guanxiao benefited from her own terrifying methods of torture, and her immunity was extremely strong. On the contrary, she was slightly better than Luoshang and Lan Ling. The most obvious one was Lan Ling. After this fellow entered, he rarely spoke. His face was pale, and he had been trying his best to suppress the urge to vomit. When Feng Zhan brought Xianxia and the others to Mount Central, they could also see other knights flying towards Mount Central with all sorts of outsiders. These people were all arrogant. Some of them would be polite when they passed by Feng Zhan's side, and they would only snort coldly. Some of them went even further and coldly said a few words to Feng Zhan. The feeling of being underestimated was not good, and Xianxia was in a bad mood. It could be seen that Feng Zhan's strength was really not that great, to the extent that he was practically the god race at the bottom of the nature temple. The outsiders brought back by the other god races were basically much more powerful than the exiled races. At the core of the central mountain was the nature temple. Outside the temple, there were fist-to-fist divine chambers. These divine chambers were used to allow outsider experts to live in. The further into the divine hall ring, the higher its status, and the closer it got to the divine nature palace. Feng Zhan had only brought Xianxia and the others to the outside of the divine court circle when he came to a halt. From this, it could be seen how low his status was. "This is where we are going to live." Feng Zhan was a little embarrassed as he pointed at the several divine court palaces below him and said, "I'm going to wrong everyone first." Although the divine court palace on the periphery could not be said to be in tatters, it was much simpler than the one inside. At first glance, it didn't take much effort to build it. Even if it was done in a hurry, it would be better to deal with it. Right at this moment, a tall and sturdy god race clansman with a dozen strong outsiders happened to pass by Feng Zhan's side. "Hey, isn't this Feng Zhan?" The group of people stopped beside Feng Zhan. The burly god race clasped their shoulders and laughed. The strong outsiders behind him also burst into laughter. Feng Zhan's expression slightly froze as he said, "So it's Ling Xiao who has returned." The sturdy god race called Ling Xiao looked at Xianxia and the others with contempt and said, "This is what you brought back. Then what race came?" When the exiled race experts heard this, their faces were filled with anger. Feng Zhan took a deep breath and said, "Exiled race. Oh yes, exiles." Ling Xiao nodded. "Heh, if you didn't tell me, I wouldn't have known there was such a race. But that's true. With your strength, you can only go to these small races. If you go to a larger race, such as the steel arm race that I brought back, I'm afraid that before you can persuade them, they will beat you out. When that time comes, where will our god race face go?" Ha 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 ha. More than a dozen steel-armed race experts burst into laughter. Feng Zhan's expression was extremely ugly. Xianxia couldn't help but frown. He thought to himself, "Since when is this him? Everyone is a god race that has run away, yet they still have the mood to mock their own people here. He really had enough to eat. With this little energy, why didn't he use it to deal with the Thunder Divine Hall?" The serpent said, "There's nothing I can do. The god race is a race with a strict hierarchy. The more the hierarchy is divided, the more superiority they feel." Xianxia thought to himself, "Dogs can't change their shit." The Thunder Divine Hall ridiculed the Nature Divine Hall, and in the Nature Divine Hall, high-level god races even ridiculed low-level god races. He deserved to die. Xianxia had originally thought that the god race would not have any inferiority of the human race. Who knew that not only did there exist in this place, it was not inferior to the human race at all. "What?" Ling Xiao patted Feng Zhan on the shoulder and said, Are you bringing these people back to participate in the Genius Convention? Genius. A sturdy iron-armed raceman exaggeratedly widened his eyes. Where is it? Why didn't I see it? Feng Zhan took into account the overall situation and swallowed his anger repeatedly. He simply ignored Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao went even further, actually reaching out to rub Feng Zhan's hair. Touching his head was what the elders had done to the younger generation. Almost there. Feng Zhan was still able to endure it, but Xianxia couldn't help it. He coldly said, "You really are very capable. Since you are so capable, why didn't you hit the Thunder Divine Hall? Why are you so arrogant here?" Ling Zhao's expression turned cold. The faces of more than a dozen large men of the steel-armed race immediately changed. One of them reached out and pinched Xianxia's neck. "Wait!" Ling Xiao abruptly waved his hand. He stared at Xianxia and said, "Could it be a human?" Feng Zhan's expression changed. Ling Xiao was excited and said, "Come on, capture him." Feng Zhan hurriedly stood in front of Xianxia's group of 4 and said, "You dare!" Ling Xiao licked his lips and blushed with excitement. "I didn't expect that I would actually see for humans here. Heaven is truly helping me. When I give the 4 of them to the Master Gods and let them absorb the Tao heart of the human race, their cultivation will be greatly enhanced." Originally, Xianxia was only angry, but after hearing these words, he was truly enraged. He suddenly laughed out loud. "Come, I'll wait here for you to take it. If you have the ability, come over and try. Let's see who dares." Feng Zhan spread out his arms and blocked in front of Ling Xiao. He angrily scolded, "Ling Xiao, don't go too far. The human race is a people personally created by my goddess of life. Do you want to do the same again for the felony that the Temple of Thunder once committed against the human race? If that's the case, what's the difference between you and the Thunder God race? That's too harsh." Ling Zhao's face instantly turned pale and he hurriedly said, I am at odds with the Thunder Divine Hall. Don't spit blood on me." Feng Zhan gritted his teeth and said, "I heard everything you said just now clearly. Did I even slander you?" Ling Xiao panicked and said, You really are good. You have such a sharp tongue. You only know how to speak. Don't let me meet you at the talent gathering. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear it. Let's go." After saying that, Ling Xiao did not dare to continue the conversation and hurriedly escaped with a group of large men. Feng Zhan endured his anger and said guiltily to Xianxia and the others, "Sorry, I made everyone laugh." However, Xianxia smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. If you have the courage to confront him, it means that we haven't misjudged anyone. Isn't it just being looked down on by others now? What does it matter? You just need to use your fist to regain the lost face." Feng Zhan also cheered up and said happily, "Right, with the 4 of you here, what am I afraid of?" Very quickly, Feng Zhan arranged accommodation for everyone. Along the way, they encountered a few waves of other god race returnees. They also brought back experts selected from other races. They couldn't help but mock Feng Zhan. At this stage, it was time for the god race to express themselves. Every god race was eager to prove that they were the most useful to the Temple of Nature. They did everything they could to select experts from other races to prove that they were stronger than others. As for Feng Zhan, he felt relieved. He had 100 times more confidence. He knew the strength of Xianxia and the others. He also knew that once the 4 of them attacked in the talent assembly, they would definitely have shocking skills and cause a huge sensation. This proof only needed a suitable time to perform. However, the appearance of the human race would inevitably cause a sensation. All the outsiders had heard about the human race. Now that they knew that 4 other living humans had been brought back, the dark outsiders came to watch. Xianxia and the others were completely surrounded outside the Divine Court Palace. However, they only closed the door tightly and did not leave. They did not have the mood to deal with these fellows. However, the outsiders who came to watch the human race became even more excessive. At first, they were still looking outside the door, but later on, someone started knocking on the door vigorously and shouted for Xianxia and the others to come out for a walk twice to let everyone see. Xianxia had already matured a lot, so he pretended not to hear this kind of provocation. Meanwhile, Guan Shao and Lan Ling, who were furious, were in a resonant state. After sitting down, they did not say a word. They were in danger of vomiting at any time, and they did not have the mood to pay attention to the clamor outside. Luo Shang crossed his legs and placed a long saber on his knee, while he silently closed his eyes and remained motionless. However, the 10 fingers of his hands continued to gently slide past the blade. He was sensing his saber. This was a type of cultivation. In the words of the weapon great grandmaster, it was an intent cultivation. Xianxia was also a person who loved his weapons, but he was not as crazy as Luo Shang. However, he was also meditating cross-legged, silently pondering over the Nirvana sword art's incantation in his heart. After arriving here, Luo Shang told Xianxia all the mantras of this divine grade cultivation technique. Xianxia used the Eye of Heaven's wisdom to perfect his chant. He had already talked to Feng Zhan before. In this real world, people's requirements for martial skills were already very low. Generally speaking, it was enough. This was because the span of every small realm in the Spirit Void realm was already incredibly large. The difference in realms was very difficult to make up with cultivation techniques and martial skills. If you are at the first level of Spirit Void, someone else is at the second or even third level of Spirit Void, then you have a powerful martial skill and someone else will still punch you to death. This can be considered a manifestation of a miracle. Of course, for people like Xianxia and Luo Shang were different. Their battle techniques were simply too heaven-defying. If they were supplemented by powerful martial techniques, they would be able to display an unbelievable effect. Therefore, the highest priority here was cultivation realm, followed by individual combat ability, and then cultivation techniques and martial skills. Only if your realm can catch up with the enemy can you not be expelled from your laws by the enemy. Xianxia closed his eyes and pondered quietly. Then, he distributed the complete Nirvana sword art to everyone, and made corresponding changes according to each person's characteristics. The Terminator sword arts that the 4 of them had learned were basically completely different. The Terminator sword art was created by Xiao Zhengyang. It did not have any specific martial skills, only 2 moves. One was called the Silent Body. This was a movement technique. It was extremely changeable. It was entirely based on the martial artist's own style. The other was called the Sword of Shatter. It was also not a martial skill but a move. It could allow a martial artist to instantly break through his or her limit of potential and unleash a powerful strength that a martial artist should not possess. Normally, a martial skill could only increase a martial artist's strength, but the Sword of Shatter could directly increase their potential. This move was exceptionally terrifying. A huge breakthrough in potential was equivalent to transcending the life form of one's own race. It was like letting a snake suddenly turn into a flood dragon. Xianxia did not disturb everyone. He first came to the 2nd floor and practiced his Terminator sword technique alone. Although this divine hall was rough, it also utilized the laws of space. The 2nd floor was a small independent space that could be cultivated at will. Xianxia took a deep breath and used Silence Body first. The body of silence was constantly changing. It could not be controlled according to a martial artist's own attributes and qualities. Instead, it could make special changes according to a martial artist's own attributes and qualities. After Xianxia activated Silence Body, he immediately realized that his body had become illusory. During the battle, he would flash every 3 seconds. Every time he flashed, he completely disappeared. During his disappearance, he would not be attacked by any form of attack, nor would he be locked onto by any form of attack. This was simply an intermittent, little invincible state. Xianxia said in shock, "The silent body actually automatically merged with my dream Tao. This is too inconceivable." After careful consideration, Xianxia discovered that his disappearance was actually a process of walking between a dream and reality. The serpent said, "It's really amazing. The stronger the Terminator sword art is, the stronger it will be. The weaker the person, the less useful it will be. Hurry up and try the shattering sword. Let's see what the result of that potential breakthrough will be." Xianxia himself couldn't wait any longer. He could roughly guess that the destroying sword would still be related to his own dream Tao. After he circulated the incantation of the shattering sword, he discovered that his body had suddenly sublimated. His height increased by a large margin, about 5 meters. Behind him, a pair of giant gray wings appeared. These wings weren't solid, but were made up of countless tiny specks of illusory gray spots. His body changed the most. His entire body was like a piece of armor. It was like an empty armor that no one wore but was standing on the ground. Where the armor did not cover, the exposed parts of his body were all nothingness. The facial features on his face also disappeared, leaving behind only a pair of hazy, gray eyes. Xianxia was very shocked. He quickly used his sun qi to condense a mirror in front of him to reflect his appearance. Turned out that there was a pair of corners above his head. The 2 corners spiraled backwards, circled 2.5 times, and the tip of the horn pointed backwards. What is this? Where's my face? Xianxia used his hand to touch his cheek in surprise. The nothingness on his face was still palpable, but his nose, mouth, and ears had indeed disappeared. The serpent exclaimed, "Your life form has completely sublimated. This is probably a divine body, right? The current you are no longer a human, but a god that has never appeared before. Judging from your state, you should be called the dream god, right?" "What's that?" Xianxia hurriedly asked. The serpent said, "How would I know that your life form has evolved? However, it evolved according to your dream Tao. No one has ever seen you in this state. There were only 2 people in the world who possessed the dream Tao. One was the creator of the dream world, and the other was Xianxia. However, the creator had just arrived at the first level of spirit void when he jumped into the river of time, and his dream Tao was not the same as Xianxia's dream Tao. The dream Tao of the creator tended to transform the outside world, such as creating a dream universe. Xianxia's dream Tao tended to change himself, such as entering a dream, or accurately utilizing some dream abilities. However, Xianxia discovered that after becoming a dream god body, he did not experience any substantial increase in strength. He was puzzled. His movements were the same as usual. His offensive power and the strength of his sun qi hadn't changed. Could it be that this evolution of life forms was only used to scare people? The snake said, "Your stamina is rapidly depleting. Looks like this shattering sword is not something that can be casually used." At this moment, when Xianxia was puzzled, he suddenly saw a black demon circling from behind him. The abyss devil also had a pair of gigantic black wings, a pair of sharp horns growing above his head, his face pitch black, and a mouth that was like a crack formed by the drying of lava. His appearance was extremely terrifying. That abyss devil and Xianxia's dream god physique were 2 completely different temperaments. The abyss devils were terrifying, but the dream body was ethereal. Xianxia subconsciously grabbed the demon, but he knew that he would definitely catch it empty-handed. It was because he was dumbfounded earlier and didn't react in time. But in the end, an unexpected scene appeared. When he grabbed the air, another identical abyss devil appeared behind the abyss devil. As for Xianxia's grab, it happened to grab one of the demon's horns. What? Xianxia was shocked. 2 abyss devils? However, the first abyss devil that rushed over earlier had already disappeared. Immediately after, Xianxia discovered that the abyss devil had suddenly raised his right arm and was heading towards his neck. But what was even more strange was that Xianxia discovered that the black demon's right arm did not move, but an identical phantom arm had been raised in advance. Xianxia used his hand to grab the arm. At the same time, the real right arm of the demon also lifted up and went to Lu Xianxia's neck. This time, Xianxia grabbed onto the abyss devil's wrist accurately. Holy shit! What happened? Did I see a double? Xianxia shook his head. This brat, he can't even recognize me. No, I have to scare him. How could he have predicted my movements in advance? Is this fellow already so capable of predicting? For a moment, numerous voices entered Xianxia's mind. All these voices came from the demon, but the demon didn't actually say a single word. Guan Shao, Xianxia said. The devil stomped his foot angrily and said, "You stinking brat! You can't even recognize me. See if elder sister doesn't hit you. Xiangnan didn't have time to flirt with her, so he immediately said seriously, You retreat quickly? Guanxiao didn't know why, but seeing that Xiangnan's gaze wasn't right, she became serious. She quickly retreated a bit and said, Is this the form of your sword of shatter? It really has something to do with your Tao of dream. So does mine. Xiangnan calmed himself down. He maintained a distance of 50 meters from Guanxiao and carefully looked at her. As a result, another heartfelt voice floated over from Guanxiao's side and entered Xiangnan's mind. Xiangnan's heart trembled. He heard Guanxiao's voice and even heard her thoughts. Come, attack me. Quick, Xiangnan said. At the same time, he saw an identical phantom fly out of Guanxiao's body. Indeed, Xiangnan was completely shocked. Shortly after, Guanxiaoyong flew towards Xiangnan with the same posture and route as the phantom. That wasn't an illusion. That was Guanxiao's idea. When Guanxiao had a random thought of attacking in her heart, this thought immediately turned into a real picture in Xiangnan's dream god posture. His thoughts immediately became visible to the naked eye. Xiangnan accurately grabbed the phantom's arm. Guanxiao was even more shocked. She had prepared an attack route, but she had just taken off and had yet to put her thoughts into reality. It was as if Xiangnan had seen the future ahead of time. In another instant, Xiangnan saw a dozen shadows flying out of Guanxiao's body at the same time. Xiangnan's heart skipped a beat as he thought to himself, This is Guanxiao preparing to change her moves. Every phantom is an idea that she suddenly thought of in the shortest time possible. Every shadow was an attack that Guanxiao could launch. She was also judging Xiangnan, so she had prepared a variety of different attack routes in advance. As for the dozen or so shadows, some of them dissipated halfway through the flight, while others disappeared the moment they left her body. This meant that several of her attacking thoughts were quickly rejected by her. Finally, one of the shadows was the most solid, drawing an arc towards Xiangnan at an angle of 30 degrees. Xiangnan immediately stretched out his right hand to grab the shadow's arm. At the same time, Guanxiao's true body turned into a streak of residual light and swished along the trajectory of the shadow, which happened to be grabbed by Xiangnan. What's wrong with you? Guanxiao was stunned. Xiangnan himself was even more shocked. He stared with his eyes wide open. If he had a mouth at this moment, it would definitely be wide open. This was not predicting the future. Instead, he saw all of Guanxiao's thoughts and thoughts. My God, Xiangnan was shocked. I actually saw everything. The dream god physique was actually able to see through everyone else. It was like Xiangnan standing in someone else's dream. Someone else unreservedly exposed all of his memories and consciousness to Xiangnan. But now, all of this did not happen in a dream, but in reality. At this moment, Guanxiao looked around and licked her lips with a wicked smile. Immediately after, an even more inconceivable scene appeared. Xiangnan saw that between him and Guanxiao, another him and another Guanxiao appeared. The two of them were hugging each other and kissing each other fiercely. The two of them anxiously took off each other's clothes and rolled into a ball. Xiangnan sucked in a breath of cold air. It wasn't because of Guanxiao's bold ideas, but because he actually saw himself in Guanxiao's mind. That Xiangnan was shaped by Guanxiao's thoughts. She was imagining doing something with Xiangnan, but the Xiangnan in her mind was also seen by Xiangnan's true self. This ability was too outrageous. Right at this moment, Guanxiao licked her lips and said, It just so happens that there is no one around. Little brother Xiangnan, it has been a long time since we have been intimate with each other. Tell me, what kind of curiosity would it be if we both did it in this way? Xiangnan saw that Xiangnan, who was shaped by Guanxiao's thoughts, suddenly changed his posture and was greedily sucking on one of Guanxiao's sharp horns. Xiangnan blushed and said, Bah! What are you thinking? What a mess! You're such a... I didn't do anything, Guanxiaoqi said. At this moment, Xiangnan felt a burst of weakness. Perhaps he had maintained his dream god body for too long and immediately returned to human form. After returning to human form, Guanxiao's thoughts all disappeared. So that's the case, Xianxia said thoughtfully. I think we've found the law. This divine body is a bit heaven-defying. Everything else is exposed to his own dreams. Isn't he in an invincible position? As long as the enemy's realm was not to crush him, then it was impossible for him to lose the battle. By the way, what is your devil form and ability? Xianxia asked. Guanxiao thought for a moment, then shook her head and said, I don't know yet, but I can roughly sense a direction. It should be related to devouring. Xianxia said, then it's better not to try on our own people, so as to avoid accidental injuries. Guanxiao's ability should also be quite abnormal. It's best not to act recklessly until she knows what it is. Afterwards, Luoshang and Lanling also came. However, these two people did not possess such a shocking dream Dao as Xianxia, nor did they possess a devouring devil Dao like Xiao. That was why the two of them were unable to transform with their destroying swords. Xianxia and Guanxiao should have been two accidents, which also meant that even if everyone cultivated the Terminator sword technique, it was impossible for them to possess the ability to transform. The shattering sword itself was a move that had the potential to break through, and it was not meant to change people's body at all. When Luoshang used the shattering sword technique, his entire body was enveloped by a layer of black mist, and his combat strength soared. He was like a machete man walking through the fog. Blue Spirit's shattering sword emitted a sharp sword intent. Standing in front of him, he felt as if his entire body was being cut by a sharp sword at any moment. Both Lanling and Luoshang found it inconceivable that Xianxia had mentioned his form of the destroying sword. He gave a public demonstration and turned into a dream god physique under their surprised gazes. He could accurately hear all of Blue Spirit's thoughts, as well as all of Blue Spirit's next actions. Blue Spirit's transformation technique was much more powerful than Guanxiao's. Guanxiao's thought of changing moves at once would produce more than 10 shadows, but the Blue Spirit would instantly appear hundreds of shadows. This meant that, in terms of combat understanding, Blue Spirit had crushed Guanxiao. When Xianxia looked at Luoshang, he was once again shocked. He frowned slightly. Attack me. Xianxia took the initiative to invite. Luoshang grasped the hilt of the saber and quietly walked towards Xianxia. All right. Xianxia waved his hand. Blue Spirit hurriedly asked, how many shadows are there? More than me, or less than me? Xianxia looked at Luoshang seriously and said, less than you. Lanling laughed loudly. So I won. Xianxia shook his head. No, I said less than you, because I can't see a single shadow on Luoshang. Why, Lanling was just about to ask when he stopped. He suddenly seemed to understand and sighed. I see. This fellow has no intention at all. His battles were completely random, and he relied on his muscles to react. There were only two ways Luoshang could fight. One was muscle reaction, the other was condition reflex. He never planned the path of battle, only accumulating the number of battles to complete his almost inexplicable combat ability. Xianxia's dream god physique was ineffective against Luoshang. The Blue Spirit sighed. In my time, in the circle of martial artists I was in, I was always the one who didn't understand. But I feel like I don't have any advantage when I'm with you monsters. Luoshang said. There is still an advantage. Blue Spirit asked. What are the advantages? Luoshang thought for a moment and said, your acrobatics are very enjoyable. Miscellaneous. Do you believe that I will kill you right now? Blue Spirit was furious. Xianxia had a headache and said, can't you two stop for a while? Later, Fengzhan also came. He made some suggestions about the medicinal pills. According to Fengzhan's own thoughts, of course, all the pills were given to Xianxia and the others without reservation. However, the problem was that he knew that Xianxia and the others were very powerful, but no one else knew. Moreover, with Fengzhan's divine level, he was unable to grasp so many medicinal pills. I only have one here. Fengzhan handed over a saint-ranked spirit pill and said, this was discovered by chance in a human city while I was searching for the exiled race. Xianxia directly gave the pill to Guanxiao. Right now, Guanxiao was still at the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation. He had to reach the spirit void realm as soon as possible. Guanxiao asked, Could it be that only human ruins can find pills in such a large god domain? Feng Zhan smiled bitterly and said, before the human race appeared, there was no such concept as refining pills. Our god race said that we treated the human race as a pill, but it's not the kind of pill you said. It's just to absorb the Tao heart of humans. Where are the spirit herbs? Xianxia asked. The spiritual herbs used by humans to refine medicinal pills are not something that humans have temporarily cultivated, are they? Feng Zhan said, there are spiritual herbs. This kind of thing is the food of the god race, and most of the spiritual herbs in the world are in the hands of the god race. However, before the humans were annihilated, there were some outsiders who visited the humans. Some of the experts of the outsiders also learned pill concocting techniques from the humans. The reason I'm here is to bring you to see someone. Follow me first. Along the way, Xianxia learned two important pieces of information. One was about Time Flies. Time Flies was indeed a god of the nature temple, and her status was not low. At her peak, she had already become a master god of the nature temple, called the Goddess of Mind. But for some reason, Time Fly suddenly disappeared. Xianxia knew that Time Fly had found a way to enter the dream world and secretly sneaked his consciousness into the dream world. However, the god race had also found a way to enter the dream world by relying on Time Fly. Therefore, most likely, Time Fly had been imprisoned by the Thunder Divine Palace. This matter made Xianxia very anxious. The second piece of information was about spiritual herbs and medicinal pills. Before the god race could exterminate the human race had existed for a long time. The human race was the only race of the god race that was authorized to use spiritual herbs at will, because the god race needed the humans to quickly raise their cultivation realm and devour the Tao heart of the human race. Every once in a while, some of the top experts of the human race would mysteriously disappear. That was because the god race had secretly taken them away and absorbed their Tao hearts. During this period, many outsiders had visited the human race, learned pill refining techniques, and obtained a large number of spiritual herbs through trade. Afterwards, when the human race was destroyed, all the other races were panicked and uneasy, and they also scattered and fled in all directions. It was no longer easy to find those masters who had obtained spirit herbs and pills from the human race. Coincidentally, Feng Zhan knew one. This person was an ancient race, a member of the voodoo corpse race. In the initial god domain, there were only two intelligent beings. One was the goddess of life, and the other was the god of thunder. The two utmost gods did indeed create some new life forms at the beginning, but they were randomly created at that time. The two of them were tentative, creating many different life forms of humans. These people were the first batch of races, collectively known as the ancient race. Among them, there was the existence of the god race. At that time, the god race was called the ancient god race. Afterwards, the thunder god was not satisfied. He believed that most of the lives created by the goddess of life were fragile and useless. They had to create purer, higher-level lives. That was the current god race. The ancient race was few in number, but after a long time, through various marriages and exchanges, more and more new races were gradually born, that is, the so-called outsiders now. Although the outsiders and ancient races did not have any obvious differences in their life forms, the ancient races that maintained pure bloodlines were still arrogant. The voodoo corpse race was one of them. This ancient race yearned for immortality. What they pursued was that when a person was alive, they could fight. After death, corpses could still participate in battle. Therefore, they were skilled in puppet arts, and they were not manipulating ordinary puppets but corpses, even god race corpses. After the battle between the two divine halls in God's domain, the voodoo corpse race immediately surrendered to the Thunder Divine Hall and became the god race's lackeys. However, because a small number of corpse voodoo experts had learned alchemy from humans, they escaped out of fear of being implicated. At this moment, Feng Zhan and Xianxia were looking for an expert from the witch corpse race called Spirit Summoning Heretic God. The pill that this person refined was not for people to eat, but for the dead to eat. He had quite a few spiritual herb resources in his hands, so he could try to see if he could get some. This spirit-summoning heretic god had sent out a number of nature temple gods to persuade him to come back. He had an extremely high status and lived in the innermost ring of the Divine Court Palace, close to the Nature Temple. After arriving at the residence of the spirit-summoning heretic god, Xianxia immediately discovered that there was a deathly silent empty palace surrounding the palace. There was no one living within a radius of several dozen kilometers. Feng Zhan said, "No one dares to be his neighbor. This spirit-summoning heretic god is incomparably vicious. There's nothing we can do about it. We need to use his abilities. That's all we can do. Let me tell you ahead of time. This person is extremely arrogant and doesn't even care about the master god of the Divine Nature Palace. Whether we can get spiritual herbs from him or not depends entirely on luck. Even if I can't get it, I'd better not fall out with him. Otherwise, the consequences will be very serious. He might not harm you on the spot, but if he misses you, there will be endless troubles in the future." Xianxia nodded and said, "Don't worry, I know." As Feng Zhan spoke, he raised his hand and knocked on the door. Guanxiao narrowed her eyes and quickly grabbed Feng Zhan's wrist, saying, "Don't move. The door is poisoned." Poison. Xianxia and Feng Zhan were both shocked. The two of them carefully looked at the door, but they did not find any signs of poison. "Did you see wrongly?" Xianxia said. However, Guanxiao excitedly licked her lips. "That's right. You can't see the poison because your eyes are all focused on the door. But in reality, this door itself is a kind of poison." Suddenly, a shrill laugh came from the palace, as if someone had used two sharp knives to cut into each other. "Little girl, tell me, why is this door poisoned?" Feng Zhan hurriedly cupped his fists and said, "Venerable evil god, we are here." "Shut up," the shrill voice roared. "I didn't ask you. Don't blame me for sending you on your way." Feng Zhan was helpless and could only give Guanxiao a look. Guanxiao smiled and picked 3 wild flowers from the roadside and held them in her hand. She first lit up one and sprinkled a little powder on the flower. The flower quickly withered and turned into dust. She sprinkled some powder on the second flower, and this flower started to grow crazily. A large number of spikes appeared on the drawing board, and the flower branch extended out some strange vines, completely changing its shape. She sprinkled some powder on the third flower, and the flower became incomparably bright, growing bigger and bigger. Guanxiao said, "Poison itself is a kind of life form. It can destroy another life form and also change the form of another life form. Normally, a poison master would be able to understand poison at such a high level. However, in fact, the level of poison is far higher than that. Normal toxins cannot affect non-living things. For example, stones are not poisoned. However, higher-level toxins are directly targeted at elements. Stones are also made of elements, and elements are part of the source of life." Guanxiao pointed at the door and said, "This is not a door at all, but the power of laws in the space where this door is located has been distorted by the poison. Just like my second flower, which completely changed its life form, you poisoned this small piece of laws with poison. It distorted to look like a door to the naked eye." After saying that, Guanxiao picked another flower and threw it directly at the door. As soon as the flower touched the door, it instantly merged with the palace gate and turned into a relief sculpture on the door. Seeing this, Feng Zhan couldn't help but feel afraid. "Kaka kaka." A strange laugh came from the palace. "Girl, you're very knowledgeable. Then you might break your own poison door?" Guanxiao said, "Yes, it's very simple." As she spoke, she circled around the palace gate and flipped through the fence. Xianxia and the others were dumbfounded. Inside the palace, a shrill voice said, "Ah, this. You're just playing tricks. You don't dare to compete with me." Inside the wall, Guanxiao chuckled. "It's disgraceful to say such words. Poison masters have always used everything they can. As long as they can use any method, they can use it." Xianxia and the others exchanged a glance and also jumped into the wall. After entering, these people did not dare to randomly walk. They all followed behind Guanxiao, afraid that they would be accidentally hit again. Xianxia whispered, "Guanxiao, Since when did you have such a brilliant method? You can even tell that the laws are poisoned. Guanxiao blinked at Xiangnan and said, a poison master's ability is largely dependent on the materials used to apply poison. The height of the poisonous weeds in our world limits my ability. Xiangnan nodded, deeply believing that it was as if a clever woman could not cook without rice. In this divine realm, Guanxiao was probably going to be like a fish in water. As Guanxiao chatted with Xiangnan, she walked inside and from time to time, she counted from 1 to 25, arriving right in front of the first main palace gate. What did you count? Xiangnanchi said. The number of traps we've bypassed, Guanxiao said. Feng Zhan was speechless. He turned around and took a look. In a short period of time, he had actually bypassed 25 traps. If it wasn't for Xiao leading the way, he probably wouldn't even know how he died. Guanxiao pushed open the door of the main palace. It was eerie and terrifying. There were lights inside and there were quite a few of them. However, it was unable to illuminate the interior of the main palace. It was still pitch black inside. Close your eyes, Guanxiao said. Hearing this, the few of them immediately closed their eyes. Following that, Guanxiao quickly kissed Xiangnan on the lips. Ha! Xiangnan tilted his head slightly. Guanxiao giggled. Xiangnan wiped his lips and closed his eyes. Is this pitch-black place poisonous? Guanxiao said. On the contrary, the pitch-black place is not poisoned. That lamp is poisoned. The flames on the lamp are not burning, but the poison. The poison is so strong that it distorts the light. It looks like the petals of a flower will curl up into a ball after being burned. When the light is poisoned, it immediately shrinks into something that looks like fire on the lamp. People who don't know will deliberately avoid the darkness and follow the lamps on both sides. They will also happen to be poisoned as a result. Therefore, we will not walk towards the light, but where it is darker and where it goes. That's why. Xiangnan sighed in his heart and said, Then why do you want us to close our eyes? Guanxiao said, To steal a kiss from you. Xiangnan helplessly opened his eyes. The others were also very embarrassed. Xiangnan whispered in Guanxiao's ear, Can you spare some face? All right, next time you kiss me, I'll give you the initiative, Guanxiao said. Amazing. Lan Ling gave a thumbs up. To be able to flirt in such an environment, Miss Guanxiao's calmness is admirable. Guanxiao smiled as she put her hands behind her back and said, Hey, that heretical god, don't come out yet. Who? A black shadow flashed past everyone's heads. In an instant, the entire hall was brightly lit, and a withered wooden chair in front of them was leaning against a skinny old man. Kakaka, this girl is not bad. I have taken a fancy to you, so I will stay and be my own immortal companion. Guanxiao smiled sweetly and said, All right, this little girl will definitely serve an evil god that is comfortable and will make you wish for immortality and death. The spirit summoning evil god was very happy and said, Come, come, come. Guanxiao smiled and walked towards the old man. She lifted her skirt, revealing her white legs, and directly sat on the old man's lap. Lan Ling pointed at Guanxiao in surprise and said to Xiangnan, This? You didn't even react? Xiangnan smiled and said, She is not flirting with others, but harming them. See, Xiangnan understood Guanxiao too well. Every action and action of this woman was for the sake of harming others. Since Guanxiao had done this seemingly dissolute behavior, then the truth was definitely not what she saw before her eyes. As a result, Guanxiao sat on the old man's lap and stepped on the seat handle. Immediately after she screamed, she pulled out a thorny whip vine and instantly tied up the chair, saying, Old trash courting death. In this world, apart from Brother Xiangnan, who else can take advantage of me? Why is she tied a chair? Feng Zhanqi said. That chair seems to be screaming miserably. Luo Sheng frowned. Oh, I know. Guanxiao said. Visual toxin. This old fool poisoned the laws of light and space, allowing us to see things that shouldn't have appeared without being poisoned. This old man is a chair. The chair is the old man. Xiangnan snapped his finger. I know this principle. Demonic spider ghost king. Other people didn't understand, but Luo Shang did. The same was true of the illusion technique used by the demonic spider ghost king. People weren't poisoned, but the laws were poisoned. So what people saw was the result of the deception of the world. The chair twisted and turned into an old man. Guan Zhao's smile did not diminish, but he stepped on the old man's dantian. The tips of his feet sunk deeper and deeper, and the old man's miserable scream became more and more shrill. "Quickly release this god!" Guan Zhao excitedly licked her lips. "What? You can't use your spells anymore? Didn't you want me to be your immortal companion? Come on. I picked this vine from a tree in your courtyard. If you have the ability, escape and take a look." The old man's face was pale from being trampled on, and he was dripping with cold sweat. However, because of the treatment in his dantian, he was unable to operate his spell. Feng Zhan opened his mouth and closed it again. Originally, he wanted Guan Zhao to be merciful, so it was best not to stir up trouble with the spirit-summoning heretic god. But at this moment, he was also beginning to fear Guan Zhao. The spirit-summoning evil god suddenly stopped screaming in pain. Instead, he said with a ferocious expression, "What a bold girl! You'd better kill me. Otherwise, you'll be chased by me for the rest of your life. But you can't kill me. As a member of the voodoo corpse race, you can take away any corpse before you die." Guan Zhao nodded and said, "I believe what you said, but you don't have the chance. It's good to use you to practice." After saying that, Guan Zhao suddenly turned into a black demon. She opened the huge mouth of the blood basin and gasped at the old man from afar. He only heard a hiss. The old man's body was actually sucked out of a black gas-like thing. After this thing entered Guan Zhao's body, the old man suddenly became dispirited and shouted, My ability. What did you do?" Guan Zhao licked her lips and turned to Xianxia. "So it's like this. My transformation can devour other people's abilities. This old man is already crippled." Xianxia was very surprised. "Devouring ability?" Guan Zhao smiled and said, "I seem to have swallowed all of his memories. I know everything in the heretic god palace like the palm of my hand. Isn't this too shocking?" Blue Spirit paled in shock. "You can even devour abilities and memories? This dark talent isn't simple." Guan Zhao raised her right hand and lightly flipped it. The entire palace instantly fell into darkness. With another wave of her hand, the palace became bright again. She smiled and said, "Sure enough, I can already control the spell formations in this heretical god palace. Are you still alive this time?" The old man was so shocked that he lost his soul and said, "You!" Guan Zhao stepped on the old man's stomach forcefully. "You don't even deserve to see me." Guan Zhao rolled her fingers and the old man's eyes suddenly flew out and exploded in the air. "Isn't it a little too much?" Feng Zhan's face was pale. Isn't it enough to kill someone directly?" Guan Zhao's actions did not conform to Xianxia's style. Those who had no grievances or grudges had already killed him. This method was a bit too ruthless. However, he had no choice. When he came, he had already promised Guan Zhao that he would not interfere with her personality, nor would he impose his own ideas on her. That Guan Xiaoqi said, "No? Feng Zhan, if I hadn't stopped you earlier, you would have become a relief on the door. There are 25 magic traps in that courtyard. Each one of them can take your lives. This person is so vicious, yet you still want to defend him? Are you out of your mind?" Feng Zhan was speechless from choking. He only felt that this woman in front of him had a vicious heart and was exceptionally terrifying. Her words seemed reasonable, but after careful consideration, she felt that something was wrong. He had almost been poisoned to death by the gate and trapped in the courtyard. In the end, it was also because he had taken the initiative to enter. Guan Zhao walked over and used a tender white finger to hook Xianxia's chin, saying, "Little brother Xianxia, this is all mine. Big sister will give you whatever you want. You want the stars on the sky, and elder sister will also pick them for you." Xianxia was both angry and touched. Most of them were still awkward. He always felt that the roles of men and women seemed to have changed. "Let's find the spiritual herbs first." Xiangnan said. Blue Spirit said to Xiangnan, "It's really something. How did you do it? Everyone says that heroes are sad about beauty, but throughout history, women are more trapped by love." "I don't know," Xiangnan said. "She refused to let me go for no reason. Everyone strolled around as if they were going to their own homes, and then they went to the heretic god's herb storehouse." Feng Zhan was still a little worried. The spirit summoning heretic god had a very high status and was highly valued by the master god. Now, he had killed the heretic god in vain. He didn't know how to explain it. "How did you know that the vine could bind him?" Lan Ling asked curiously. Guan Shao said, "That tree vine is one of the traps he set. Can bind people's souls. I broke it on the way here and hid it in my sleeve." Lan Lingqi said, "Can you not detect that his formation has been broken?" "Yes," Guan Shao said. "Because he was poisoned. The moment I climbed over the wall, he was lying on my back. He thought that he could deceive me by creating a sensory trap. Actually, I already knew about his small movements. Remember when I told you to close your eyes at the door? I pretended to be close to Xiangnan, but I diverted his attention. He was observing my behavior, and I took the opportunity to poison him." "So complicated?" Lan Lingqi said. "However, with his attainments, he should be completely above you. If he was poisoned, would he not know?" Guan Shao said, "Well, he knows that he swapped himself with the chair not for fun, but for me to steal the antidote from me." This time it was Xiangnan's turn to be curious. He said, "What poison did you use? Even he can't undo it." Guan Shao giggled and said, "How can I be that powerful? He is an expert at the spirit void realm." "Then what's going on?" Xiangnan was completely dumbfounded. Guan Shao said, "When he was lying on my back, I took the opportunity to steal a tear from him. I used this tear to deceive his impression and let him mistakenly think that he was poisoned, just like he lied to you and treated him like a chair. In other words, he wasn't poisoned at all? He just fell into his own tears and had a brief hallucination," Lan Ling said in shock. Guan Shao said, "Of course, the poison on my body is nothing to him." Xiangnan touched Guan Zhao's forehead and said, How did your brain grow? Isn't your calculations too deep?" Guan Shao smiled at Xiangnan and said, "I was born with talent in this field. I have no choice." Rumble. The door to the medicine depot was pushed open. In front of him was a medicine rack. Guan Shao said, "This old bastard. The spirit herbs left here can only be used to refine grade 10 spirit pills at most. The higher grade spirit herbs were already taken away by the master god. Xiangnan is the most talented. The grade 10 pills refined from the spirit herbs here can barely be raised to the second level of spirit void. Not me and Lan Ling Luosheng. They can't reach such a high level even if we eat them. In the end, I still have to obtain a second-grade saint-grade spirit herb from the master god." Feng Zhan said, "Yes, this is indeed the style of the master gods. To obtain a second-grade saint-grade spirit herb, one needs to make a name for oneself at the talent gathering. The key is, who's going to refine the pills after obtaining the spiritual herbs?" Xiangnan sighed and said, "This is indeed a problem. I can refine it, but I don't have a pill recipe for a second-grade saint rank spirit pill. I'd better collect all the spirit herbs here first. As much as I can use, I should be able to look for the pill recipe from the human gathering place." Everyone attacked together. All the poisonous herbs were given to Guan Shao, while all the spirit herbs were taken down by Xiangnan. The 10th grade spirit herbs here were also considered first-grade saint-ranked, but they were different from the spirit herbs of the dream world. However, with the eye of heaven's wisdom, Xiangnan could carefully distinguish the attributes of spirit herbs, and could also refine grade 10 spirit pills. Just as everyone was busy, Guan Shao suddenly patted Xiangnan on the shoulder and whispered in Xiangnan's ear, "Don't ask why. I've locked onto Feng Zhan's soul. Kill him." After saying that, Guan Shao suddenly rushed out and took advantage of his unpreparedness to use the method of summoning the spirit heretic god to fiercely point out a streak of black light. The moment the black light wrapped around Feng Zhan, Xiangnan slashed down with his Sun Qi, directly splitting Feng Zhan into two halves. Xianxia turned around and frowned. You'd better give me a reasonable explanation. My stupid brother. Guanxiao rubbed Xiangxia's forehead and said, He is not Fengzhan. He is really stupid. A low-level god race like Fengzhan doesn't even have the qualifications to persuade a slightly stronger outsider. How could he know an old monster at the level of the demonic god spirit summoning? Xiangxian pointed at Fengzhan's corpse and asked curiously, Then, is he also a spirit summoning evil god? Guanxiao nodded. He is different from our life form. He has two, and he is divided into two by himself. Ever since the four of us humans entered this large area of the Temple of Nature, he has been eyeing us. He has let one of us pretend to be the wind and deceive us into coming looking for him. I guess it's most likely because I heard that the god race can absorb the Tao heart of the human race. This old bastard suddenly has some evil intentions and wants to harm us. Where do you think Fengzhan got the last pill? When he was searching for the exiled race, he had the intention to find one. After finding the exiled race, he went to continue searching. He was full. He was able to fool you with such lies. He was also convinced. Xiangxian was embarrassed and said, Then, you know that he has two bodies? How can you tell? Guanxiao patted Xiangxian's arm and said, The big snake told me. He can tell. Xiangxian was anxious. Big snake, why didn't you tell me, but told her? The serpent said, Well, when she was holding your hand halfway, she discussed it with me beforehand and told me to pay attention to the wind. At that time, we hadn't arrived at the heretical god's palace yet. She said not to let you know, because she was afraid that your expression would change and the heretic god would notice you. Xiangxian was stunned and said, What about Fengzhan? Guanxiao shrugged his shoulders and said, At home, where else can he be? Although Fengzhan's level is too low, the heretic god does not dare to kill a Templar here. At most, he will feint Fengzhan. Xiangxian sighed and said, Forget it. Let's not ask anymore, so as not to expose the fact that my IQ is low. Guanxiao played with Xiangxian's arm and said, This has nothing to do with IQ. Don't be sad. It's just that you don't have enough experience. I'm more experienced in dealing with scheming things like the heretic god. In terms of malicious methods, I have some ideas. If you want to learn, I'll tell you when we chat next to the pillow. Xiangxian suddenly jolted and said, I know that you have many tricks, but don't use them on me. Otherwise, I will really lose face. Guanxiao let out a chuckle and whispered, It seems like you've fought with me less times? Xiangxian did not say anything, but he also felt that his future would not be too smooth. If Guanxiao hadn't reacted quickly, she was afraid that her group would have fallen for someone else's path. After all, a human's identity was still very sensitive. Looking at it now, the death of the spirit-summoning heretic god truly deserved it. But how many more people were like this vicious? Spirit-summoning heretic god was fine. He was just a magician-type character, and his combat strength was not outstanding. However, the next time he encountered a vicious character with strong combat strength, he would not be able to escape a calamity just by playing tricks. The human divine palace. So, to be able to devour memories at the same time, is he lying to the spirit-summoning heretic god? In front of Xiangxian, there were more than 200 first-grade saint-ranked spirit herbs. At this moment, he was picking off the leaves of one of the spirit herbs and gently chewing it in his mouth. There were more than 1,500 herbs found from the spirit-summoning heretic god. Only 230 of them were spirit herbs, and the rest were poisonous herbs. As for Xiangxian, he was carefully identifying the attributes of these spirit herbs. Not all of them. Guanxiao shook her head and said, When I absorbed the ability of the spirit-summoning heretic god, I thought of a question in my heart. When I absorbed him, I would find the answer from his memories. Xiangxian tasted a spiritual herb and carefully wrote on the blank sheepskin scroll. You didn't know at that time that devouring had such an effect. Guanxiao nodded. At that time, what I wanted to know the most was where his spiritual herbs were stored. So I got this answer immediately. Xiangxian rubbed his temples. He had already tasted more than 30 of them. This was a slow process. The types of spirit herbs were different from what Xianxia knew. It was indeed not an easy task to taste the medicinal properties he needed from spirit herbs. Xianxia only knew about 2 pill formulas for saint-ranked first-grade spirit pills. One was obtained from the Spirit Vulture sect, and the other was obtained during the Journey of Time. However, the ingredients of spirit herbs were not simple. In the real world, one spirit herb usually contained more than 2 medicinal properties, or even 3 to 4. This was very different from the pure medicinal properties of spirit herbs in the dream world. This caused the biggest trouble for Xianxia. Xianxia took a deep breath and said, "Then, what exactly is the ability to summon the spirit heretic god?" What Guanxiao absorbed was ability, not strength, nor realm. "It's death affinity," Guanxiao said. "This calls upon the spirit evil god to have an innate domination over the dead. He can control the corpse, so he has a certain understanding of life force." Yes, this is a good thing. As Xianxia spoke, he continued to taste the spiritual herbs. Xianxia's Blade of the Dead also had a similar ability, but this ability was limited to the dream world and could awaken the creator's dead creature in the dream Dao. However, the creatures of the dream world were not the same as the real world. Once they arrived, Xianxia's ability to summon the undead had also been invalidated. He didn't expect Guanxiao to fill in this blank instead. As Xianxia tasted the spiritual herbs, he chatted with Guanxiao and discovered that the ability of the spirit-summoning heretic god to control the undead did not require the price of life force. This was related to Guanxiao's own strength. The higher Guanxiao's realm was, the higher the level of undead he could control. The good news was that Guanxiao could control the undead at different levels. In other words, at the first level of spirit void, she could control a second-level spirit void corpse at most. This was one of the necromancer puppet techniques. At this moment, Luoshang and Lan Ling also returned. The two of them brought Feng Zhan over at the same time. Just like Guanxiao said, Feng Zhan was indeed controlled by the spirit-summoning evil god, and was currently in a coma. After examining Feng Zhan, Guanxiao smiled and said, "I can't save him, but Xianxia can. This Feng Zhan is not unconscious, but his soul was forced to sleep by the spirit evil god. If the spirit heretic god hadn't personally acted, it would have been very difficult for ordinary people to wake up." Xianxia nodded. "Understood. Wait a moment." With that, he pointed his fingers at the space between Feng Zhan's eyebrows and used Dream Dao. Soon, Xianxia jumped into Feng Zhan's dream. The Wind Show in his dream was still in a state of confusion. His memories from the first half of his life were forming a series of complicated and flickering dream scenes in the form of fragments. Xianxia grabbed Feng Zhan's dream body wrist and said, "Wake up!" In an instant, in the real world, Feng Zhan and Xianxia opened their eyes at the same time. The first thing Feng Zhan did when he opened his eyes was to quickly grab Xianxia and say, "Not good! Everyone, be careful. There's an ancient race magician eyeing you. You guys have to." "It has already happened," Xianxia said. Xianxia explained the cause and effect. After hearing this, Feng Zhan heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he also felt deeply worried. Just as Xianxia and the others had expected, killing the spirit-summoning heretic god would not be easy. This person was recruited by the god race with great effort, and the master god valued the spirit-summoning heretic god very much. Feng Zhan let out a long sigh and said, "There are still 7 days left before the talent convention. Stay here and don't wander around. I will go to the master god to explain the situation. I hope that I can get their forgiveness. If I don't come back within 7 days, you can go to the talent gathering on your own. I will inform the master god of your names and you can participate." After saying that, Feng Zhan pondered for a moment before turning around and leaving. In the next few days, Xianxia continued to taste the spiritual herbs and carefully wrote down every medicinal herb he tasted. According to the Eye of Heaven's wisdom, these herbs were classified in detail. 3 days later, this vast project was finally completed. The good news was that of the 230 stalks of spirit herbs, 35 were capable of refining the spirit pills known to Xianxia. They could be divided into 35 portions, and 35 stalks could be refined. This first-grade saint-ranked pill was the most beneficial to the late heavenly tribulation realm and the first level of the spirit void realm. If Xianxia consumed 5 pills, he would be able to advance to the second stage of spirit void. At that time, if he wanted to advance again, he would have to consume a second stage saint rank pill. Luo Sheng, Lan Ling, and Guan Shao would share the remaining 30 pills. Guan Shao needed to swallow 7 pills to level up to the second level of spirit void. Luo Sheng needed 9 pills, and Lan Ling needed 12 pills. A total of 28 pills were needed, and if Xianxia did not encounter any accidents, he would be able to produce 30 pills, which was more than enough. The prospects seemed to be very good, even more perfect than Guan Shao had expected. The 4 of them had just arrived in the real world, and they could advance to the second level of spirit void. Xianxia did not hesitate and immediately began to refine pills. Fortunately, although the dream world and the real world were 2 different places, the principles of pill concocting techniques and methods were still the same. Xianxia released a flame of the sun and began to temper it in the saint-grade equipment refining furnace. On the first day, after many attempts, he had wasted a first-grade saint-ranked spirit herb and had welcomed his first success. This encouraged everyone. If they succeeded for the first time, the success rate would double. Everyone believed in Xianxia's strength. The medicinal pills took shape one by one. When Xianxia refined the 4th saint-ranked spirit pill and began to refine the 5th, the 4 of them felt a strange fluctuation at the same time. Why is it at this time? Under the baking of the sun fire, Xianxia, who was focused on refining pills, couldn't help but frown. That abnormal fluctuation represented that his divine court palace had been invaded. Continue to refine the pills. Let's go take a look. Guan Shao and the others immediately walked out of the second floor and arrived at the first floor. In front of them, Guan Shao and the others frowned. The person who came wasn't an outsider, but the one who mocked Feng Zhan the most and tried to give the 4 humans to the Master God to absorb the Tao Heart, the Templar Knight Ling Shao. What are you doing here? Guan Shao asked with a smile, but that smile was a little cold. Ling Shao was still taking his dozen or so men with him, which made him extremely proud, the big man of the steel-armed race. At this moment, Ling Shao proudly looked at the 3 humans in front of him and said, "Hand over all the herbs you obtained from the spirit summoning heretic god." Ha! Guan Shao smiled and said, "Did you make a mistake? Those herbs were bought with our lives. How can you leave casually?" Ling Zhao's expression turned cold as he said, "You guys killed the spirit summoning heretic god, but the Master God didn't seek you out for your lives. It's already out of the ordinary to show mercy. It's best that you don't push any further. If you want to give it to the Nature Divine Palace, then it's not up to you to give it to the Master God." Blue Spirit narrowed her eyes, and the flying sword behind her began to buzz. "Ha! Are you trying to resist me?" Ling Shao sneered and used his right index finger to gently wipe the space between his eyebrows. There was originally a small green leaf symbol between his eyebrows, but after wiping it off with his finger, he revealed an eye pattern made of lightning. Seeing this, the 3 of them quickly exchanged glances and said, "The Thunder God race?" The dozen or so strong men of the iron-armed race looked even more arrogant at this moment, as if they were proud of their master and did not put these humans in their eyes. Ling Shao said, "I'm afraid you've confused me with trash like Feng Zhan. Let me tell you, I'm a genuine 3rd stage spirit void, Steel Knight. You want to resist me? You'd better weigh your abilities." At this point, Ling Shao stretched out his right hand and said, "I have specifically requested instructions from the Master God. They have instructed me to transfer all the herbs that summon the spirit heretical god to me. The iron-armed race's value is 100 times higher than yours. These herbs are more valuable for the iron-armed race to enjoy than they are wasted on you." The situation was even more troublesome than he had imagined. That Ling Shao was actually a real Thunder God race. This kind of god race's combat strength was definitely not a joke. The suppression of a 2-level minor realm was like a heavenly chasm in the spirit void realm. Furthermore, the potential of Xianxia and the others had yet to be recognized by the Master God. On the Master God's side, the iron-armed race was definitely far superior to the human race. "What if I don't?" Guan Shao said coldly. Ling Shao said, There are two kinds of consequences. First, if you disobey the orders of the Master God, you will be imprisoned and investigated. Second, I cannot inform the Master God, but I will let my subordinates teach you a lesson. As he said that, Ling Zhao's expression became excited. Quickly reject me. I have long since found you unpleasing to the eye. I very much hope that you can reject me, so that I can openly give you good fruit to eat. Lan Ling narrowed her eyes, looked back at the second floor, and exchanged glances with Guan Shao. With Xiangnan's pill refining speed, he would definitely not be able to complete the fifth pill. The fact that the spiritual herbs were snatched away was certain, but at least it was good to obtain 5 saint-ranked pills for Xiangnan. At the very least, it would allow Xiangnan to advance to the second level of Spirit Void. This was their last hope. More than a dozen strong men of the steel-armed race had already rubbed their fists. Judging from that, if Guan Shao and the others obediently handed over the spirit herbs, the steel-armed race experts would be disappointed instead. Guan Shao smiled and said, I refuse. Ha 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 ha. That's what I was waiting for. Ling Shao raised his head and laughed. Since that's the case, I'll choose the second way to deal with it. You guys, come out. Ling Shao lifted his robe and walked out of the divine court with his head held high, arriving at the courtyard outside. At this moment, there was already a sea of people above the courtyard's fence. It seemed that Ling Shao had already notified quite a few people before coming over. He knew very well that the 4 humans would definitely not be willing to hand over their spiritual herbs. And this lesson was something that Ling Shao had long thought of. Out of curiosity about the humans and this mysterious race, a large number of foreign experts came over to watch the battle one by one, all of them holding the attitude of watching a good show. Inside the divine court, Guan Shao spoke very quickly and whispered, These steel-armed clansmen are all second-level spirit void experts. We won't be able to defeat them. Don't fight head-on. Regardless of the price, buy time for Xiangnan. After saying that, the 3 of them resolutely followed. On the second floor of the divine hall, Xiangnan's forehead was covered in a layer of sweat. Under the baking of the true sun fire, he was busy refining pills. However, he didn't know what was happening outside. The snake said, Guan Shao and the others haven't returned yet, so we can basically be sure that they are here for the spirit herbs. Treasure this period of time. Kid Xiangnan, the situation is not optimistic. After refining 5 pills, immediately absorb them and refine them. Don't give others a chance to snatch them away. Minutes and seconds passed. More than 3 hours had passed, and Xiangnan's Saint-rank spirit pill had finally come out. He grabbed the 5th spirit pill in his hand and threw all 5 into his storage ring before running away. Don't get into an accident. Don't get into an accident. As Xiangnan ran wildly, he prayed anxiously. When he left the second level of the independent space, he immediately heard bursts of laughter coming from outside. This caused Xiangnan's heart to sink. Boom! Xiangnan kicked open the door to the first floor, and he came face to face with shadows. Experts of all races were floating in the air with their shoulders crossed. They mocked and ridiculed. In the courtyard, Ling Shao was leisurely floating in the air. More than a dozen strong men from the iron-armed race rubbed their fists and clenched their fists until they cracked. On the ground, Guan Shao and Lan Ling fell into a pool of blood. Their eyes were slightly open, and their entire body was wounded. They were already beaten to the point of dying. Only Luo Shang still bent his body, his entire body covered in blood, panting as he persisted. He held the long saber in his hand, and his left eye was also blinded, but he was still trying his best to drag the strong men of the iron-armed race. It actually took 3 hours. These 3 Spirit Void Level 1 humans had dragged out more than a dozen iron-armed race men from the Spirit Void Level 2 for a full 3 hours. Obviously, the price they paid was also extremely painful. At this moment, Luo Shang was also in a shaky state, unable to even stand firmly. At that moment, Xiangnan felt a buzzing sound in his mind. The 4 humans went through countless hardships before arriving in the real world. He hadn't even fought with the real enemy yet, but he had been viciously bullied by his own members. Xiangnan was enraged, and the anger in his heart was completely boiling. You did it! Xianxia narrowed his eyes, and the huge saber in his hand began to vibrate at an unprecedented frequency. Ling Xiao supported his chin and smiled. Oh, the last one, the cowardly turtle, is finally willing to show his face. Haha. But don't worry, your few were brought back by Fengzhan. I still won't kill you, but I'll teach you a lesson. Right at this moment, the burly man opposite Luo Shang suddenly shouted. His majestic body jumped high and punched towards Luo Shang's face. His arm was made of steel, condensing the most astonishing essence of the earth element. The power of this punch was completely above the laws. It was far beyond all the natural substances created by the miraculous natural world. Clang! Xianxia raised his saber and withstood a punch from the strong man of the steel-armed race. This punch was actually caught. The burly man said with a frown. What, are you still hiding your cultivation realm? What great strength! Xianxia retracted his saber and charged forward. With a short sprint, he wanted to cut the strong man's chest. However, when the strong man's fists collided, he suddenly produced a violent aura that forced Xianxia back. Xianxia, be careful, Guan Shao shouted. The sturdy man raised his right fist and said, Super laws, steel domain. In an instant, Xianxia felt his entire body tighten. The 5 elements in the air were all converted into earth elements. These countless earth elements were in the form of particles and condensed onto the strong man's arms at the speed of light. A spirit void realm martial artist was no longer a mere user of laws, but a law controller. They can easily reverse the laws. The strong man's arms were covered with a layer of black light, and he heavily smashed down towards Xianxia. The power of this punch was simply indescribable. It felt like the entire world was following the orders of the strong man to help him attack Xianxia. At the same time, Xianxia's heart trembled. He was shocked to discover that his body was actually being converted into earth elements. His physical body and surging sun qi were rapidly converting into earth elements, flying towards the burly man, clinging to his arms, becoming a part of his strength. Xianxia's skin was disintegrating. This terrifying transformation of laws had actually spread to Xianxia. Xianxia tried to resist this transformation of laws, but because his realm was 1 level lower than that of the strong man, he was given an absolute advantage by that strong man during the struggle for laws. Xianxia's heart tightened. He had no way to deal with such an attack, so he could only use the most stupid method. Massive consumption. In an instant, Xianxia drew out a large amount of sun qi and condensed it onto the blade to receive the strong man's punch. The amount of sun qi was simply too large. However, around 30% of the sun qi had been converted into earth elements and flown onto the strong man's body. Instead, it had become the strength of the strong man. Clang! Another punch. Xianxia felt as if he had been hit by a cosmic meteor, and his entire body was knocked backwards. He desperately grabbed onto the ground with his sun qi and forcefully drew 2 deep ravines on the solid ground. Catch it! The audience exclaimed. The first level of Spirit Void caught the attack of the second level of Spirit Void. But at this moment, Xianxia was not feeling well either. He had to release a large amount of sun qi to attach to his skin at any time, using the method of consuming sun qi to protect his skin from being transformed. The battle at the Spirit Void realm was a brand new battle style. Xianxia was still unable to adapt. The suppression of a Spirit Void expert brought with it the ownership of the laws. The sturdy man quickly charged towards Xianxia and flipped his basin-sized palm, pressing down on Xianxia's chest. During his palm strike, the earth on the ground, the surrounding walls, the air in the air, and even Xianxia's robe and saber were all decomposed into earth elemental particles that were sucked in by the strong man. In less than a second, a 4-meter-long saber had all turned into earth elements, becoming the strength of a strong man. The saber was actually gone. No wonder Luo Shang and the others lost. A battle of this level has nothing to do with skill. But before, when Fengzhan fought with the Templar Knights, Fengzhan also held the advantage of the realm and the ownership of the laws. However, this did not happen. In other words, the suppression of the realm will indeed bring about the superiority of the laws. However, Converting the surrounding elements into earth elements for your own use should be a unique skill unique to the steel arm race. No wonder Ling Xiao is so confident in the steel arm race. People's thoughts were very fast. In the short moment that the strong man sprinted forward, a series of thoughts flashed through Xiang Nan's mind. Xiang Nan flashed and narrowly escaped the burly man's attack. The large slap almost scratched Xiang Nan's chest and almost hit him. Xiang Nan's heart sank again. He discovered that he was being excluded by the laws. He could have dodged more easily. He was the only existence in this small battle circle that had not yet been converted into an earth element. This caused him to begin to be rejected and suppressed by this 50 cubic meter battle circle. This is his domain, the big snake said. If this 50 cubic meter small area was considered a world, then Xiang Nan was like an intruder in this small world. He was naturally rejected, and all of his movements would not be recognized by this world, thus becoming extremely difficult. You hid. The sturdy man's palm missed. He looked at Xiang Nan with an incredulous gaze and said, "How did you do this?" The strong man had an advantage in controlling the surrounding laws, but Xiang Nan's talent also had a huge advantage. Xiang Nan, stop fighting. Lan Ling shook her head at Xiang Nan and said, "We've already done what we wanted to do. There's no point fighting any longer." This Ling Xiao was nodded by the Master God and came to collect our spiritual herbs. No matter how much he resisted, he still had to hand them over in the end. Xiang Nan had roughly guessed this point. No matter what, he was also a person brought by Fengzhan. If Ling Xiao dared to be so arrogant and cause trouble, it must be tacit approval from the higher-ups. At this moment, Xiang Nan took out all the spiritual herbs and threw them all to Ling Xiao, saying, "This matter is not over." Ling Xiao's face had already completely lost its previous conceit. The impact of these 4 humans was unimaginable. The 3 of them had entangled the strong man for 3 hours. But Xiang Nan was even more terrifying. He actually fought the strong man to a draw. This was definitely not the strength a first-level spirit void martial artist should have. Ling Xiao's face was gloomy as he counted them before shaking his head. "No. There are still 7 first-grade saint-ranked spirit herbs left." Xiang Nan hugged his shoulder and said, "I won't give it to you anymore. The person who injured me is considered to be the treatment fee." Ling Xiao sneered and said, "I really don't care about that shitty thing. I'll treat it as a gift to you. People in front of me call me stingy." At this point, Ling Xiao pointed at Xiang Nan's nose and said, "This time, we have restrained ourselves. Next time, you won't be able to muddle through so easily." After saying that, Ling Xiao took a group of strong men and left. After the battle was over, the onlookers left one after another. Xiang Nan brought his 3 seriously injured companions back to the main hall of the Divine Court. He arranged for the 3 of them to heal their injuries one by one. "You haven't eaten the pills yet, have you?" Guan Shao coughed out a mouthful of blood and weakly said, "In this god domain, cultivation realm really determines victory and defeat." "Yes, I didn't come to eat." Xiang Nan nodded thoughtfully, his mind still recalling the strong man's ability just now. Guan Shao said, "Don't think about it. The 3 of us have already seen clearly the abilities of the steel arm race. This is the unique advantage of their race." "Is this their martial skill or their race's ability?" Xiang Nan muttered. Hearing this, Guan Shao laughed playfully. "It's race ability." Xiang Nan said, "That's easy. Prepare yourself. Come with me tonight. This breath must not be swallowed." There was no need for Xiang Nan to point it out. Those 3 smart people already knew what Xiang Nan was going to do. "I'll first absorb the pills and raise my cultivation level. Then I'll go find the place at night." Xiang Nan sat down cross-legged and took the lead in swallowing a saint-ranked spirit pill. A surging force began to revolve around Xiang Nan's body. As the medicinal pills were absorbed, this power became even more powerful. 1, 2, 3. At midnight, Xiang Nan suddenly opened his eyes. He took a deep breath and held it in his chest. He said, "Help me suppress the heaven and earth phenomenon." Guan Shao immediately walked forward. She waved her hands, and a power that should have belonged to the spirit-summoning heretic god, quickly enveloped Xiangnan's entire body. At the same time, the Xiangnan realm suddenly erupted. Spirit Void Level 2. The powerful heaven and earth phenomenon was forcefully controlled by Guanshao in the Hall of the Divine Hall, preventing it from spreading out. In an instant, the hall was like the ocean of the universe. Shrine Complex, Inner Ring. Ling Xiao was drinking with a dozen strong men. Just as the wine was in full swing, Ling Xiao suddenly became angry and smashed his fist on the table, causing the wine jug and glass to jump up. "Damn it!" Ling Xiao said angrily. "Sooner or later, we will take back the divine realm. Without the companionship of the other god races, one would not be able to create a divine statue or accept worship. This meant that one's cultivation realm could not be raised. This was the plight of all the god races in the entire nature temple at this stage. The god race's unique cultivation mode was far superior to that of outsiders, but its disadvantages were also enormous. Once a god race was expelled, it meant that there would never be a future for them. Even though nearly 80 to 90% of the god race in the Temple of Nature has perished, isn't there still a portion of the god race left? No matter what, there must be hundreds of thousands of them, right? Said a sturdy man. So what? How can I, a god-level person like myself, enjoy the hundreds of thousands of god races in the Nature Temple? Ling Xiao was even angrier when he said this. The strong man nodded thoughtfully. That's true. Ling Xiao was only a divine envoy. Above him were war gods, temple war gods, and even a portion of the master gods. If Ling Xiao wanted to raise his cultivation realm, so did the master gods. How could it be Ling Xiao's turn? Don't worry, we'll definitely be able to snatch back the divine realm. At that time, big brother Ling Xiao will definitely be a hero. Don't forget these brothers, the sturdy man said. Hearing this, Ling Xiao's expression softened slightly. He smiled and said, "Naturally, once I become a god, you will also follow the chickens and dogs into the sky." Everyone laughed loudly, and the atmosphere became lively again. The banquet lasted until dawn before the dozen strong men bid farewell to Ling Xiao, left Ling Xiao's divine court, and returned to their own residences. The streets were empty. Waves of cold wind blew over, rustling the fallen leaves. Although the Divine Hall of Nature was actively gathering all the outsiders to fight against the Divine Hall of Thunder, no one could say what the final outcome would be. Most people remain rational and think that they will most likely fail in the end. This negative atmosphere had always enveloped the entire Divine Nature Temple area. Lingering on for a long time, the dozen strong men walked together. After walking for a while, they suddenly saw two men in black robes standing in the middle of the road ahead. The two of them were covered in black cloaks and couldn't even see their faces clearly. In addition, there was always a strange aura field covering the faces of the two of them. This made it impossible for their vision to penetrate, and their perception was also unable to perceive their facial contours. Who is it? All the strong men of the steel-armed race frowned. You actually dare to block the path of the lords. Xiangnan patted Guan Shao on the shoulder, and Guan Shao took a few steps back and stepped aside. A dozen strong men looked at this posture and didn't understand. Haha, this is interesting. Someone actually came to pick on us without knowing whether to die or die. A burly man walked out with a shake of his shoulder. He adjusted his posture slightly and immediately rushed towards Xiangnan. Not him. Xiangnan could tell at a glance that the strong man who injured Guan Shao and the others during the day was still standing in the crowd watching the fun. And at this moment, another one was attacking. Xiangnan's gaze immediately stared fixedly at the strong man in the daytime, completely ignoring the strong man who was getting closer and closer to him. Go to hell. The drunken strong man waved his big arm. Although he was slightly drunk, his strength was unambiguous. This punch was similarly infinite in power, no weaker than the strong man in the daytime. Xiangnan moved an inch. He suddenly grabbed the strong man's wrist with his backhand and twisted it. The sturdy man actually soared into the air and his entire body flew around. Xiangnan raised his leg and kicked the strong man away. Sure enough, after the realm is raised, this bunch of bastards are no longer worth mentioning. The big snake said. The rest of the strong men were stunned and exclaimed, "How could this be?" The sturdy man who was kicked flying quickly landed on the ground and charged towards Xianxia like a ferocious beast. He suddenly jumped up halfway and dived towards Xianxia like a meteor. Super Law's Steel Domain. In an instant, the sturdy man was wrapped in a 50 cubic meter domain. The air and night breeze quickly transformed into earth elements and flew towards him. When that domain enveloped Xianxia also felt the feeling of being plundered by the laws during the day. However, this feeling was only temporary. The second level of spirit void, plus the 6 meridians of the gods. The sturdy man's attempt to steal the elements from Xianxia was a complete fool's dream. Why? The sturdy man could also feel that he couldn't suck in Xianxia at all. The steel arm race's steel domain was the pride of their race. It was something that they were unhappy about, but today it was useless. Xianxia did not dodge, but instead kicked the strong man who had dived down. Clang! Sun Qi gathered on the soles of his feet, and Xianxia kicked the burly man on the shoulder, causing the burly man to explode on the spot. The terrifying explosion sent the burly man flying. His internal organs were already shattered in midair, and he was on the verge of death. Hiss! The rest of the strong men gasped. To think that there would be such an expert. Crush. Complete suppression of strength. No suspense. Xianxia bowed slightly and suddenly transformed into a beam of light that shot straight through the night sky and into the crowd of strong men. His target is Sanmu. Protect him. These sturdy men woke up and hurriedly surrounded the sturdy man during the day. The 2 strong men grabbed Xianxia's shoulders from the left and right, while the 2 men grabbed Xianxia's arms from behind. These 10 or so people used the steel domain together, so they had to gather the strength of a dozen or so people to absorb Xianxia. Xianxia turned his right hand half a circle and slammed his palm against the ground. Boom! A wave of sunlight swept the dozen or so strong men away with ease. Xianxia grabbed the strong man named Sanmu and said coldly, "Come, show me another one." Before Sanmu could react, Xianxia punched through his chest and flew off into the distance like a chick. Guanxiao smiled silently and turned into a streak of black light. Shrine Complex, Outer Ring. That Guanxiao suddenly turned into a black demon. She opened her terrifying demon mouth and sucked in a strong breath towards the strong man from afar. A strong light came out of the strong man's body and entered Guanxiao's mouth. Guanxiao raised her right hand and clenched the fist. In an instant, all the elements in the surroundings began to frantically transform into earth elements. "You, cough. What did you do to me, cough?" The sturdy man was half dead, and he could no longer distinguish the situation. Guanxiao laughed sinisterly. She had obtained the ability of the steel arm race, so she reached out to pinch the strong man's neck. Xianxia grabbed Guanxiao's wrist and shook his head at her. He whispered, "We can't fall out with the Divine Nature Palace openly yet. We still need to use their resources for the sake of the human race." Guanxiao nodded and the 2 left. Ling Xiao was already crazy enough, but he didn't dare to kill any outsiders at this time. Xianxia thought that this should be a taboo during this sensitive period. If there were enmity and resentment, I'll see you at the talent assembly. Who did this? In Ling Xiao's divine court, he looked coldly at the 2 strong men lying on the ground. However, no one answered, and the other strong men remained silent. It wasn't hard to discover that when they fought at night, they recognized the true energy of the sun. But this kind of thing can't be said. Only a child who loses a fight will cry and look for an adult. In the eyes of these strong martial artists, abusing others was because their fists were hard enough, and being abused was because their fists weren't hard enough. He had lost face and wanted to find it for himself. If he couldn't defeat the enemy and still needed help, it could only mean that he was incompetent. It doesn't matter if you don't say it. Ling Xiao nodded coldly and said, "There are still a few days left. Don't go out for this period of time. We already have a large amount of precious spiritual herbs. These past few days, all of you have been cultivating in seclusion. You guys are already at the middle and late stages of the second stage of the spirit void realm, striving to advance to the late stage. Wait until the talent gathering, then we'll calculate it back." Hearing Ling Zhao's words, the faces of the dozen strong men suddenly darkened. Is there really hope? That man was clearly only at the early stage of the second layer of spirit void. 3 days later, the Divine Nature Palace became lively. The first talent conference that had been planned for a long time had finally been held. A large number of divine envoys brought along the outsiders they had found to participate in the convention. If they were able to obtain good results from their subordinates at the conference, it meant that these people would receive strong support. In the future, they would definitely make great contributions to the war in the Divine Hall. Ling Xiao and the others also had this plan in mind. Right now, they could endure it. They only needed to recapture the divine realm in the future. The credit they had made in the early stages of this battle was enough for them to be promoted astonishingly. Ling Xiao was even intoxicated to the point that he thought that he might be rewarded continuously by breaking through the rules. Perhaps, he could be promoted from a third-level spirit void god representative to a temple battle god. God domain. A premonition? An old man put his hands behind his back and looked at the boundless river of time. He stroked his beard and said, Star Lord, with just a premonition, it is not convincing. Behind the old man stood a person that Xianxia would definitely feel very familiar with when he saw him. Star Lord. The Star Lord said, reporting to the Purple Thunder Master God. Although this subordinate can't remember what happened in my dream, my premonition is definitely not wrong. I feel that something must be quietly breeding in the place where the human race used to live. Please give me this privilege and let this subordinate lead the 1,000 human divine envoys to search the various habitats where the human race used to live. The old man stroked his beard and muttered, Right now, while we are searching for the remnants of the nature temple, we are also searching for the last human. Your request is undoubtedly diverting our manpower. The Star Lord knelt on one knee and said, Your Excellency, please give this subordinate a chance to atone for his sins. The old man sighed and said, I believe you again. Go. Thank you, Lord God. Star Lord's eyes lit up, and he immediately turned into a bolt of lightning and flew away. Somewhere. Star Trace nodded slightly and said, I have the same premonition. Although it is very strange, it is very strong. A glint flashed through Star Lord's eyes as he said, Something must have happened to us in that last human dream, and this kind of thing must never happen again. Since we didn't succeed, it means that someone must have defeated us, or even you. Star Lord nodded and said, That's why I need your ability to help me find someone. Star Trace, you are still only a 5th-level spirit void god representative. But I need you to obtain more strength to further strengthen your search ability. The Star Trace suddenly shook and said, Don't tell me. Xing Jun nodded slightly. I personally bred a battle god level godhead. Originally, it was intended to be passed on to my future son. But now, I can give it to you. The Star Trace immediately gritted his teeth and said, Great. There's always a kind of anger burning in my heart, but I don't know what exactly it is. Now, I finally have a chance to find out the truth. God Domain Reverse Light Forest. The brilliant river of light had already been dyed through by the golden blood. On the bank of the river of light, a tenacious man was panting and kneeling on the bank. He was holding a girl about 14 or 15 years old in his left hand and holding a broken spear in his right hand. He was wearing purple gold armor, but the armor was already mottled and damaged. The golden blood flowed down his cheeks and dripped onto the ground, flowing down the soil into the river of reverse light. His resolute gaze swept across the dense forest of light, and he had an unyielding stubbornness on his face. Suddenly, a vast expanse of white light appeared in the forest. Immediately after, countless divine colts of light soared into the sky. On the back of each divine colt was a Knight Templar dressed in silver armor. These knights numbered more than 10,000. Knights Templar, Grand Knight Commander Silver Shield, Purple Gold Knights, Starlight. Hand over the Master God of Life. You have no way out. Shout! From the direction of the vast white Knights Templar, a neat and threatening sound could be heard. The man in purple and gold armor lowered his head and looked at the girl. When he looked at the girl, His tenacious gaze immediately became incomparably devout. He said softly, "She is the little daughter of the goddess of life. She is also the last orthodox descendant of the supreme god of the temple of nature." Within the vast white nights, the divine steed let out a long howl, and a golden light quickly rushed out. This was a young and sturdy knight. He wore golden armor and could be said to be majestic. The golden knight said, "Xing Hui, my master, you chose the wrong team. You were originally the most loyal person in the Thunder Divine Palace, and also the person I've always looked up to. But you actually chose to betray the Knights Templars, betraying your most fundamental duty as a knight." The purple gold man suddenly raised his head and laughed loudly. "If you call the last pure bloodline of the Temple of Nature a betrayal, then I have indeed done so, and I will not regret it. You have long forgotten what the Knights Templars' founding heart was. The pursuit of power has made it impossible for you to see this world clearly. Come on. I can fight again." The girl slightly opened her eyes. She stretched out her index finger and lightly tapped the purple gold man, Xing Hui, on his shoulder. Immediately after, all of Xing Hui's injuries miraculously healed. Xing Hui was stunned, and his eyes immediately turned red. An uproar could be heard from within the vast White Knights Templar. The Golden Knight's eyes widened as he cried out in shock, "Force of nature! Not good. Her force of nature is beginning to enter its initial awakening state. We must not let her leave. Knights Templar, charge!" Xing Hui raised the broken spear with one hand and shouted, "In the name of the heavens, with the wind as the line, protect the god domain and defend the god race. Knights Templar, Xing Hui, I beg you, the soul of a knight, the spear of a dragon cavalry Templar, give me strength. This is your devout follower, the 133rd time I have summoned you. Ha 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 ha." The Golden Knight laughed loudly. "Teacher, since the founding of the Knights Templar, no one except the first founder has ever received the approval of the Dragon Spear. You've already failed 133 times. It's impossible for you to succeed." Xing Hui sighed and said, "Lord God, if I die today, please remember my loyalty." With that, Xing Hui raised his broken spear and rushed towards the knights in the crowd. At this moment, the sky suddenly lit up. The stars in the night sky were dazzling, and a gigantic spear figure that spanned the entire sky suddenly appeared. "The soul of a knight!" All the knights exclaimed in unison. The Golden Knight roared crazily, "That's impossible! We are the most loyal people to the Knights Templar. We are the ones who uphold the faith of the Knights Templar. Him, Xing Hui, he's just a traitor. He's not qualified to be recognized by the soul of a knight. This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible." However, the shadow of the giant spear in the sky shone with a holy light. In the long night, a ray of light illuminated the road ahead and drove the night away. The light shrouded the starlight. The broken purple gold armor on Xing Hui's body had actually begun to be repaired. Furthermore, the appearance of this purple gold armor had greatly changed. 2 dragon horns rose from his helmet, and his arm turned into dragon claws. A purple gold dragon armor. All the knights were stunned. God Domain, Knights Templar Headquarters, Knights Templar. This was an incomparably vast hall. On both sides of the hall were rows of pure white figures. Below each figure was a stone stele. There was a detailed description of this sculpture. These were the legendary knights who had made great contributions to the Knights Templar and the Divine Realm since its founding. At the very front of all the statues, on a platform made of steel, silver, gold, purple gold, and 4-colored metal, there was a long spear. This spear was carved into the shape of a flying dragon. At this moment, the spear was buzzing and trembling, and it emitted a ray of light towards the distant sky. In front of the altar sat an old man with dazzling hair and a child's face. He did not wear knight armor, but only a simple snow-white robe. Everyone says that knighthood is just a legend. It is a beautiful garment that knights put on themselves. Only those who are truly recognized by the knight soul can receive the blessing of the dragon-riding spear. However, other than the founder of the Knights Templars, no one has ever pulled out this spear. Ha! Who said that Knight spirit does not exist? The old man stood up with his hands behind his back and said, Dragon riding spear. Looks like you've found a new owner. But I'm sorry. I can't let you go. After saying that, the old man used his right hand to gently suppress the restless dragon riding spear and said, You can only protect the god race and not betray it. The dragon spear gradually quieted down again. Temple of Nature, temporary residence. The 16 master gods had all arrived. They were floating in the bright sky. There were only 6 master gods in the top row. Each of these 6 had the eye of lightning pattern on their foreheads. It was the 6 master gods who had betrayed the Thunder God Temple and chose to stand with the Nature God Temple. Their actions had also received the highest respect from the Nature Shrine, and they had received the highest status and treatment. Below these 6 were 10 other master gods. These 10 were the original master gods of the Nature Temple, but they were willing to give up their positions. The master gods of the 6 great Thunder Divine Halls looked down from above. One of the highest-ranking master gods nodded slightly. Are they all here? The scene was extremely quiet. All of the god race looked at the gods in the sky with incomparable enthusiasm. All the outsiders, without exception, looked at the master god with awe-inspiring eyes. If not for the enmity between the 2 great divine halls, this group of outsiders would never have had the chance to live in the same sky as the legendary master gods. Now, the chance to show off had finally come. When Xianxia looked around, he could not see the boundaries of the sea of people. How many races must this be? Xianxia said. Guanxiao said, Not many. Each race only sends some representative experts to this place. The entire god domain is infinite. Even the god race may not know how many races exist now. Fengzhan nodded and said, Indeed, it is already very difficult to count. Some races are relatively large, while some races only have a few hundred members. But there are some races that can't be underestimated. Xianxia Rua asked meaningfully, Human race? I'm afraid they aren't among the races. Fengzhan sighed, not knowing how to answer. The human race was not even treated as a race, but as a medicinal pill. The human race had inherited the appearance, culture, and wisdom of the god race. They were originally proud children of heaven, and all the other races felt infinite curiosity and reverence towards this brand new race. He also thought that below the god race, the human race was number 1. All races went to the human race to learn about culture, the profound Tao system, and so on. Unexpectedly, history had played a big joke on everyone. This legendary race was actually annihilated by the creator who personally created them. Since then, the outsiders had immediately rebelled against the once glorious race of humans. Not only did they no longer respect the fallen humans, they even began to mock them. Everyone believed that the human race was too ignorant and imperfect, so they had disappointed the great god race. However, only the god race itself knew the truth. It wasn't because the humans weren't perfect, but because the humans made the god race feel scared. This kind of emotion appeared helplessly in every field, causing people to feel powerless and furious. Just like a student, all knowledge is learned from a teacher. But how can a student surpass his own teacher in knowledge? The teacher was not convinced, and the bystanders were even more unconvinced. Xianxia thought. At the same time, the representative of the Master God also announced the selection rules for the Talent Assembly. This Master God was the strongest of the 16 Master Gods, and he was also the one who had made the greatest contribution to helping the Nature Divine Palace escape from the Divine Realm. Of course, there must be people who contributed more than him, but those people were already dead. After listening to the introduction of the Master God, the scene immediately became chaotic. Xianxia was also thoughtful. There was no clear dividing line between the buildings of the Divine Hall, nor was there a single line dividing this area into several equal parts. But based on its geographical location, it can be roughly divided into 3 rings: the outer ring, the middle ring, the inner ring, and the inner ring. Needless to say, the closer the inner ring was to the nature shrine, the stronger the outer race martial artists would be. Before the specific rules were announced, almost everyone firmly believed that the rules should be the weak versus the weak and the strong versus the strong. Just like an ordinary selection contest, even if the best of the weak were to lose to the best of the strong in the end, at least the weak would still be ranked from the start of a large-scale audition. However, the rules announced by the Master God weren't like this at all. The 16 Master Gods had actually chosen 16 experts from the inner ring of the Divine Court during this period of time. There was no selection, nor was there any competition flow. It was all the people outside of the 16 who randomly challenged the 16 experts. This led to a very serious consequence, that is, no rankings would be produced in the end. Anyway, they all lost. Whether you are the last or the 17th, there is no difference in essence. This time, the scene exploded. A martial artist with an outer ring stepped forward and said, "This is not fair. If this is the rule, then what is there to compare to? An inner ring martial artist has a natural strength advantage. I hope to be able to divide the battlefields clearly. For example, battlefields with similar populations, battlefields with similar ages, and battlefields with similar realms." The Master God looked at the questioner and said, "Why?" The questioner was confident and said, "For example, I am a spirit void first stage martial artist. I challenge an inner ring martial artist who is also a spirit void first stage martial artist. But I am only 1,500 years old. But he is 15,000 years old. He has been immersed in this stage for more than 10,000 years, and he can defeat me with his richest combat experience. But aren't you choosing talents? You're not just strong people, are you?" Everyone nodded. Someone echoed, "That's right. If that's the case, then wouldn't it prove that the 15,000-year-old man is the most useless trash? However, he can defeat the young man with his rich experience. This is not selecting talents." Hearing this, Xianxia began to shake his head. "Do you think what he said is wrong?" Feng Zhan asked Xianxia curiously. Xianxia asked, "Do you think what he said is right?" As expected, the Master God laughed. He asked the questioner, "Please tell me clearly why age is not an advantage. With so much combat experience, why can't it be considered an advantage?" The questioner was stunned and said, But young people have only a short life. Of course, they are not as experienced as mature people. This is not fair. Do you want to be fair?" The Master God smiled faintly. "When the Thunder God Palace defeated the Nature God Palace, did you ever talk about fairness? Let me tell you a story. If I were a parent, I would have 2 sons. These 2 sons are the same age. When they are 18 years old, I will choose to pass on my family property to one of them. My eldest son is very good at all things, and my second son is not outstanding in any way. But one day, that smart eldest son was eaten by a ferocious beast in the mountains. Who do you think I should inherit my family property to?" Everyone was at a loss. The Master God said, "What kind of criteria do you use to measure the word genius? Talent? Comprehension? Combat skills? No, I don't think so. It's too one-sided to judge a genius like this. In my opinion, adaptability to the background of this world, the ability to handle relationships, the ability to retreat from difficulties, and the ability not to commit stupidity, even luck, are all important ingredients of a genius. As I told you, this kid might not look good in all aspects, but he was the one who survived until the end. Do you think this is luck? Perhaps, but in my opinion, isn't his luck one of his strengths? The eldest son is dead. Indeed, he is outstanding in all respects, but he is too arrogant. He is so stupid that he went to the forest alone and was eaten by wild beasts. Do you think he is a genius? Perhaps, but in my opinion, he is not." Everyone was speechless. The Master God said, "What is our ultimate goal? It is not to lose to the Thunder God Palace," with a humble plea for justice, and smugly patted his chest, saying, "Your Thunder God Palace is too despicable to win. But I die so heroically. What we want is very simple, that is, to expel the Thunder Divine Hall and return the Nature Divine Hall to the Divine Realm. As long as you can accomplish this, I don't care what method you use. Even if you won the final victory by luck and mishap, I still admit that you are a genius. Xiangnan thought so and looked at Luosheng. This fellow was not a genius from the beginning. He used the most stupid method in the world to strengthen himself. There were countless people in this world, even more talented than him, but these people had all died halfway. Whoever laughs last is the winner. At this point, no one raised any objections, nor could they find any reason to do so. The Master God pointed at the 16 high-ranking foreign experts and said, "They have the strength they have today. They earned it by themselves, by luck, by chance, by experience, by age, everything. You're younger than them. That's your disadvantage. You can't deny reality. If you want to win, try to do better in other ways to make up for the disadvantage caused by the age and race gap." "All right." The Master God clapped his hands and said, "These 16 people are all 5th-level spirit void experts. All they lack is a battle god-level godhead. Unless someone can defeat one of them and take their place, the final winner of the talent assembly will be the 16 of them." At this moment, Xiangnan smiled and started walking forward. Feng Zhan was shocked. He hurriedly grabbed Xiangnan's arm, but he didn't grab it. He hurriedly whispered, "Xiangnan, don't do anything stupid. Just now, you agreed with the Master God's words. Why are you going to oppose it now?" Xiangnan ignored Feng Zhan, and the Master God also noticed Xiangnan. "You still have something to say?" the Master God asked. "The final candidate for this talent conference will be promoted by the Nature Shrine," Xiangnan said. "Promotion? This is the main point." The Master God nodded and smiled. "Go on." Xiangnan said, "If I were at the 2nd level of Spirit Void, then I wouldn't even be able to move even half a move in the hands of a 5th-level Spirit Void expert. But the realm only needs the corresponding resources from you to rise, right? Why is age, luck so important? That's because they can't grow by promotion. You can't suddenly make an unlucky person incomparably lucky. But you can make a person with low cultivation realm become a person with high cultivation realm. Isn't the meaning of promotion also here?" The Master God smiled and said, "You have a clear mind. That's good. I'm very satisfied." The Master God turned around and said to a Master God who was holding a pen and paper next to him, "Remember this and give this young man an extra point." "Ah, this is also considered." Everyone shouted in dissatisfaction. The Master God smiled and said, "You cannot be fair to the heavens, because it will never be given to you. But you can be fair to me because we might really give it to you, as long as you can convince me. Because we, the Master Gods, do exist, don't we? Making good use of all available resources is the wisest thing to do. Then I also wanted it just now, but you didn't give it to me," the questioner said discontentedly. The Master God said, "Otherwise, it will further prove that you are incapable." The questioner's face turned pale and he said, "In other words, if this human does not come out to seek equality, will you really let us fight against the 5th level of the Spirit Void with the early stage of the Spirit Void?" The Master God said, "Of course, if you can't seize this opportunity, then bear the consequences yourself." At this point, the Master God nodded towards Xiangnan. "We have already prepared a plan for the realm. If you propose it, we will take it out. The difference in cultivation realm will indeed push the selection into a desperate situation, so we will adjust it accordingly. But you have to admit that a high cultivation realm is also one of the capital of others." "Of course." Xiangnan nodded. The Master God said, "Therefore, we will forcibly seal the 16 Spirit Void 5th layer experts to the same realm as the challenger. But this is not without a price. 1st level, in exchange for 10 moves, you are at the 2nd level of Spirit Void, so you are not allowed to retaliate within 30 moves. You can only defend passively. If you fail in this process, then leave it to fate." Xiangnan smiled faintly. This is very reasonable. Everyone didn't know why Xiangnan could still laugh. Yes, the 16 masters had already descended, but they had once stayed in that realm. It would also allow them to have a higher level of understanding of martial arts. A 9th-level Heavenly Tribulation martial artist would have an extremely high chance of winning against an enemy at the 1st level of Heavenly Tribulation if he was reduced to the 1st level of Heavenly Tribulation. The Master God nodded and said, "Since you have agreed, then the challenge will officially begin. Apart from these 16 people, everyone present can challenge at any time. As long as they win, they will take the place of the challenged." "I'll do it." One of the 16 experts floated out and said, "I will be the first to accept the challenge." 16 people had to take turns accepting the challenge. No one would fail. After a challenge was over, they would immediately change people. Of course, the challenger would also change people. The other 15 challengers were all very dissatisfied. It was obvious that true challengers would definitely watch from the sidelines first. Usually, the ones who initiated the first challenge were the weak. The scene was completely silent. There was not even a single person who took the initiative to initiate the challenge. The challenger didn't want to be the first to come out, but the opponent was at the 5th level of Spirit Void. What if some Spirit Void level 1 or 2 fellow managed to defeat a Spirit Void level 5 expert by luck? In that case, if he challenged this first or second stage Spirit Void cultivator, he wouldn't have to obey such a terrifying rule. "Let me challenge you first." Guanxiao smiled and stood out. "Ah, don't." Feng Zhan was anxious and hurriedly tried to dissuade him. However, Xianxia stopped Feng Zhan with a smile and whispered, "Let her go." Guanxiao was different from ordinary people. She had better not wait until the end to fight, but the sooner the better. Because the earlier you fight, the more enemies you will have to face. That means she had enough time and frequency to absorb more outsiders' abilities. Xianxia whispered to Guanxiao, "If you can handle it, then carry it. If you can't, then come down. There's no need to lose your life for a talent conference." "Are you worried about me?" Guanxiao smiled sweetly. Xiangxia's face turned slightly red. He looked around and whispered, "Of course, you're my woman." When Guanxiao heard this, his eyes immediately lit up and he said excitedly, "Ha! It's rare for such words to come out of your mouth. It's quite exciting. Don't worry. Just because of your words, I have to live a good life." She flew into the sky and stood opposite the expert from the top 16. When everyone saw Guanxiao, they were all shocked again, and the scene was chaotic. Why is he a god race? Can the god race be considered an outsider? Can the god race participate in the talent assembly? It's just so strange. What kind of arrangement is this? Previously, when they were below, a sea of people, Xiangnan, and the others were also drowned in the crowd. They could only hear voices, but they could not see anyone. Now that Guanxiao flew into the sky, everyone was immediately shocked. They couldn't distinguish Guanxiao carefully for a while. The Master God also heard the discussions and said to Guanxiao, "Challenger, report your identity." Guanxiao clasped her fists and said, "Human, Guanxiao." "Huh? Human? There are still survivors of the human race? Heh. Didn't they already be annihilated by the god race? How could this failed race still have the face to return? You have the face to come back?" Guanxiao smiled and looked in the direction. These people's last words were too ear-piercing. If it was Xiangnan, he wouldn't have reacted at all, but this was Guanxiao. This woman had never been a generous person. She narrowed her eyes and found the unpleasant person in the crowd. Suddenly, circles of spiral light began to flicker in her eyes. As for that person, he was suddenly stunned. It was as if he had gone crazy. He suddenly put his right hand into his mouth, and with a whoosh, he pulled out his entire tongue. Such a crazy scene caused the other martial artists nearby to panic and quickly retreat. The man pulled out his tongue and bent down to vomit blood. However, he did not stop. He vomited blood and used both of his hands to tear his chin apart. He grabbed his upper jaw with his left hand, grabbed his lower jaw with his right hand, and frantically pulled it outwards. This was the posture of tearing a head in half. "Stop! What did you do?" A divine envoy jumped out from behind the man. He pointed at Guanxiao and said angrily, "I brought him back. You actually dare to attack my people. Quickly stop." Instead of stopping, Guanxiao smiled coldly. The outsider's chin was torn off with a chuckle, and he even pulled out half of his throat and hung it bloodshot. However, this was not the end. After the outsider man lost his chin, He used both of his hands to gouge his own eyeballs. Seeing this, the divine envoy was eager to save people. He immediately condensed a powerful divine race lightning in his right hand and aimed it at Guanxiao. At this moment, two beams of light suddenly shot out from the eyes of a master god. The two beams of light condensed into an incomparably sacred phantom giant in front of the envoy. The giant extended its index finger and swiftly poked the space between the envoy's eyebrows. The divine envoy suddenly woke up. He shook his head forcefully and looked at everything in front of him with horrified eyes. His left hand was pulling at his subordinate's throat, and his right hand was slapping the condensed divine lightning towards his subordinate's forehead. He was only half an inch away from hitting him. This time, not only was the divine envoy stunned, even everyone who saw this scene broke out in cold sweat. What happened? The divine envoy withdrew his hands in horror, but he felt that his hands were sticky and warm. He lowered his head and saw that his hands were already stained with blood, and there were 2 pieces of minced meat between his fingers. I did it. The messenger was stunned. At this time, the light giant turned into 2 beams of light and returned to the eyes of the master god. The master god looked at Guanxiao and nodded slightly. Good method, but as far as I know, this move should be one of the famous works of the spirit-summoning heretic god. How did you learn it? Could it be that when you killed the spirit-summoning evil god, you also secretly learned his skills? Everyone was still immersed in the bafflement just now. When they heard that Guanxiao had actually killed the famous spirit-summoning evil god, they broke out in cold sweat again. In the end, the envoy was at a loss, completely unaware that he had been struck by Guanxiao's illusion. The master god looked at the divine envoy reproachfully and said, "You have relaxed. As a member of the god race, you should have protected your divine sense at all times. With Guanxiao's first-level spirit void realm, it shouldn't have affected your spirit so easily. You, a second-level spirit void god representative, were struck by an illusion technique, yet you injured one of your own people." The divine envoy finally woke up like a dream. So it was like this. He was also angry with David and wanted to attack Guanxiao again. The master god waved his hand and said, "Forget it. This matter is all because your subordinate didn't cover his mouth and spoke out to hurt people. No one else is to blame. Take him down to heal his injuries." Only a small episode could be considered to have come to an end, but Guanxiao's cruel methods had also left a deep impression on everyone. Xianxia whispered to Luoshang and the others. He was very experienced with the hand of the master god just now. Could be said that he had never seen such a method before. Why did 2 rays of light shoot out from his eyes? That light turned into a giant of light. This giant could even make actual attacks. Guanxiao sneered as he swept his gaze across the crowd below. Don't think that humans are weak and useless. I can't control the others, but I can't handle them here. If I ever hear someone say something bad about us humans again, I will bear the consequences. Guanxiao's words frightened some people, causing them to shrink their necks in awe, but most of them still angered some people. The woman was cold-blooded and arrogant. The master god said, "Now, can I challenge you?" Guanxiao shook her head and said, "I request that the step of giving way in the challenge should be increased by a time limit." The master god said, "If you can convince me." Guanxiao said, "There is a huge loophole in the rules of this move. I am at the 1st level of Spirit Void, and he is at the 5th level of Spirit Void. I need to make him use 40 moves. That's no problem. But if he still hasn't defeated me by the 39th move, then he won't make a move. Do I have to stand here and wait for him for the rest of my life?" The master god smiled and said, "I really didn't expect that. What you said is very reasonable. I agree. Allow the attacker to be restricted by 2 conditions, 40 moves and 5 minutes. If any limit is exceeded, then the attack phase will be considered over." Not to mention that the master god hadn't expected that. Even the vast majority of the participants in the talent competition hadn't expected this loophole. It was because it was very difficult for anyone to think about this. Only those who had countless methods like Xiao and all sorts of damaging moves could think of this. At this point, Guanxiao was satisfied and said, "We can start now." Standing in front of Guanxiao, the top 16 experts were already getting impatient. In this way, they nodded and said, "I, the Southern Heaven Crocodile God." After this person reported his identity, there was an uproar at the scene. After the introduction of the Southern Heaven Crocodile God, Xiang Nan and his group knew that the Southern Heaven clan was also one of the ancient races. Xiang Nan nodded slightly. He swept his gaze over the 16 experts and said, "If I'm not mistaken, these 16 people are all from the ancient race, right?" The ancient race was a race with a long history. It was also the first race to be born in the real world, including the ancient god race. The current god race was the second batch of new races, and they could be considered the descendants of the ancient god race. Behind each of the 16 experts stood a divine envoy. The strength of these divine envoys was also exceptionally astonishing. All of them were at the 5th level of the spirit void realm. They were only one step away from reaching the true divine ranking. As for the 16 divine envoys, they were all extremely arrogant. Xiang Nan recognized that more than half of the 16 divine envoys were people who had mocked Fengzhan before. The divine envoy behind the Southern Heaven Crocodile God looked at Guanxiao carefully and suddenly smiled. "I recognize you. You are someone that Fengzhan brought back." "Yes, I still have some impression of you." After saying that, he stopped. It wasn't a problem to be obedient, but the attitude of the divine envoy when he said that was very disgusting. Guanxiao, however, smiled. There was an irrepressible impulse in her eyes, and she was eager to take revenge. This was a good opportunity. According to the rules, a master god descended and forcefully suppressed the South Heaven Crocodile God to the 1st level of Spirit Void. At the same time, the South Heaven Crocodile God also obtained 40 moves. Guanxiao smiled and said, "Are you very confident? Isn't the ancient race very powerful?" The Southern Heaven Crocodile God did not expect Guanxiao to ask this. He originally intended to make a move, but he was stunned at this moment and said, "Hee, of course, at least stronger than your human race." Guanxiao pointed at his nose and said, "That's good. I'll take you to the knife. Today, I'll show you what human martial arts are." So arrogant. The Southern Heaven Crocodile God stretched out a long tongue and rolled up his lips. That tongue was extremely long and rolled up his chin. He said, "I can't wait to tear your heart apart." With that, the Southern Heaven Crocodile God immediately turned into a streak of black light and rushed towards Guanxiao. Guanxiao easily dodged. The Southern Heaven Crocodile God missed Guanxiao. He turned around and was stunned. Then his eyes revealed a fierce light. In the second move, 2 beams of light shot out from the Southern Heaven Crocodile God's eyes. Super laws, light of tearing. Swoosh. However, when he saw the 2 parallel flame beams, they instantly pierced through the sky, spreading to the limit of the horizon's eyesight. As the Southern Heaven Crocodile God raised his head, 2 beams of flames immediately cut through the air and lifted it up. Those 2 beams of light were too fierce. Everywhere it passed, it actually burned through all the elements along the way. Leave behind 2 complete vacuum belts. Guanxiao's expression changed and she quickly dodged. At the same time, the 2 rays of flames scratched her sleeves and picked them up. The half of her right arm sleeve was flattened and the cut was incomparably neat. A master god immediately waved his hand and released a spherical barrier to wrap around the 2 of them. As a result, the Southern Heaven Crocodile God's torn light was intercepted, shooting at the barrier, unable to penetrate it and injure the innocent. Blue Spirit said, "What a brilliant method. This time there is no need to charge. Wherever his eyes look, the light of tearing will be able to scan." Xiangnan said solemnly, "This tearing light is very powerful. It has enormous destructive power to the elements. I'm afraid even our Sun Qi won't be able to withstand it." Indeed, the next moment, Guanxiao confirmed Xiangnan's view. The Southern Heaven Crocodile God's attack was too simple. He only needed to turn around to complete a large-scale attack. To avoid such an attack, Guanxiao had to use her own body to make a large-scale movement. One only needed to turn his head, while the other needed to dodge all over and stand tall. After Guanxiao dodged the first shot, the second shot came quickly. She didn't have time to dodge, so she immediately condensed a black shield of true sun qi and stood in front of her. At the same time, her body quickly dodged. Swoosh! The tearing light fiercely shot towards the black shield, and it only lasted for about a second before cutting off the black shield, leaving behind two flat cut lines. Everyone was in an uproar. Someone said nervously, "This is the legendary light of tearing. It is said to be the power left behind by the goddess of life and the god of thunder when they were created. I heard that the light of tearing is divided into 9 levels. The light of tearing of the southern heaven crocodile god has already reached the terrifying 7th level." Guanxiao barely managed to dodge the second shot, and the third shot followed. This time, she had bought enough time to dodge 4 shots in a row. Based on the attack moves, this kind of light was actually continuous, and a day's sweep could be considered a move. However, such a battle obviously couldn't be counted by common sense. Therefore, a single shot was considered a single move. When the 7th shot was fired, Guanxiao could no longer dodge it, so she could only reluctantly release another Sun Qi black shield. Not surprisingly, the black shield was also cut open. But Guanxiao was able to escape. The crowd cried out in alarm, but what was even more shocking was the 16 master gods. These master gods whispered in each other's ears, and they quickly discussed with each other. That human doesn't seem to be using astral qi. Yes, it is indeed a very powerful force. It can actually block the tearing light for nearly a second. Even the power of thunder and lightning of our god race can't do this. It was worth mentioning that the light of tearing could easily cut through the shield formed by the sun qi. But that didn't mean that the light of tearing would crush the sun qi. Solar true qi is a basic qi. A martial artist can use solar true qi to complete all kinds of martial skill moves. As for the light of tearing, it was a kind of racial ability. It was more like a complete martial skill. In theory, if Xianxia could create a divine-grade defensive martial skill and use the true energy of the sun to form a divine-grade shield, this shield would absolutely be able to block the tearing light. The god race was not afraid of the Nantian race. This was the problem. The god race's divine power could not block the torn light, but the various offensive martial skills that the god race used were even more powerful. For example, the power of faith, the divine spear of the temple, and so on. It was precisely because Guanxiao's Sun Qi was able to block the torn light for a second that she had gained sufficient time. The southern heaven crocodile god grew more and more anxious. His tearing light was already so fast that it could not penetrate the air. The 2 parallel flames shot back and forth, and in an instant, they were moving in all directions without dead ends. They were almost turned into a solid ball of light. As for Guanxiao's dodging movements, they were exceptionally powerful. With her Sun Qi and the peak martial arts skills of the Dream World humans, she had actually completely dragged out 40 moves. At this moment, the entire audience exclaimed in shock. "It's finally my turn." Guanxiao excitedly licked her lips. She suddenly turned into a black shadow and rushed towards the southern heaven crocodile god. The southern heaven crocodile god was already sweating profusely as he roared, "You stinking bitch! I'll tear you to shreds." The southern heaven crocodile god's eyes still emitted a tearing light, and at the same time, it also charged towards Guanxiao. "Play with my combat skills? Hey, you've chosen the wrong person." Guanxiao smiled coldly. The southern heaven crocodile god punched out at the same time, and 2 streaks of flames swept out. Guanxiao only made a slight mistake in her charge. While avoiding the 2 flames, she had already brushed past the southern heavenly crocodile god. At the same time, she waved her right hand and 3 fingers grabbed the southern heavenly crocodile god's throat. His left hand grabbed onto the forehead of the southern heaven crocodile god and threw his huge body fiercely over his head from behind, sending him flying forward. When the southern heaven crocodile god was thrown over his head, Guanxiao's right hand suddenly turned black and antimatter. She turned her palm into a knife and pierced through the back of the southern heavenly crocodile god with a pu sound. Her chest pierced through and her fingers separated. She bent down her wrist and used her 5 fingers to clasp the southern heavenly crocodile god's chest, pulling him back. Her knees heavily slammed into the back of the southern heavenly alligator god empress, and she suddenly opened her giant mouth of darkness, sucking in a mouthful of air on the southern heavenly alligator god's face. However, a ball of flame-like light flew out of the head of the southern heaven crocodile god and was sucked into his mouth by Guanxiao. Xiangnan was thoughtful. He had also asked Guanxiao what the conditions were for devouring other people's abilities. The answer he got was that the person who was absorbed needed to be in a near-death or near-death state. At this time, the enemy's vitality was extremely fragile, unable to defend its ability. "What did you do?" Everyone cried out in shock, completely unable to understand Guanxiao's actions. After absorbing the flames, Guanxiao released the southern heaven crocodile god and nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Delicious." The southern heaven crocodile god covered his chest and shouted, "I'll kill you." His eyes revealed a ferocious light as he glared at Guanxiao fiercely, and two beams of fire immediately shot out. Guanxiao sneered and extended her head forward. Two identical flames shot out of her eyes. Boom! For streaks of fire intersected in the air, producing an unprecedentedly violent explosion. Hiss, the other 15 experts gasped. One of them said, "How could it be? The Light of Tearing is a unique ability of the Nantian clan. This woman is clearly a human. But how does she know how to use the Light of Tearing?" Everyone was thinking about this question. However, reality was unquestionable. Guanxiao grasped the Light of Tearing and said excitedly, "So that's how it is. This Light of Tearing is actually so powerful. It's really a waste for you trash to use it." After saying that, Guanxiao suddenly closed her eyes, jumped into the air, and then quickly opened her eyes. She jumped over the South Heaven crocodile god's tearing light and shot down two slanted beams of light from above, piercing through the South Heaven crocodile god's stomach with a whoosh. The Southern Heaven crocodile god was so painful that he hurriedly raised his head, and his tearing light immediately shot up. Guanxiao closed her eyes and dodged with her right swing. Then, she opened her eyes again. Two more beams of fire shot from the right to the left, piercing through the ribs of the southern heavenly crocodile god and penetrating through her chest. Everyone was dumbfounded. It was also a tearing light, but in Guanxiao's hands it actually played such a surprising role. Feng Zhan excitedly clapped his hands and said, "Wonderful! Miss Guanxiao is using the Light of Tearing as a long weapon." Xiangnan glanced at Feng Zhan, opened his mouth, and swallowed his words back. Isn't that normal? The tearing light could be seen as a kind of finger power used by the eyes. Amongst human martial artists, there was also the type of finger power that continued to exist. However, it was rare to see two martial artists. They stupidly used their finger power to face each other to see whose finger power was more powerful. They chose to use their body techniques to find a suitable location before releasing their finger power to hit the enemy. The Southern Heaven crocodile god only knew how to stand there foolishly, shooting back and forth, but he didn't know how to use it flexibly. The battle consciousness of the two of them was not on the same level at all. Under Guanxiao's use, the torn light was simply extinct. Within 3 moves, it pierced through the stomach, chest, and throat of the Southern Heaven crocodile god. However, the Nantian clan's vitality was extremely tenacious, and it was still immortal. However, he was already too weak to let out any more tearing light. Guanxiao charged forward and grabbed the neck of the Southern Heavenly crocodile god with her right hand. Her pair of eyes were aimed at the forehead of the Southern Heavenly crocodile god. As long as she released 2 more rays of tearing light, the Southern Heaven crocodile god would definitely die. But at this moment, Guanxiao rolled his eyes and suddenly smiled. "I admit defeat." "Ah!" Everyone was in an uproar. The Southern Heaven crocodile god was dumbfounded. He stared at Guanxiao dumbfounded and didn't say a word. The Master God also asked curiously, "You have already won, but why did you admit defeat? Have you thought it through?" Guanxiao said, "All right, I admit defeat." "Don't." Feng Zhan became anxious and shouted, "Miss Guanxiao, you won with great difficulty." "You!" Xiangnan grabbed Feng Zhan. He was thoughtful at first, and then he smiled. Let her go. No way. You don't know how important it is to win. Feng Zhan's forehead sweated anxiously. This kind of opportunity is very rare, you have to know. Xianxia shook his head. No, you don't understand. Stop asking. You'll get an answer soon. At this moment, the Master God sighed and said, Respect your choice. The Southern Heaven Crocodile God is still one of the top 16 in this challenge. Everyone didn't understand what had happened and why the human woman had done this. However, Guanxiao smiled craftily. She raised a finger and said, I failed this match. I want to challenge him again. In an instant, the scene became quiet. Everyone opened their mouths wide and came to a sudden realization. This woman had only stolen a tearing light, yet she was still not satisfied. She still wanted to steal the abilities of the other top 16 experts. The Master God laughed loudly. What a smart woman! Although there are no restrictions on the number of challenges in the rules, in principle, I shouldn't have agreed to you. But your ability to steal power is truly amazing. If you make good use of it, you can be said to have boundless prospects. All right, I promise you, but I will only give you 3 chances to challenge me. You have already used it once. Guanxiao smiled and asked, Why not 16 times? You know, the stronger I am, the more helpful it will be to you. If you are a smart girl, said the Master God, you shouldn't have asked this question. Guanxiao shrugged his shoulders and said, It's just a try. All right, 3 times is not bad. However, Feng Zhan did not understand. He hurriedly tugged at Xiangnan's arm and whispered, Why should I agree? Isn't it better to fight for 16 chances? By absorbing the abilities of the 16 ancient races, Guanxiao will become a heaven-defying existence. Xiangnan shook his head helplessly and said, You don't know much about human nature. Why are the god race chasing after humans? Feng Zhan whispered, Because I'm afraid of human potential. Xiangnan said, That's right, the 16 ancient races are also afraid of Guanzhao's potential. How can they tolerate her alone and absorb the abilities of the 16 ancient races? If the Master God agrees to Guanzhao's request, think about it. What will happen? After thinking for a moment, Feng Zhan took a deep breath and said, They will be dissatisfied. If they become serious, they will directly rebel against the Nature Shrine. They will even join the Thunder Shrine. Human nature is selfish. Xiangnan nodded. Of course, the Master God wanted Guanxiao to absorb 16 abilities, but the ancient race didn't. Who would want to see their own abilities being stolen by a single person and eventually become existences that completely surpass the ancient race? Even if I don't fight with you, even if I leave the Nature Temple, I can't let my own abilities go to waste on you. Xiangnan, who had been crawling in all kinds of mud all year round, naturally understood the crux of the problem at the first possible moment. Guanxiao was also very clear about this, so she only tried to ask a question and no longer dwelled on this topic. At the same time, the Master God was also judging the reactions of the 16 ancient races. The 16 ancient races weren't just these 16 experts. They had countless clansmen. This was a powerful boost. When the Master God suggested that Guanxiao could challenge him 3 times at most, the other 15 experts of the ancient race were truly dissatisfied. They were afraid of Guanxiao, but after weighing it for a while, they still swallowed their anger. For one thing, it was only 3 times, not 16. Secondly, perhaps the next time, someone would be able to kill Guanxiao and eliminate the future troubles forever. Lan Ling said, Your woman's ability is truly amazing. It's truly enviable. Luo Shang shook his head. Ability is just an auxiliary method. What really determines the situation is combat skills. If you let me deal with the Southern Heaven Crocodile God, I can take his head in one move. The second challenge is about to begin. According to the rules, the top 16 contestants were not allowed to fight continuously. They had to fight in a rotating manner. The Southern Heaven Crocodile God had already fought 1 match, so they had to change players in the second match. This was also a considerate consideration. If the first one to fight was the strongest one in the top 16, it would happen to be the strongest one in the top 16. This person could sweep through the entire talent assembly. He had never been able to continue, and no one had any chance. However, for challengers, there was no such restriction. However, who would accept Guan Zhao's challenge? No one answered the other 15 experts. No one wanted their abilities stolen. The Master God had already predicted this result in advance and said, "Southern Heaven Crocodile God, you are the winner of the first battle. You will be the one to designate the person to be challenged in the second battle." The Southern Heaven Crocodile God was instantly enraged. He thought to himself that these old things from the Nature Divine Hall were so cunning. They were good people on their own, but they let themselves act as shameless people. As expected, the 15 experts all cast malicious gazes at the Southern Heaven Crocodile God. They were clearly saying that if you dare to choose me, I will definitely make you look good. The Southern Heaven Crocodile God had already won with great grievance. But this time, he was even angrier. He shouted, "Is this daddy the only one who will suffer a loss? None of you can think of anything good." At this point, the Southern Heaven Crocodile God closed his eyes and casually pointed, "Whoever points to, fight." As a result, one of the 15 experts sighed and walked out of the queue. The atmosphere at the scene instantly became lively. After the first battle, everyone's hearts were filled with a complicated mentality. They were both curious about Guan Zhao's peculiar ability, but also had a very relieved dark mentality. They had long disliked those high and mighty ancient race beings. To be able to see the ancient race's abilities stolen today could be considered a form of revenge in disguise. Even though the ancient race had never really abused them, this was a typical mindset of a villain. The skinny man said to Guan Zhao, "There is a question that you must answer honestly. Otherwise, I will admit defeat and make you unable to steal anything." Guan Zhao said, "Ask." The man nodded and said, "Is it possible that all humans know how to steal other people's abilities?" Guan Zhao shook her head. "Only I am." The man seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and said, "Then you can rest assured. I, the phaseless sea race, the Eastern Emperor Divine Demon." The moment the words Eastern Emperor Divine Demon were spoken, the scene immediately exploded. "My God! It's actually a member of the phaseless sea race." Feng Zhan's expression changed as he said, "Why did you choose this person? This is going to be very troublesome." "What do you mean?" Xianxia said. After Feng Zhan explained briefly, Xianxia finally understood the special origins of the phaseless sea race. The phaseless sea race was an extremely difficult race to deal with. Once upon a time, this race's special ability made the God realm feel troublesome and organized a large-scale extermination operation. This kind of action had happened many times, and almost every time it succeeded, a large number of ancient races had died in the extermination of the God race. However, only the phaseless sea race escaped. The reason for that was because the phaseless sea race clansmen all possessed a troublesome ability, and that was the phaseless avatar. They could release a 10th level avatar in an extremely short amount of time. These weren't avatars, but real avatars. Hence, the God race had launched 5 consecutive large-scale encirclement and suppression campaigns against the phaseless sea race, but all of them ended in failure. Once these ancient phaseless sea races were encircled and annihilated by the God race, they would split into 10 avatars and flee everywhere. They would never be able to catch all of them. You must collect all 10 avatars of each person. Otherwise, as long as one avatar escapes, this person will survive. However, this phaseless avatar technique had a limitation. If the main body did not die, the avatar could only exist for 1 day. After 1 day, the extra avatar would automatically disappear. If the main body died, then any avatar could become the main body. In a way, this clone was better than the undying immortal of the Great Snake. The snake only needed to be captured and imprisoned, and there was nothing it could do. However, the phaseless sea race, even if you capture 9 of his avatars, he only needs 1 avatar to escape justice. This avatar can directly become the main body. At this moment, Guan Zhao and the Eastern Emperor Divine Demon were already standing opposite each other. The Eastern Emperor Divine Demon had nothing to hide. Their clan's abilities were too famous. Almost everyone had heard of them. If every human had the ability to steal, I wouldn't have fought you. I wouldn't even have fought any humans. said the Eastern Emperor Divine Demon. But since you're the only one who knows, the Eastern Emperor God Demon laughed craftily. That's easy. I only need to kill you to get rid of future troubles forever. Guanxiao said, Don't worry, I won't kill you. If I kill you, I have to replace you. You will live well. The Eastern Emperor Divine Demon laughed loudly. Too crazy. No wonder the god race refused to let go of you humans. Even I don't want to let you go. After saying that, the Eastern Emperor Divine Demon clasped his hands together and shouted, Phaseless Avatar! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! 9 shadows rushed out of the Eastern Emperor Divine Demon's body. Including the Eastern Emperor Divine Demon, there were a total of 10 people. Each of these 10 people was an avatar, and each of them could become the main body. Guanxiao nodded in satisfaction. This kind of ability is not bad. It is worth absorbing. Let's think of a way to survive first. Then let's talk. The Eastern Emperor Divine Demons immediately surrounded Guanxiao from 10 different positions. A divine demon faced Guanxiao, his hands clasped together, and said, Super laws, see Emperor /. As he spoke, his hands abruptly parted and he pulled out an arc-shaped rainbow. This person released the rainbow, and with a whoosh, the rainbow pierced through the sky and shot towards Guanxiao. Guanxiao's eyes lit up and 2 rays of fire shot out, instantly cutting the rainbow into 3 pieces. It's very useful. Guanxiao laughed. You dare to retaliate? The Eastern Emperor shocked. Guanxiao said, I didn't counterattack. I was just defending. Otherwise, it wouldn't be your rainbow that was sliced open. The Eastern Emperor Divine Demon used his gaze to ask the Master God, and the Master God nodded, proving that Guanxiao did not violate the rules of concession, could dodge or defend. The Eastern Emperor Divine Demon nodded and said, All right, you can break through a rainbow. Try 10 types of attacks. 10 Eastern Emperor Divine Demons attacked Guanxiao together. 10 Sea Emperor slashes came from different directions. The tearing light could cut through 1, but it could not cut through 10 at the same time. But then an astonishing scene occurred. That Guanxiao was actually able to evade all attacks with a terrifying agility amidst the chaotic attacks. She was like a bird soaring in the forest, free and unrestrained, wantonly shuttling between the branches and leaves. At this moment, the martial artists of the various races were intoxicated. Guanxiao was already considered an extremely beautiful woman amongst the human race, but the beauty of a human's appearance might not necessarily be the same among other races. However, Guanxiao's movements were as agile as a fairy. This kind of graceful dance was something no race could resist. For a moment, Guanxiao had become everyone's dream lover. Countless men applauded, and someone even released a divine power into the sky, blooming into a huge flower. The Eastern Emperor God Demon was anxious. His phaseless avatar was formidable, but his combat strength wasn't that outstanding. He couldn't even compare to the Southern Heaven Crocodile God. The advantages of 10 avatars were of course enormous, but in front of the dream human who had experienced hundreds of battles, it was not worth mentioning at all. In the blink of an eye, all 40 moves were dodged. Guanxiao smiled charmingly. It's my turn to retaliate. The Eastern Emperor Divine Demon took a deep breath and said coldly, I can't kill you within 40 moves, but you can't do anything to me. Is that so? Guanxiao suddenly turned into a black shadow and instantly pierced through an avatar. Soon after, her speed was as fast as flying, and she quickly pierced through the second avatar, the third avatar, and the fourth avatar. Although the other avatars were dodging everywhere, they were unable to dodge Guanxiao's pursuit. When Guanxiao shot the 9th avatar, the last Eastern Emperor Divine Demon laughed loudly and said, Phaseless Avatar! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Another 10 avatars. Guanxiao was stunned and asked curiously, You can still do this? Since that's the case, I'll catch any one of them. After saying that, Guanxiao quickly grabbed an avatar and used her right hand to pierce through the avatar's chest. Then, she opened her mouth to suck in the avatar. As a result, nothing happened. One of the avatars laughed loudly. It's useless. You only caught the avatar, but the truth is, I can turn any avatar into a main avatar at any time. I can also turn the main avatar into a main avatar. Admit your fate. It's impossible for you to steal my ability. You can only draw with me at most. Guanxiao smiled strangely and said, Who said that? How do you know that I failed to steal it? Impossible. Don't lie to me, said the Eastern Emperor Divine Demon with a pale face. Guanxiao said, How much do you know about my ability? Lie to you? Is it meaningful? The Eastern Emperor Divine Demon panicked. Guanxiao smiled evilly. She clasped her hands together and said, Phaseless avatar. As soon as he finished speaking, 9 avatars appeared in Guanxiao's body. Impossible. The Eastern Emperor Divine Demon's face flushed red with anxiety. You. Guanxiao licked her lips and said, 10 of me, catch 10 of you. Let's see where you escape to. After saying that, the 10 Guanxiao flew around randomly, capturing all of the Eastern Emperor Divine Demon's avatars one by one. At the same time, the eyes of the 10 Guanxiao also lit up and said, I have already stolen the ability. You have lost your usefulness. Die. Don't kill me. You said you would let me live, shouted the Eastern Emperor Divine Demon. Sigh above the sky. A sigh of the Master God could be heard. As soon as the sigh disappeared, the Eastern Emperor Divine Demon seemed to have thought of something. He was suddenly shocked and hurriedly used his cultivation to concentrate. However, looking at the scene in front of him, he felt extremely miserable and desperate. You've been tricked. Illusion. Obviously, Guanxiao had already used an illusion technique just now, but she didn't expect that she would still fall for it this time. How could Guanxiao be an invisible avatar? She first used words to deceive the Eastern Emperor Divine Demon, causing that Divine Demon Zhang Huang to be overwhelmed and his mind to be unstable. Afterwards, she took the opportunity to cast an illusion on the panicked Divine Demon. The so-called 9 Guanxiao avatars were all hallucinations. While the Eastern Emperor Divine Demon was hallucinating and unable to distinguish the reality, Guanxiao had already secretly tied up all 9 avatars and arrived in front of the Divine Demon that had been speaking. And when the Eastern Emperor Divine Demon finally saw through the illusion, Guanxiao sliced the 9 avatars into 3 halves with a single strike of the torn light. The final Eastern Emperor Divine Demon was shocked and said, No form. Swoosh. A tearing light directly cut off the hands of the Eastern Emperor Divine Demon. Then, a punch pierced through the Divine Demon's stomach and sucked heavily into the Divine Demon's mouth. A ray of light was sucked into Guanxiao's body. She raised her head and closed her eyes. Finally, I got it. As she spoke, she lowered her gaze and looked at the gray-faced Eastern Emperor Divine Demon. You just said that you wouldn't let go of the human race, she said. The Eastern Emperor Divine Demon's face was pale. He suddenly struggled and escaped from Guanxiao's hand. He shouted, Phaseless avatar. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 10 avatars appeared again. However, each of the 10 avatars had no hands, and there was a bloody hole in each of their chests. Guanxiao said, So that's the case. It seems that before using the avatar, the main body was in the same state as well as the avatar that was differentiated. TSK. I'm a little disappointed. I was thinking of releasing the complete avatar once the main body is injured, and using the avatar as the main body. Doesn't that save me the need to treat my injuries? But it doesn't matter. It's already very useful. After saying that, Guanxiao said, Phaseless avatar. Her body shook slightly. As expected, 9 avatars flashed out. This time, it was really 10 Guanxiao against 10 Eastern Emperor Divine Demons. There was naturally no suspense about the result. 10 Guanxiao, capture all 10 Eastern Emperor Divine Demons, and simultaneously cut off the arms and legs of the 10 Eastern Emperor Divine Demons with tearing light. This is punishment. Guanxiao smiled. Those who loved Guanxiao were once again intimidated by Guanxiao's cruel methods. Of the 10 Eastern Emperor Divine Demons, 9 avatars had disappeared, but the remaining main body had also lost 4 limbs. He floated in the air, screaming miserably. He was unable to heal his wounds, because when Guanxiao cut him off, He deliberately left behind dark energy on his wounds. A heart-wrenching scream resounded through the clouds like an evil ghost from hell, enduring for a long time in the nature shrine. He didn't stop, screaming continuously. Everyone who heard this voice felt their scalps go numb. However, Guanxiao was not moved. She neither killed the Eastern Emperor Divine Demon nor admitted defeat. She just hugged her shoulders and smiled at the struggling Eastern Emperor Divine Demon. I admit, the Eastern Emperor Divine Demon wanted to admit defeat amidst the screams, but Guanxiao quickly pulled out the entire tongue. The Eastern Emperor Divine Demon released its divine power, intending to use it to make a sound. Guanxiao smiled and gracefully used her index finger to pierce through the various meridians on the Divine Demon's body. In the midst of the hysterical screams, Guanxiao smiled and calmly did a horrible act. That scene was simply, she enjoyed listening to her opponent's miserable howls. Guanxiao, should you end the battle? Said one of the master gods. Guanxiao shook her head. When it ends, I have the final say. The miserable screams continued, but the shrill voice had already become muddy as his tongue was pulled out. It was as if a person's mouth was covered, but he was still stabbed into his stomach. It hurts. Indescribable pain. Being corroded by the pure power of darkness was an indescribable torture. It was useless even for the Master God to plead for mercy. This woman's madness caused everyone to feel a chill. Guanxiao. Xianxia frowned and said, almost there. Guanxiao helplessly looked at Xianxia and said, good, good, good. You are a man. You have the final say. She shook her head and twitched her hand. Even if the dark energy attached to the Eastern Emperor Divine Demon's wound disappeared, that Guanxiao was a beautiful flower with intense poison, making people intoxicated but not daring to approach her. Is the human race that powerful? The main gods of the nature temple whispered to each other, and their gazes were constantly fixed on the four humans. They looked at the heaven-defying monster Guanxiao floating in the sky. He looked down and saw the three men who were standing beside Fengzhan, hugging their shoulders and standing straight. He then turned his gaze to another direction, to look at the other proud children of heaven. In the end, the difference immediately appeared. These proud sons of the heavens from the various foreign races all had arrogant looks on their faces. However, those three humans couldn't find any trace of arrogance. Xianxia had already obtained the title of #1 genius in the starry sky from his short life in his previous life. Blue Spirit was the chief disciple of the Spirit Vulture sect during the primordial universe, and he was also the king of the Tao prison star. Luo Shang was the strongest in the universe after the world split up. The three of them had already passed the stage of arrogance. Only those who lowered their heads to look down at the weak and were complacent would be arrogant. As for Xianxia and the others, they were people who looked up at the starry sky. They were constantly searching for a higher realm and a higher sky. Amongst the four humans who had come to God realm after endless hardships, Guanxiao was an ability-type expert. There was practically no upper limit to her ability. As for Xianxia and the others, they were undoubtedly battle-type experts. There was no end to the battles, and there was no upper limit either. At this moment, Guanxiao had already begun to launch her last challenge, which was the third ancient race. At this point, Xianxia and the others no longer cared about the suspense of victory or defeat in the battle. Guanxiao was getting stronger and stronger. She had already absorbed the abilities of the two ancient races. The more she absorbed, the lower the probability of failure. At this moment, she already possessed the ability of a phaseless avatar and the light of tearing. The Eastern Emperor Divine Demon also pointed at an ancient race expert and asked him to deal with Guanxiao. This time, the only female expert in the top 16 was. After the Eastern Emperor God Demon pointed out this woman, the 16 Master Gods were all enraged. This phenomenon was a bit puzzling. Before the two of them introduced themselves, the strongest Master God of the Thunder Divine Hall said, Guanxiao, in my personal name, I hope that you can save her life in battle. Hearing this, the entire audience erupted into an uproar. Everyone knew that this was Guanxiao's last chance to challenge. This time, she would definitely not admit defeat. If she wanted to win, there was a high probability that she would kill her opponent, that woman. However, the Master God actually pleaded for mercy. Moreover, he was pleading for mercy in his own name. This kind of thing was really rare. It could be seen that the woman's identity must be extremely important. Guanxiao asked, "Why?" The Master God sighed. "She is a member of the Starfield race, and the only Starry Night race member we have found so far. I can't force you to let her live, but I want to say that if we keep her, the benefits to us will be boundless." Guanxiao smiled and said, "No, the more you let me let her go, the more I want to kill her." Everyone was stunned again. This human woman actually contradicted the Master God in front of everyone. That was a true Master God of the Thunder Divine Palace. He was a Spirit Void 8th layer expert. Fortunately, the Master God was still fair. He did not obstruct the match. Since Guanxiao said so, he only shook his head regretfully and did not continue. Xianxia was thoughtful. When the Starry Night race heard these 3 words, there wasn't a strong reaction from the crowd. It was even a bit ugly and no one reacted at all. From this, it could be seen that everyone had either never heard of this race before, or they simply did not take it seriously. However, due to the importance that the Master God attached to this Starry Night race woman, Xianxia was more inclined towards the former. The game has begun. The Starry Night race woman nodded to Guanxiao and said, "Starry Night race, quiet, quiet." She actually gave her name. All the opponents from before had reported their names without exception, such as the Spirit Summoning Evil God, the Southern Heaven Crocodile God, the Eastern Sea Divine Demon, and so on. This woman was the only one who signed up directly. Everyone in the divine realm liked to brag about themselves, but she didn't. Guanxiao said, You already know the human race, Guanxiao, Xianxia's woman." Xianxian shook his head and helplessly said, "This woman." There were already many unfriendly gazes that shot towards Xianxian. Many people already have a great impression of Guanxiao. Although they may not dare to touch Guanxiao, I do not move, nor do I want others to move. The game began. Xianxian was also very curious as to what kind of special method this silence had. Was it because its combat strength was very strong, or was it because its special ability was very strong? Guanxiao said nonchalantly, 40 moves. Come on. Jing nodded and casually threw out a piece of powder. The powder was black and dispersed in the wind, quickly filling the entire space within the spherical barrier. Poison. Everyone was shocked. However, he immediately discovered that this was not the case. The black powder was actually stateless. In other words, apart from being able to obscure his vision, the powder was useless. However, martial artists did not necessarily rely solely on their eyesight. With their eyes closed, they could also rely on their perception. In fact, everyone, including Guanxiao, could clearly feel that quiet state. Although they could no longer see her, everyone could clearly sense her presence, every movement, and even her elemental structure through her perception. Guanxiao shook her head and said, "Am I too proud, or are you guys too weak? You actually think you can win by blocking my line of sight? Haha." Na Jing did not refute, nor was she angry. She still had a look of joy and anger, her expression indifferent, without any ripples. At this moment, Na Jing finally started to attack. However, seeing her clasping her hands together, she whispered, "The art of tranquility." In an instant, a black gas wrapped around her hands and began to spin. The black gas grew longer and longer, and it covered her in a very short period of time. Hiss, the scene was filled with shock. Xianxian's pupils shrank as he said, "I see." It disappeared. The silence completely disappeared from everyone's perception. At this moment, the battlefield was pitch black and could not see anything, but everyone could clearly sense Guanxiao's movements and hear her voice. However, he had lost all perception of the woman named Jing. Guanxiao's expression also became serious as she said, "Oh? Can still be like this." Suddenly, a crack appeared on Guanxiao's left arm. She was attacked. However, no one knew how she was attacked. Guanxiao frowned. She covered her arm and said, "I was really surprised." With that, her body trembled slightly, and she immediately activated her phaseless avatar. She split into 9 avatars, adding herself there were 10 of them. In the next few days there were endless chirps. Guanzhou's 10 avatars were constantly hit. She had not even escaped a single attack from Jing. Blue Spirit said, the first time that Jing attacked Guanzhou, she could tell that her ability was very strong, but her combat strength was relatively ordinary. So, she only injured Guanzhou's arm. Otherwise, she would have slashed Guanzhou's entire body in the waist. Xianxia nodded his head and said, the tranquility technique is very powerful, but when faced with the phaseless avatar, there really isn't a good way to restrain it. Unless you kill all 10 of Guanzhou's avatars at once, Guanzhou will be in an invincible position. Luosheng said, but Guanzhou is not able to dodge the silent attack. This means that Guanzhou's combat attainments are not high enough. The process of making the move was relatively short. 40 moves quickly passed. During this period, Guanzhou was constantly attacked, and even 6 avatars were destroyed under the repeated attacks. Next, it was Guanzhou's counterattack time. But the problem was, no one knew where that person was. She didn't know how she attacked Guanzhou. Wait! Fengzhan hurriedly shook his head and said, have you all started discussing the battle itself? Don't tell me you aren't curious about the ability to remain calm at all. Xiangnan and the others looked at Fengzhan at the same time and said, what's there to be curious about? Didn't you see through it at a glance? Fengzhan was stunned and said, do you understand the truth of the art of tranquility? Then what happened? What method did Jing use to make it impossible for us to sense her? Lan Ling said, Xiangnan is more proficient in this explanation. Let him explain it. Fengzhan hurriedly looked at Xiangnan. Xiangnan nodded. He raised his right hand and a small stone floated in the center of his palm. He said, Fengzhan, do you know how matter is formed? Fengzhan said, I know, but you go on. Xiangnan said, the basic elementium particles are organized into concrete substances by vibration. Even the stones in our eyes that remain motionless are vibrating in the microscopic state, the basic particles that make up the stones themselves. When the base particles no longer vibrate, they enter an inert state. Inert particles cannot be combined to form matter and appear in the form of pure elemental particles in the world. Similarly, our human flesh, bones, and cells are also made up of elemental particles. The so-called tranquility technique is to keep a quiet body in a state of particle rest. In other words, the current her doesn't exist. Fengzhan widened his eyes and said, how could this be? Xiangnan shook his head. Of course not. If a person really enters a state of absolute rest, she will break down into basic particles and disperse in the air. It is equivalent to death. That's why she has to keep her body's existence to a minimum. In other words, she can't be sensed now, but she can be seen by the eyes. Oh! Fengzhan suddenly realized. No wonder she sprayed powder to block our line of sight. However, under the premise that one's line of sight is blocked and one is completely imperceptible, isn't silence invincible? Wait! Fengzhan suddenly looked at Luosheng and said, you just said that Guanzhou can't dodge the attack quietly because Guanzhou's combat attainments are too low? Could it be that you have a way to defeat Jing? In Fengzhan's opinion, if he couldn't see and sense the enemy, then this kind of battle would be impossible. Not only could you not attack the enemy, you could also not judge the enemy's attack. In this situation, apart from being beaten passively, there was no other way. Luosheng said, there is a way, based on the sixth sense. Xiangnan nodded slightly and said, even an ordinary person would feel uncomfortable in the process of being secretly monitored. This uncomfortable strength can be large or small. Some people can tell while others are unaware of it. Of course, it can also be enhanced through special training and years of experience in dangerous situations. Fengzhan said, of course I know that. I can sense the enemy's snooping and killing intent with my sixth sense. However, that silence has already concealed all of this very well. You see, she has almost no emotional fluctuations. Xiangnan said, so Luosheng said that Guanzhou's battle attainments are not enough. Can you detect it? Fengzhan said in shock. You three are truly monsters. On the battlefield, Guan Shao had already entered the counterattack stage, but she was still unable to find a quiet existence. At this moment, Guan Shao used a very stupid method. First, she eliminated all the remaining avatars, and then she immediately summoned a new avatar. Then, she asked Ten Guan Shao to release the splitting light at the same time. 20 beams of flame shot wildly through the spherical barrier, attempting to accidentally hit Jing's body. However, it was clear that the success rate of this move was too low. Na Jing was a spirit void expert no matter what, and there was still a way to dodge attacks. 20 minutes had passed since the battle. Guan Shao had always been injured and counterattacked, but she was still unable to touch the silence. The amount of energy consumed by the light of tearing was also enormous. Guan Shao had stopped releasing the light of tearing 14 minutes ago. At this moment, she was out of breath and had her 9 avatars protect one of her avatars. As long as the clones in the middle weren't injured and remained relatively intact, the other 9 clones would be able to casually injure themselves, and they wouldn't care about it anymore. However, this scene was clearly an impasse. In the blink of an eye, the battle had already reached its 30th minute, and the two sides were still unable to distinguish between the superior and the inferior. Feng Zhan was already a little anxious and said, "What should we do?" Continuing to delay would be very detrimental to Guan Shao. Guan Shao is exhausting her stamina at any time, but she is still in her peak state. Sooner or later, Guan Shao will lose her stamina. Xiang Nan was thoughtful. He thought for a moment and said, "Guan Shao will definitely lose in the end. Help her." "What, you will definitely lose?" Feng Zhan was really anxious. Did you give up so early?" Xiang Nan did not answer Feng Zhan's question. Instead, he asked, "Off-site personnel, can you guide the battles on the field?" Although Feng Zhan was anxious, he still replied to Xiang Nan, "In principle, it is impossible, but if—" "Understood," Xiang Nan said. "If our chat is heard by both sides, it won't be a foul. Then it will be easy. Luo Shang, come on. Help Guan Shao get out of this predicament. Let's use Feng Zhan as an experimental subject. Although I need help, I can't go too far. I can't shout, 'Hey Guan Shao, I'll teach you how to win.'" Xiang Nan thought of a way to have Luo Shang and Feng Zhan simulate the battle between Guan Shao and Jing, and once told Guan Shao what to do. Feng Zhan hurriedly said, "No way." Luo Shang said that he needed to rely on his sixth sense to find peace. However, could Guan Zhao's sixth sense be tempered in such a short period of time? Luo Shang shook his head. "Apart from the sixth sense, there is another way. Now I will close my eyes and not sense your existence. You will attack me." These people did not deliberately lower their voices when they spoke, and it was enough for Guan Shao to hear them on the battlefield. Of course, the Master Gods also heard it, but they did not interfere. Instead, they looked at the humans with interest. Just how many refreshing items did they have left? At this time, Luo Shang held his saber. He closed his eyes and closed all his perception. He didn't even use his sixth sense. In this state, it was equivalent to locking all of one's senses to death. Can it work? Feng Zhan held the spear and looked at Xiang Nan hesitantly. He didn't dare to make a move, fearing that he would accidentally chop Luo Shang to death. Xiang Nan smiled and said, "Don't worry, he will be fine." Feng Zhan was ruthless and closed his mouth. He quietly came behind Luo Shang and abruptly stabbed at the back of Luo Shang's head. This shot was fast. The tip of the spear had even pierced into Luo Shang's hair, causing strands of hair to ripple out. Feng Zhan's heart skipped a beat. At this critical moment, he suddenly regretted. If this continued, wouldn't he really stab Luo Shang to death? But at the same time, clang! The spear that was about to hit Luo Shang's scalp was actually blocked by a long saber. Feng Zhan's eyes widened in disbelief. He hurriedly circled in front of Luo Shang and carefully observed, only to see that Luo Shang did not open his eyes. Sweating, he carefully went to the left and shot Luo Shang in the temple. Luo Shang was indeed motionless. But when the spear had already hit Luo Shang's temple, Luo Shang suddenly tilted his head and let out another clang. The moment his head moved away, the saber blocked the spear again. At this moment, Luo Sheng opened his mouth and said, "If my temporary reaction speed could be faster, then the result would not be to block the attack. Let's try again." Feng Zhan swallowed his saliva. At this moment, his heart was already shocked. He gritted his teeth and circled behind Luo Sheng. This shot pierced into Luo Sheng's back. In an instant, Luo Sheng suddenly shook his body. Feng Zhan's long spear was empty. Luo Sheng, on the other hand, stood behind Feng Zhan, his saber resting on Feng Zhan's neck, and said, "You're already dead." Feng Zhan sucked in a breath of cold air. "How did you do it?" The dozen or so master gods also applauded repeatedly. It was as if no one was interested in Guanxiao and Jing's battle anymore. On the contrary, it was Luo Sheng and Feng Zhan's battle outside the arena that made it even more interesting. Luo Sheng opened his eyes and said, "By touch. When you are unable to see or sense the enemy's movements, you can shift your attention from the enemy to yourself and wholeheartedly feel the changes in your body. If the enemy attacks you, they will definitely touch your body. At this moment, you can determine the enemy's attack and block it. If you are more responsive, you can even launch a counterattack. Therefore, every attack you launched against me actually touched me. But at that time, it was your time to die." Feng Zhan was dumbfounded. He opened his mouth wide and didn't know how to describe his admiration for Luo Sheng. Xianxia added in time, "Luo Sheng's skill is extremely dangerous. I advise others not to learn it casually. More likely, if they fail, they will be stabbed to death by the enemy. Luo Sheng's reaction speed is fast enough, so he has the capital to play like this, and Guanzhao's avatar is not afraid of death. So he can play like this, but Feng Zhan, don't do this." As he said this, Xianxia looked at Guanzhao as if nothing had happened. Feng Zhan was completely convinced. There was no room to resist. The real expert is, "I am very powerful, I can tell you how I did it, but you can't learn it." These humans are really not simple. The 16 master gods exchanged glances with each other and saw a flaming hope in each other's eyes. Feng Zhan frowned and said, "Where did all of you come from? It's like a monster from another dimension." Guanxiao had already heard the situation on this side, understood it, and immediately followed Luo Sheng's instructions. Sure enough, she gave up searching for a quiet location and wholeheartedly felt herself. Qi. An attack launched by Na Jing hit one of Guanzhao's avatars. Guanxiao also quickly launched a counterattack. She opened her eyes and was like a beam of tearing light. As a result, it was empty. The silence went back and forth, launching more than 30 more attacks, but Guanxiao shot them all empty, not a single one of them being able to hit. The moment the enemy hit him, not only would he have to react immediately, he would also have to determine the direction of the enemy. This was too difficult. You close your eyes and the enemy slashes you in the chest with a knife. He can be right in front of you, in front of your left, right, or even jump down in midair to slash you. How to accurately determine the enemy's position based on tactile perception. He could even judge whether the enemy had hit you in close combat or from a long-range attack. Luo Sheng's inexplicable tactile reaction was created during his countless injuries. Guanxiao did not, so she could only keep trying. It depends on luck. Finally, when Na Jing launched her 133rd attack, Guanzhao's tearing light shot out and smelled a stench of blood that did not belong to her. Hit! Guanzhao's eyes lit up. She waved her hand to disperse the black powder, and the master god cooperated with her to open a hole in the barrier. All the powder was sent flying by Guanzhao's slap, and the scene could finally be clearly seen. It floated weakly in the air, and its stomach had already been pierced by the torn light. "I lost," Jing said. Guanxiao flew over and her eyes began to shine. Her gaze was aimed at Jing's chest. The master god opened his mouth, wanting to say something but hesitated. Now, everyone finally understood why no one had heard of the Starry Night race, and why the Divine Nature Temple had only been lucky enough to find one Starry Night race member. Too precious. This race's ability to hide was simply heaven-defying. Guanxiao. Xianxia shook his head. The light in Guanzhao's eyes gradually dimmed. Na Jing said, "There's no need. Shoot me. You can take away my ability. If you use the art of tranquility, it will be even stronger than mine." Guan Shao said, "Actually, there is no need to beat the enemy to death. If you take the initiative to accept my plunder, I can also steal your ability." After Jing heard this, she nodded and said, "Come on, I won't resist." Guan Shao opened her mouth and sucked a ray of light from Jing's body. She closed her eyes and nodded happily. "Very well, I admit defeat." "What?" Everyone was stunned. Feng Zhan was so anxious that he shouted, Don't do anything stupid." The 16 master gods were also puzzled. They looked at Guan Shao in surprise. The strongest master god said, "Let me remind you, this is your last challenge. If you admit defeat, you will lose your qualifications." Guan Shao said, "I know, I admit defeat." "Why?" Feng Zhan shouted. Unexpectedly, Xianxia and the others did not show any signs of surprise. These three fellows were still standing upright without a single word of advice. At this moment, Feng Zhan remembered that Xianxia had said that Guan Shao would definitely lose in the end. The strongest master god shook his head. "Since you insist on doing so, according to the rules, Jing will continue to exist in the top 16. Guan Shao will be eliminated." The scene was in an uproar. No one expected the final result to be like this. "Goddess Guan Shao, don't give up so easily. Guan Shao, with your ability, you will definitely become a great god with one hand covering the sky in the future. Why do you have to do this?" The cruel Guan Shao actually won many admirers here. A woman's methods were cruel, and her ability to steal other people's abilities was heaven-defying. If such a person grew up, the entire Thunder Divine Hall would definitely be afraid of her. The people here only admired the strong, but they didn't ask if the strong person's methods were terrifying. Next challenge. When the strongest master god said those words, everyone's hearts turned cold. They knew that there was no room for recovery. However, the scene was completely silent, and no one went forward to challenge him. Instead, everyone's gazes were focused on Xianxia and the others. These humans were too terrifying. Everyone wanted these humans to attack first so that they could see what their abilities were. "Since there's no one here, then I'll do it." Lan Ling smiled and stood out. His opponent was also the ancient race. He was a tall, two-headed man who had already reached 10 meters away. Xianxia was at ease with Blue Spirit. The three of them had their own strengths and weaknesses. Xianxia possessed a unique talent. Not only was he in the dream world, he was also unable to find a second god's 6 veins in the entire god realm. Luosheng didn't need to say anything else. Although he wasn't as good as Xianxia, his combat skills were unfathomable. Although Blue Spirit could not compare to Luosheng's battle attainments, he was on a different path. He did not rely on conditioned reflex using routine and brains. "The Wind Shadow Race, the ethereal god," the tall man said. Blue Spirit said, "Human, Blue Spirit." The tall man said, 40 moves, take it." Guan Shao grabbed Xianxia's arm and kissed him on the face with her blazing red lips. "Darling, how did I do?" she said. "Cough." Xianxia shook his shoulders uncomfortably and said, "Watch the match." Guan Shao covered her mouth and chuckled. "I like the way you are so shy after seeing all the big scenes." The battle had already begun. Blue Spirit was ready to defend himself. He released 99 flying swords. All of the diamond flying swords were attached to the Sun Chi and circled around him slowly, forming an impervious sword formation. The ethereal god stretched out his enormous palm and grabbed the air. Surprisingly, the air was actually wrinkled. Immediately after, he pulled back. In front of him, a large area of air was actually pulled over, as if a large piece of curtain had been dragged away. Blue Spirit, on the other hand, was like an ant crawling on the curtain. When the curtain was dragged away, the ant would naturally be dragged away as well. Blue Spirit was caught off guard and was dragged in front of the tall man. The tall man punched Lan Ling on the forehead. "Transformation array." Blue Spirit hurriedly, but not calmly. He raised his 2 fingers and the 99 flying swords instantly formed a huge sword shield. Clang! The tall man smashed his fist into the sword shield, but because the Sun Chi was really powerful, there was nothing he could do about the sword shield. However, the tall man was not in a hurry. The huge sword shield was in front of him. He did not even bypass the sword shield. Instead, he grabbed the air with his right hand and pulled it to the right. The sword shield remained motionless. On the contrary, Blue Spirit, who was hiding behind the sword shield, was fiercely pulled out. "You can still do this?" Lan Ling's eyes lit up. "Another punch!" The tall man waved his fist at Lan Ling's face. The Blue Spirit commanded the sword shield to defend, but the tall man's right hand attacked, while his left hand grabbed the air and pulled to the left. In the air where the sword shield was located, the air was pulled out of the fold again, and the entire air was dragged to the left, just opposite to the Blue Spirit's position. Blue Spirit quickly raised her arms to protect her face. Pong! A heavy punch sent the Blue Spirit flying. "How miraculous!" Guanxiao excitedly licked her lips. "This kind of ability, I really want it." Xianxia, after the match ended, "I secretly killed the ethereal god and stole his ability." Xianxia said, "No, that will make us the target of public criticism." The tall man's ability was too ruthless. If he simply pulled the sword shield, the tall man would not be able to seize Blue Spirit. But what he was pulling was not the sword shield, but the space where the sword shield was located. Actually, the sword shield wasn't dragged away, but the space where the sword shield was located was moved. It was like an ant crawling westward on white paper, but someone pulled the white paper eastward. As a result, although the ant was still crawling, it was moving eastward as a whole. God of Void Spirit, so that's how it is. Interesting, Xianxia smiled. On the battlefield, Blue Spirit put down his arm. He was barely injured. At the same level, Sun Qi helped him defend against the tall man's destructive power. "It's too useful." Blue Spirit gave Xianxia a thumbs up. "You're really a genius." Xianxia said helplessly, "Don't be complacent. The competition isn't over yet." The tall man didn't chase after Lan Ling at all. He grabbed the air with his right hand and suddenly pulled it back. The Blue Spirit, on the other hand, learned its lesson and quickly flew backwards. As he pulled, he flew backwards. As a result, the speed of both sides remained the same, resulting in such a scene. Blue Spirit continued to fly rapidly in one direction, but she remained where she was. The tall man smiled coldly. He stretched out his right hand and pinched his two fingers, saying, "Super Laws Partial." He pinched his two fingers and pulled them back. As the Blue Spirit was flying, it suddenly raised its left arm and was dragged towards the tall man. "Absolute." Xianxia smiled and said, "It's actually a double pull." The Space Blue Spirit was in pulled back, balancing Blue Spirit's flying speed. On this basis, the tall man also pulled on the space of Blue Spirit's left arm. Not only was the tall man dragging the white paper under the ant's feet, he was also pulling the ant's hind legs back. Lan Ling did not expect this move. His speed was unbalanced and he was dragged towards the tall man. He quickly commanded the flying sword and flew back to defend himself. The 99 flying swords turned into a rain of swords and swished back. The tall man grabbed the air with his left hand and threw it abruptly. All of the flying swords were thrown into the air along with the wrinkled air and deviated from their trajectories. At the same time, the tall man stretched out his fingers and condensed the divine power at his fingertips into a sword. Lift it horizontally forward. He grabbed the air with his left hand and pulled Blue Spirit towards the tip of the divine power sword. The ancient race is truly an existence born to cheat. Lan Ling was both angry and funny. He shook his head and simply ignored his body. He was dragged towards the tip of the sword, but he smiled and said, "Perhaps you're overthinking it. Even if I can't escape with your divine power, you won't be able to defeat me." After saying that, Lan Ling's right fingers condensed into a sword, and a ray of the sun really turned into a sword light. Swoosh! The sword light directly cut into the tall divine power sword light, cutting the divine power sword in half. The tall man's expression changed. He hurriedly pulled his left hand to the side and dragged Blue Spirit to the left side of his body. Then, he pulled back and pulled Blue Spirit back. At the same time, his right fist also welcomed him. Blue Spirit was pulled out and pulled back, just in time to meet his fist. The sun shone on his head, and he smashed his head against the tall fist. He actually heard the sound of bones breaking. The tall man clutched his right hand and snorted. He gritted his teeth and said, "I'll tear you apart." With that, he grabbed the air with one hand and pushed it forward. The blue spirit quickly flew into the distance on the wrinkled air. At this time, the tall man stretched out his right and left hands and grabbed the air together, saying, "Die!" Lan Ling's expression changed slightly. He immediately sat down cross-legged. His left hand was his palm, his right hand was combing his left palm, and his hands were sinking into his dantian. Heavenly Dipper Imperial Sword Technique, Body Protection, Buzz. Blue Spirit's entire body lit up. At the same time, the tall man's hands suddenly parted to the left and right. Chi! A sound of the curtain being torn apart appeared. At the location where the blue spirit was, space was torn apart from both the left and right. This move was shocking. It should have torn the blue spirit in half. However, the blue spirit was able to defend himself. The space he was in was torn apart, but his body was unharmed. What is this? The tall man's face finally turned pale. This is not Dipper Chi. Blue Spirit smiled and said, "My spirit vulture sect was originally an ancestor who played with Chi. This Sun Chi is too suited to my taste." Even the Heavenly Spill sect's Heavenly Spill Astral Chi stood out from the Spirit Vulture sect. Now, Blue Spirit had found a substitute for the Heavenly Spill Astral Chi, Sun Chi. It really was like adding wings to a tiger. The time has come. Let the recruitment phase end. At this moment, the Master God announced such a result. The tall man hadn't even finished his 40 moves, but he had run out of time. Blue Spirit smiled even more and said, "Big man, it's my turn." The blue spirit immediately controlled the flying sword to attack the tall man. The tall man's pupils shrank as he grabbed the air again, wanting to throw the flying swords away. But at this moment, something unexpected happened. The 99 flying swords didn't immediately return to blue spirit's side. The tall man didn't pay any more attention to the flying swords, but paid more attention to blue spirit. Unexpectedly, Blue Spirit had used this period of time to send 99 flying swords flying around the outfield. They had actually quietly circled around the tall man's left, and right directions. For a moment, 99 flying swords simultaneously aimed at the tall man from all directions. The tall man could pull away flying swords from any direction, but he could not pull away flying swords from all directions. "You!" The tall man was so shocked that he stretched out his arms and clasped his fists together. Lan Ling was quickly wrapped up by a force, and her entire body was rubbed together, unable to even move her fingers. "It's useless. 99 flying swords are like 99 of my arms. Each of them can attack in a single mode." Lan Ling chuckled. "Sealing me off is equivalent to sealing off one of me, and the other 99 of me. There's nothing you can do about it." Sure enough, the 99 flying swords weren't affected at all. 99 rays of light swept out in unison. The tall man's expression changed. It was already too late. In an instant, the 99 swords all pressed against the tall man's skin, but they didn't penetrate it. The tall man was so scared that his face was pale that he didn't dare to move. He secretly glanced at the edge of a sword that was staring at the space between his eyebrows, and beads of sweat rolled down his face. Blue Spirit shrugged her shoulders. "You are overly dependent on your unique ability, but you have forgotten how to defeat your enemies. You also have skills and brains. Hey, say something that can piss you off. Even if I don't have the skills and brains, my comprehension of martial arts is still stronger than yours. I can still kill you. But you're very lucky." After saying that, Blue Spirit raised her head and said to the Master God, "I admit defeat." Why? Feng Zhan was already feeling exhausted. He couldn't figure out what these humans meant. Blue Spirit withdrew. The audience was in an uproar again. This human called Blue Spirit had a completely different style from Guanxiao, but when playing with the ancient race, he was still able to do it with ease. It was impossible to understand why the ability of the ethereal god was so exaggerated, and the ability of the blue spirit didn't seem to be particularly outstanding. Why couldn't it be defeated? Next match. The Master God said. Luo Shang, you go? Xianxia said. Luo Shang said and flew into the air. Feng Zhan couldn't do it anymore. He grabbed Xianxia's shoulder and whispered, Tell me who you are. What exactly are you planning? Xianxia sighed and said, Originally, I was going to talk about it after the competition. All right, let's hear it. Xianxia whispered in Feng Zhan's ear, The outcome of this talent conference is not important. What matters is the performance of the talent. Even though Guan Xiao and Lan Ling admit defeat and consider it a loss, in the eyes of the Master God, they know very well that these two people are actually the winning side. Do you understand? Feng Zhan said thoughtfully. You mean, as long as the Master God recognizes it, it will be fine. Xianxia nodded and whispered, Look here. There are at least hundreds of thousands of people. If the few of us become the top 16, we will have to accept their challenge. Playing for a few months is not worth mentioning. But we don't have that much time. Even if we all admit defeat, do you think the Lord God will give us up? They won't. They will secretly find us and treat us as their main target. Feng Zhan's eyes lit up and he said, That makes sense. But if you're not afraid of 10,000, then you're afraid of what happens. If you admit defeat and the Master God is stubborn, then I won't look for you. Isn't that messing up? Xianxia said helplessly, You brain, have you forgotten what the Master God said before? What he wants is to fight against the Thunder Divine Hall and obtain victory. This is the ultimate goal. Do you think the rules of a match are more important, or the victory of the Temple of Nature? Do you still need to think about it? Feng Zhan finally came to a realization. So the Master God had already figured it out. I actually didn't figure it out, and I was still struggling with the competition itself. Xianxia smiled and said, Broaden your horizons. Don't be bound by the situation in front of you. Take the long term. The competition has begun. Luo Shang held a long saber in his arms and lowered his eyelids. He didn't even look at his opponent, as if he was meditating there. Luo Shang's opponent was a monster holding a big stick. This fellow was about the same height as a human, but he had 16 long arms, each of which held a big stick. Listen to the introduction. He is also one of the ancient races from the Sea Mountain race. Upon seeing the 16-armed Sea Mountain race mall, the top 16 experts heaved a sigh of relief. Even the Master Gods nodded in gratification. The strongest Master God said, The human race is finally about to fail for the first time. These people looked completely confident. Are you so confident? Xianxia said. Guan Xiao said disdainfully, 16 arms can also be considered a kind of ability? It's really ridiculous. Feng Zhan's expression was solemn. He shook his head and said, No, you don't understand the Sea Mountain race. 16 arms are indeed easier to fight, but this is not their ability. Their ability is that every member of the Sea Mountain race is a natural weapon master. Their control over any weapon has reached an inconceivable height. Let me tell you something terrifying. In the early days of the Knights Templar, in order to cultivate the fighting skills of the Knights, I also went to the Sea Mountain race's masters. It can be said that the Sea Mountain race is the only race that has guided the God race. Xianxia said thoughtfully, Is it that powerful? Guan Xiao said, I think they are too confident in the Knights Templar. They actually use this matter as a source of pride. Feng Zhan shook his head and said, I'm really not bragging for the Xishan race. Every Xishan race warrior was born with a greater understanding of weapons than any other race. Furthermore, the Sea Mountain race's battles are divided into sections. When the Sea Mountain race warriors were still young, they had to be divided into sections. There are a total of 4 sections. From high to low, this is the case. Fallen Leaves Flow. A young man from the Sea Mountain who has yet to undergo any cultivation needs to draw a circle 50 meters in diameter on the ground. At the same time, someone is constantly sprinkling large amounts of fallen leaves on the ground. That young man needs to use a weapon to attack each piece of fallen leaf for up to 3 days. 3 days later, when there is not a single leaf in this circle, it will be considered a pass. Rain Slash. The youth also drew a 50-meter circle on the ground and used his weapon to slash the rain curtain. Within 3 days, not a single drop of rain had entered the circle. It was considered a pass. Cut off the flow of water. The youth has to use a waterfall that is 10 meters wide and stand under the waterfall. He will use a weapon to slash the waterfall and cut off every drop of water. It will be considered a pass. Sex severing. The youth wants to use a weapon to block the wind. At this point, Feng Zhan sighed with emotion. This is truly an ability that makes people look forward to and sigh with admiration. Not even our god race can compare to it. Furthermore, during these stages and grades, the Sea Mountain race youths did not receive any training, nor did they use their qi. They simply used weapons to chop them down. Xianxia said, "Indeed, it is very powerful." Feng Zhan said, "Most of the other ancient races won with special abilities. When facing special abilities, you still have a way to deal with them. However, with the strength of a weapon master like the Sea Mountain race, it is impossible for them to win through any speculation. Especially now that Luoshang is facing a Sea Mountain race master, Zhu Fenglu." Guan Zhao's expression turned cold as he sneered. "Who are you mapping? Are you talking about my previous battle?" Feng Zhan said, "I will not apologize for my words, because I did not exaggerate. I have seen Luoshang's battle, and I know that he is heaven-defying, but in my heart, the Sea Mountain race is still superior. Comparatively speaking, Guan Zhao, your previous battle was indeed an opportunistic one, including Blue Spirit." Guan Zhao was instantly enraged. Her beautiful eyes narrowed, and she was about to go berserk. Xianxia grabbed Guan Zhao's wrist and shook his head. Lan Ling hugged her shoulders and smiled indifferently. "Do you think you already know Luoshang? Haha, that's really a big mistake. Your world is filled with gods, but in our world, there are not so many empty heads and brains. But do you know what Luoshang is called in our world? Let me tell you, his name is Luoshang Ghost King. There are 8 Ghost Kings in the Purgatory Gate. The other 7 are all self-proclaimed. Only Luoshang is the title given to him by the world. Everyone is convinced." Feng Zhan said with a serious expression, "I don't want to argue with you, but the truth is the truth. It's not acceptable to be unconvinced. You'll see soon." Lan Ling shrugged her shoulders and didn't bother to pay him any attention. At this time, Luoshang and the Sea Mountain clan's master Zhu Fenglu had already nodded their heads, and the battle had officially begun. It was also at this moment that the experts of almost all races in the lower realms bowed to the Sea Mountain race warriors in the sky with solemn expressions. This kind of scene had never happened before. Feng Zhan said, "In order to search for the mysteries of battle, many foreign races have personally come to the Shanghai Mountain race to learn arts. They have sincere admiration for the Sea Mountain race. Xianxia, I know that you are the wisest one. Even you, do you think Luoshang will win?" Feng Zhan looked at Xianxia seriously. Xianxia said, "Speak from the bottom of your heart." Feng Zhan said seriously, "Please speak from the bottom of your heart." Xianxia thought for a moment and said, "Then let me be fair. In my opinion, none of the known species can defeat Luoshang in terms of combat techniques. If it weren't for my strong physique, I wouldn't be Luoshang's opponent either." Feng Zhan shook his head in disappointment. "Is this fair? All right." Xianxia smiled and used his gaze to signal to the sky, saying, "Look, there's no basis for your words." In the air, the Sea Mountain race expert said to Luoshang, "I can give up 40 moves. You and I will fight directly." No one was surprised. Everyone felt that it didn't matter. The results were the same and the Sea Mountain race would not fail. Luoshang said, "Your aura is very strong." Xianxia said that there will be experts that surpass the human race here. It seems that he is not lying completely. However, you lack the basic respect for an expert, so you are not strong enough. When the Sea Mountain race expert heard this, he nodded solemnly and said, "I apologize to you for not being thoughtful. In that case, let's begin with 40 moves." Luoshang stood there motionlessly and said, "Please." The Sea Mountain race expert shook his 16 arms at the same time. the 16 sticks actually disintegrated into different weapons. It turned out that these weapons were not sticks, but protective layers similar to the sheaths of swords and knives. As for the 16 weapons, 20 to 20% of them were divided into 8 categories. They are stick, whip, gun, hammer, saber, sword, axe, halberd. Luo Shang only had a pair of arms, but so far his saber had not been unsheathed. The Sea Mountain race expert first arrived in front of Luo Shang and tentatively sliced down a halberd towards Luo Shang. Halberd simultaneously has the stick, the spear, the saber, 3 kinds of characteristics: may chop, may pierce. With this move, Xiang Nan could see the way. It was indeed very powerful. The Sea Mountain race expert seemed to have casually sliced it. No matter the angle, strength, or speed, it could be said to be perfect. The most precious thing was that he had left enough room for him to change his moves. In this kind of attack, no matter what kind of defense the enemy made or how they counterattacked, there was a possibility that the experts of the seashore would change their moves temporarily. There were countless routes that could be chopped down by a halberd, but there was no doubt that the route chosen by the experts of the Sea Mountains was the most flexible of all. Clang! Luo Shang suddenly attacked, using the scabbard to block a perfect attack from the Sea Mountain expert. An astonishing light flashed in the eyes of the Sea Mountain expert as he said, "It's starting to come true." With that, his 16 arms suddenly moved like a gale. Luo Shang remained motionless, his hands suddenly disappearing. Clang! 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 A series of clashing sounds rang out, and countless sparks appeared between the Sea Mountain expert and Luo Shang. The attack of the Sea Mountain expert was different because of the different types of weapons. Slash, slash, stab, provoke, flick, swing, smash, hook, whip, slash, shake. Every type of weapon was used to its fullest. Everyone was so enthralled that they forgot to applaud him. Xiangnan nodded and said, "Indeed, it is very powerful. No wonder you have such confidence in the Sea Mountain race. Grandmaster Duan Fenglu's combat skills have really reached the upper limit, but in terms of skill, he is already at a loss." Feng Zhan said, "Now you should admit that you are wrong." Xiangnan shook his head and said, "No, the combat skill is perfect and unsolvable. It is not the strongest realm. Luo Shang will still win." Feng Zhan said, "What you said is inconsistent." Xiangnan said, "I can explain the reason to you, but I think that after Luo Shang wins, he will take the initiative to tell the romantic master. Let him talk about it." The battle in the sky continued, but gradually, everyone was shocked. This was because up until now, all the attacks that Grandmaster Duan Fenglu had unleashed had been intercepted by Luo Shang without exception. Not once. The expressions of countless people had changed from being calm at the beginning to being dumbfounded now, and then to being shocked afterwards. Luo Shang's saber was not even unsheathed. He didn't even move a step. It was completely blocked by soldiers, and covered by water and earth. Luo Shang intercepted the attack of a Sea Mountain expert. In a very short period of time, 40 moves had passed in a high-intensity battle. It was also the 40th move, and Luo Shang took half a step back with his right thumb. Chong! The saber was unsheathed. Luo Shang lowered his head, his gloomy eyes piercing through his long black hair as he looked at the Sea Mountain expert. Immediately after, he made a move. Luo Shang pushed forward fiercely, and the long saber in his hand swung into a fierce wind. Clang! 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 Intense collisions could be heard. The Sea Mountain experts also perfectly defended against all Luo Shang's attacks. This continuous collision never stopped. However, the perfect defense only lasted for 6 seconds. 6 seconds later, with a chi sound, a blood arrow shot out from the Sea Mountain expert's body. The audience cried out in alarm. There must be some carelessness. That's right. The Sea Mountain race's battle techniques are invincible. It must be that Master Duan Fenglu who underestimated the enemy. This kind of injury will never appear again. Clang! 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 The sound of collisions was still endless. 5 seconds later, with another chi sound, another blood arrow shot out from the Sea Mountain expert's body. Immediately after, the audience cried out in alarm, before they could defend the mistakes of the sea mountain experts. For seconds, another chi. Afterwards, the sea mountain expert blocked for 3 seconds, and then he held his hand again. 2 seconds later, the last second. From this moment onwards, the sea mountain expert would be injured almost every second. Chi 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 chi. The sea mountain expert was completely unable to defend against Luo Shang's attack. The knife wounds on his body increased one by one. Another 10 seconds later, the sea mountain expert abruptly retreated, sending 16 weapons flying into the sky. Luo Shang stopped and withdrew his saber. The scene was extremely quiet. The sea mountain expert stared blankly at Luo Shang, listening to the sound of 16 weapons falling from the sky and smashing into the barrier. No one can speak. Feng Zhan's eyes widened, as if he had seen a scene that caused him to subvert his outlook on life. Guan Shao and Lan Ling sneered. Why? The sea mountain expert took a deep breath and accepted his fate. He looked at Luo Shang and asked the questions in everyone's hearts. The sea mountain expert said, "My attacks and defenses have already reached the extreme. Why did I still lose?" Luo Shang looked at Xiang Nan from the sky, as if he was waiting for Xiang Nan's answer. Should he answer this question? Should he let the people hear him? Or let Xiang Nan explain himself? Xiang Nan shook his head and said, "It was you who defeated him. Tell him directly. It's fine." Luo Shang turned around and looked at Master Haishan, saying, "Battle techniques are just a branch of martial arts. You have indeed used them to the extreme. But in terms of skill, you lack a kind of charm. This is a method that is even more brilliant than skill." What? The sea mountain expert was stunned. Luo Shang said, "Every move of yours can only play the role of one move. After that, it will be completely useless. Every move I make serves the next move, and even the entire rhythm of the attack. Your attack is 1,000 ants fighting on their own. My attack is 1,000 ants hugging each other. Each ant is crushed on the ground and rolled over on the road so that the ants on the upper echelons can bite the enemy better. Only when a series of attacks came to life did I have life and charm." As if struck by lightning, the sea mountain expert, after Luo Shang's guidance, seemed to have opened a brand new window in his martial world. Xiang Nan patted Feng Zhan's shoulder and said, "You think the Shanhai clan's experts are even more powerful? That's because there are clouds in the sky. When you see the clouds, you think they are the highest peak. They cover your eyes. Why don't you climb up to the top of the clouds? If you look up again, you'll discover that there's a sea of stars beyond the clouds." The scene was still extremely quiet. Feng Zhan was speechless. Luo Shang returned the saber back to its sheath and said to the sea mountain expert, "You are very lucky. I will tell you the reason for your failure. But I don't have such a good life. Every time I upgrade, I get it at a price. So, cherish it." After saying that, Luo Shang raised his head to look at the Master God and said, "Admit defeat." This person only communicated with his fellow Taoists. To others, he was concise and didn't say a single unnecessary word. After spitting out these 2 words, he didn't even look at the reaction of the Master God and directly fell down. At this time, Feng Zhan stared blankly at Luo Shang. That gaze was no longer the gaze of the weak looking up at the strong. It was more like a lowly species looking at a powerful creature that he had never seen before. Whoosh Xiang Nan let out a long sigh and said, "It's finally my turn to enter the arena. It's time for Hua to draw a perfect conclusion." Xiang Nan relaxed his muscles and bones and flew towards the sky. Little Sparrow sat on Xiang Nan's shoulder, humming a little tune. Her 2 little feet swayed about happily, concentrating on peeling off a big bug that she had caught in this world. "Go down. I'm going to fight," Xiang Nan said. The little bird said, "Just fight." Xiang Nan flicked a brain collapse on his forehead and said, "One-on-one. With you here, it's not a one-on-one. Be good and go find Guan Shao." Below, Guan Shao waved to the little bird, holding a swinging insect in her hand. At this moment, the audience had yet to react from the previous battle. Just as Feng Zhan had said, The battle between the two human experts in front of him could be said to be a battle of methods and wisdom. However, Luoshang's battle with the Sea Mountain experts was really a fight of hard strength. A real fighting technique. Failure in this kind of battle is the most desperate, because you can't find any excuse. At this moment, the experts of countless races all had high expectations for Xiangnan. He was the last human expert to enter the arena. Feng Zhan was also filled with boundless curiosity towards Xiangnan. He had never seen Xiangnan attack before. From the beginning until now, all the humans, including Luoshang, had followed Xiangnan's lead and obeyed his orders. However, Feng Zhan couldn't understand why. Guanshao was a devil who could kill all spirit-summoning heretic gods. Luoshang was an existence that was as tall as a blazing sun in front of Master Haishan. Could it be that these people weren't as powerful as Xiangnan? Even you can't beat Xiangnan? Feng Zhan swallowed his saliva and asked Luoshang. Luoshang replied honestly, I can't beat him. Why? Feng Zhan said, didn't your combat skills already reach the peak? Luoshang said, my fighting style is different from Xiangnan's. My fighting style belongs to the flow of reaction. I am invincible at this level. As for Xiangnan's fighting style, it belongs to the stream of consciousness. At the same level, he is also invincible. Luoshang paid more attention to battle techniques and Xiangnan paid more attention to battle consciousness. However, both of them had experienced hundreds of battles. Luoshang took the initiative to challenge all the experts, while Xiangnan was passively challenged by all the experts. Feng Zhan said, then, shouldn't it be the two of you? Luoshang said, no, he has a better place than me. See, Xiangnan's opponent was an ancient race expert, and he was also the largest of the top 16 experts. This person was over 100 meters tall, and his body was filled with explosive muscles. He looked extremely frightening. As for Xiangnan, he stood opposite to such a person, and it directly caused Xiangnan to lose all of his foil. I ran into a hard stubble. Feng Zhan said, it's not easy to fight. Even if Xiangnan has all sorts of combat skills, there is no room for him to display any skills when facing someone whose body size and strength far surpass his. At this moment, Feng Zhan's words had changed. He did not dare to be certain that Xiangnan would lose, but instead became unbeatable. Indeed, no matter how exquisite your moves are, other people are 50 times taller than you. With a swing of a stick, your entire body is covered. What origin? Blue Spirit asked. Feng Zhan said, the divine power race is endless. Its brute force has already surpassed all races. It is an existence with no solution at the power level. Oh, Lan Ling nodded and said, then I know. On the battlefield, the giant's voice sounded like a bell as he said to Xiangnan, divine power race, heaven-bearing strength god. Xiangnan smiled and cupped his fists. Human Xiangnan. By this time, the human race had already created too many miracles in the talent assembly, and no one had any thoughts of contempt for the human race. Right now, everyone only had one hope, and that was what kind of shocking methods did this last human possess. The heavenly energy god roared and laughed. It's your bad luck to encounter me. Have you ever heard of lowering your strength by 10 times? A trick is nothing but empty air in front of me. Xiangnan smiled and said, thank you for your guidance. Please. The heavenly energy god waved his right hand and a mountain flew over from above. He cut the mountain into a stick and grabbed it in his hand. Then a red light shot out from his eyes and bathed the stick inside. The divine strength race can change the material structure and make it indestructible. You can defend it well, said the heaven-bearing divine strength race. After saying that, the heaven-bearing strength god immediately threw a stick at Xiangnan. The most miraculous thing about that stick was that when it smashed down, it could actually increase its quality according to the acceleration. The structure of the elemental particles suddenly tightened at this moment. What it changes is not the volume of the object, but the molecular structure. The 10,000-meter tall mountain stick suddenly shrank to around 50 meters. It shrank by 200 times. According to the rules, Xiangnan belonged to the second level of Spirit Void, so he only needed 30 moves. However, faced with such a powerful blow, Everyone began to suspect that Xianxia might not even be able to withstand a single move. Feng Zhan opened his mouth and swallowed the words that had reached his mouth. He was afraid that he would be slapped in the face again, so he would not express his opinion easily. He watched as the big stick fell. Xianxia, on the other hand, was very calm. He raised his right hand and condensed a shield with his sun chi. Boom! The big stick slammed heavily on the sun shield. This rod smashed down, causing the surrounding elements to collapse. Seeing such a strange scene, the air seemed to peel off from the walls, falling like rain. Hiss! I can handle it! Feng Zhan's eyes widened in disbelief. Xianxia actually resisted this attack. Feng Zhan was shocked. How could this be? His sun chi is much stronger than the rest of you. After that heavenly energy god's attack, he immediately went crazy. His eyes were red as he smashed towards Xianxia like crazy. He could not withstand such a blow. If the enemy had used other methods to neutralize his attack, he would still be able to accept it. But Xianxia didn't. It was completely forceful. It was undoubtedly a devastating blow for a power martial artist to be unable to crush an opponent in terms of strength. The staff of the heavenly strength god howled like the wind, and it was already swung into a shadow. The rumbling sound was like a violent storm, never stopping. However, Xianxia was able to withstand all attacks. This was another advantage that Luosheng had mentioned for Xianxia. His physique and talent were worthy of being number one in the world. So what if the Thunder God race was able to defeat the Temple Battle God when Xianxia lacked a divine talent? The 6 divine meridians allowed Xianxia's sun chi to far surpass Luosheng's. The addition of a divine grade lightning vein made Xianxia's physique incomparable. Number 1 physique, number 1 talent, and number 1 jinqi. The heaven-bearing strength god sweated profusely and used all of his strength in this lifetime. He was still unable to break through the little ant's defenses in front of him. This move had also brought tremendous shock to the master gods. Within the same realm, Xianxia was absolutely invincible. In the end, 30 moves had already passed, but the heaven-bearing strength god hadn't even touched the corner of Xianxia's clothes. Feng Zhan's face had long since turned pale, and he said, This kind of physique is definitely not a human that I know. Make way. Xianxia cupped his fists and said, 30 moves have passed. I'm going to fight back. The heaven-bearing strength god was already mad, and he couldn't hear what Xianxia was saying. He roared and jumped up, smashing the huge stick towards Xianxia again. Xianxia raised his giant saber high up, and a beam of sun saber energy charged straight up. With a chi sound, it pierced through the stick. Then, Xianxia twisted his right hand and the stick shattered. Xianxia's right hand carried the huge saber backwards, and his left hand aimed at the heaven-bearing strength god. He threw out a palm and shouted, Thunder Dragon Palm! Boom! The heaven-bearing strength god's chest caved in instantly, creating a huge palm print. Pooh! The heaven-bearing strength god didn't even have the space to react. Blood sprayed out on the spot as it staggered down from the sky. Damn it! That's a member of the divine force race! Everyone exclaimed. Lanling laughed and said, Xianxia has already shown mercy. With his monster-level physique and talent, this palm strike is enough to shatter the so-called heaven-saving strength god into particles. Xianxia chuckled and said, I have offended you. I admit defeat. Since then, the human battle had all ended. The 4 humans had won by astonishing means, but all of them had admitted defeat. The audience didn't know what kind of mentality to accept this kind of thing. The 4 humans had won a great victory, making them both shocked and unhappy. However, the key humans had all admitted defeat, which meant that they would not be able to enter the top 16. Should he be angry, or should he be glad? Compared to the other 3 humans, Xianxia's battle process was the simplest and straightforward. After a perfect defense, he won the first place with a single palm, that was all. In the sky, the master gods looked deeply at Feng Zhan. There was no need to say more about that expression. From today onwards, Feng Zhan would be considered outstanding. Looking at the others, those divine envoys who were once arrogant and sarcastic towards Feng Zhan were truly despondent. and their faces were as ugly as insects that had eaten little birds. Anger. More jealousy. Although Feng Zhan was so happy that his heart was blooming, he didn't know how to deal with this kind of situation. He hurriedly asked Xiangnan, "What should we do next?" Xiangnan smiled and said, "Go home and wait." Under the gazes of the crowd, the 4 humans who had given a beautiful scene to the talent gathering turned around and left. If nothing unexpected happened, the following battles would continue for several months. If there was a stalemate between the 2 sides, the number of battles would increase in the next few months. However, everyone was no longer interested in the battle below. The start of the 4 humans was too beautiful. After they left, the battles that followed should not be able to surpass the excitement of the previous few battles. The 4 of them returned to the Divine Court Palace and waited quietly. At night, the Divine Nature Palace in the distance was still brightly lit, and the cheers were endless. Xiangnan and Feng Zhan sat quietly in the courtyard, drinking and chatting. At this moment, a figure appeared at the arch of the courtyard. The few of them raised their heads and Xiangnan smiled. It was the strongest Master God. The Master God smiled as he walked into the courtyard with a jar of wine in his hand. He said, "I'm late. You guys have already drank. I have a jar of aged wine here. It was a gift from the human race to the God race back then. Everyone, come and have a taste." The Master God didn't hesitate to sit down. Xiangnan and the others didn't have any special reactions, and Feng Zhan, given the great difference in the divine level, didn't dare to sit on equal footing with the Master God. He immediately stood up in a hurry and lowered his hands to the side. Xiangnan said, "Feng Zhan, come sit down." Feng Zhan hurriedly shook his head and looked at Xiangnan desperately. Xiangnan thought for a moment and no longer insisted. That Feng Zhan was only a 2nd-level spirit void divine messenger. But the old man who had just sat down was a high and mighty Master God. The difference between the 2 of them was too great. Instead of forcing Feng Zhan to sit down, it would be easier for him to stand on his own. The old man smiled and poured a glass of wine for Xiangnan and the others. "Everyone, what we did during the day was to invite me to a party. Now I'm here." Both sides were smart people. There were some things that didn't need to be explained clearly. The Master God understood what Xiangnan meant. Xiangnan smiled and nodded. He didn't say anything. He knew that it wasn't him who should be talking now. The Master God clashed with Xiangnan and sighed emotionally. "It has been a long time since we sat and talked with the humans. The last time, it seemed like the humans were newly founded. My nature shrine is also a destitute god race now. Compared to your human race, it's not much better. Then, there's no need to beat around the bush. It's best to get straight to the point." Xiangnan said, "It should be like this." The Master God said, "Let's be frank. I'm here to give you everything you want. But there's a problem that I have to confirm before I do. The 4 of you humans are truly sincere towards the nature shrine, aren't you?" Xiangnan shook his head and said, "Not necessarily." The Master God smiled and said, "You know, these 3 words are enough for me to take the lives of the 4 of you. But I know that you are not a fool seeking your own death. Explain yourself." Xiangnan said, "Whether I am loyal to the nature shrine or not does not depend on my attitude. Rather, it depends on the attitude of your nature shrine. My goal is very clear. It is to destroy the Thunder Divine Hall. Whether I am sincere or not depends on the determination of the Nature Divine Hall to deal with the Thunder Divine Hall." The Master God laughed loudly and said, "Do you think that I, the Master God of the Thunder God Temple, have escaped with the Nature God Temple on a whim? Since I have done so, I have cut off all other paths of retreat. I am a follower of the great goddess of life. I can sacrifice everything for her." Xiangnan said, "Then do you really think that our human race will join forces with the Thunder Divine Hall? We are already on the verge of extermination. We have not cut off our retreat, but have no retreat." The Master God nodded in satisfaction and said, "I am very satisfied with your answer. I have already discussed with the other Master Gods. In the future, we will support the top 16 on the surface, but in the dark, the 4 of you are the ones who will really support us. The best resources will also be given to the four of you. Doing so will also have a part of the effect of concealing the truth. It is also the result that you intentionally admit defeat. Then what do you want? Xianxia said, Spirit herbs, spirit pills. As you can see, we don't lack combat abilities, but we are in a hurry to reach the next realm. The Master God chuckled and slapped a thick book on the table. This is our spirit herb catalog. It has everything from Saint Rank 1 to Saint Rank 10, he said. The four of you have the highest authority. You can absorb all the spiritual herbs contained in this book. In front of Xianxia, he suddenly became enlightened. What he wanted was this result. With the support of the Divine Nature Temple, spiritual herbs could be said to be in unlimited supply. But there's still one more question. The Master God said. Xianxia said, Please speak. The Master God said, We have a lot of spiritual herbs, but do you have any pill recipes? Xianxia asked, Could it be that your Divine Nature Temple can gather so many spiritual herbs, but you can't gather pill formulas? You don't even have pill formulas. The Master God sighed, We didn't collect these spiritual herbs from the human race. They were originally one of the sources of food for our God race. When we fled God's domain, we took a large amount of spiritual herbs with us. Actually, it wasn't for the sake of refining pills in the future, but for the sake of maintaining the food supply of the divine envoys. As for the pill recipe, it's something created by the human race. It's useless to the God race. We've never deliberately collected it. The war between the Temple of Nature and the Temple of Thunder happened so suddenly that we didn't have a chance to react. Xianxia gently tapped on the table and said thoughtfully, In other words, we already have the spirit herbs. As long as we obtain the pill formula, we will be able to obtain a saint-ranked pill. Xianxia made a trade-off and directly ate the spiritual herbs. It wasn't that he couldn't raise his cultivation level. However, there were too many unnecessary medicinal properties and impurities in the spiritual herbs. It would be fine if he was only one level away. The key was that he was only at the second level of Spirit Void, 8 levels away from the 10th level of Spirit Void. With such a large span, if he were to eat all the spiritual herbs to make up for it, his martial Dao physique would be crippled at that time. Xianxia said, Then the best choice is to go to the place where the human race once lived and look for the pill formula. The Master God said, We have been collecting information about the movements of the Thunder God Temple. We have a certain understanding of their recent activities, and we also have a certain grasp of the various powerful pill refining regions of the human race. All of this can be provided to you. Guanxiao said, The best thing to do should be for your Master God to directly take action and retrieve the pill recipe. If we humans of lower realms are to look for them, there is a certain danger. Xianxia shook his head and said, No way. The Master God also agreed with Xianxia and said, Indeed, it is not suitable. We only know where the major areas of human pill refining are, but we do not know exactly where the pill recipe is. At this moment, the Thunder Divine Hall doesn't know much about our movements. I wonder what our next plan is. If Master God level and Temple Battle God level experts take the initiative to search for those pill formulas that are worthless to the God race, the Thunder God Temple will immediately see through our intentions. In that case, it will be even harder for us to obtain any more pill recipes. Guanxiao said, So it's like this. The Master God said, The most perfect way is for the outsiders to search for pill formulas. They do not have the usual practice of swallowing pills. Therefore, even if the Thunder God Palace finds out, they will think that the outsiders are collecting other things. They only occasionally take a few pill formulas with them. However, there is another hidden danger. In your low realm, the strength of outsiders is indeed not high. The success rate of obtaining pill recipes is too low. It is safer for you 4 top experts to personally take action. Xianxia muttered, But if the 4 of us attack, it will bring more trouble. In the eyes of the Thunder Divine Hall, killing humans is even more important than killing the Nature Divine Hall. Once the 4 of us attack, no matter what our goal is, as long as the Thunder God Temple detects us, they will frantically chase after the 4 of us and even send out God Kings. "This is the biggest problem I'm worried about," said the Master God. Just for the sake of a human man, the Thunder Divine Hall had sent out 100,000 divine envoys and even a divine king to personally guard the River of Time. For humans appeared at the same time. The result was obvious. Guan Shao said, "Is there a way to make us disguise ourselves?" "Yes," said the Master God. "It is their specialty to allow the Master God of the Temple of Nature to temporarily change your race identity. It only lasts for 3 days. "Why?" Xianxia asked. The Master God said, "The other races are all natural races. They were born of the 2 supreme gods. Only humans are brand new races created by the goddess of life herself. That's why the human race has the powerful life force left behind by the goddess of life. Thus, the Master God of the Temple of Nature can only temporarily change your race identity, but it won't last for long. In other words, finding the goddess of life, or her descendants, will completely change you." Xianxia said, 3 days. Although it's very tight, it's better than nothing. This risk is worth taking." The Master God nodded and laid a huge map on the table. "Since that's the case, let's talk about the plan first. After we've settled it, I'll bring you guys to change your features before we leave." The human race once had hundreds of prosperous pill refining cities. These cities worshipped pill refining and were divided into different levels. First-grade Arcane City is a place where a large number of Saint-grade first-grade alchemists gather. Finding a Saint-grade first-grade pill recipe there shouldn't be difficult. Correspondingly, you can find a second-grade pill recipe in the second-grade Profound Secret City. This kind of Profound Secret City is divided into 5 levels. It can allow you to advance to the 5th level of Spirit Void at the highest. Xianxia asked, "What is the current attitude of the Thunder Divine Hall towards the human ruins?" The Master God replied, "Since a god representative brought an outsider to the human ruins to search for medicinal pills, this matter must have been detected by the Thunder Divine Hall. But that was just a small fight. The Thunder God Temple didn't pay any attention to this either. It just meant that they sent a small number of divine envoys to various cities of the human race. The level of the divine envoys they sent out corresponds to the grade of Xuanji City. Most of the first-level divine envoys in Xuanji City are Spirit Void level 1 divine envoys, floating within the range of the first level. So this is our chance. If a high-level martial artist goes to a low-level Profound Secret City, it will definitely attract the attention of the Thunder God Palace." The Master God pointed to a second-level Profound Secret City. "But if a low-level martial artist goes to the high-level Profound Secret City, he is courting death. Of the 4 of you, only Xianxia is at the second level of Spirit Void. I recommend that you go to the first level." Xianxia shook his head. "There is no need. I have a saint-ranked first-grade pill recipe here. Please provide me with sufficient spiritual herbs first. I can let them upgrade to the second level of Spirit Void, and then head straight to the second level of Profound Secret City." The Master God said, "Then it's settled. You should first designate a Profound Secret City as your target, and then start refining pills. During this process, I will focus on gathering the relevant information from Xuanji City to open up the front lines for you." After saying that, the 2 sides clapped. Then, as expected, the Master God brought all the spiritual herbs he needed to Xianxia and doubled his supply. Xianxia only needed 30 first-grade saint-ranked spirit herbs, but the Master God personally sent over 60 of them. He also said that if it wasn't enough, there would be more. Guan Shao was very happy. It seemed that it was a wise choice to join the Nature Shrine. It was needless to say that Xianxia had spent 2 days cultivating first-grade saint pills for Guan Shao and the others. Due to the time available, the 3 of them were not in a hurry to absorb it. They spent a full 3 days perfectly fusing the medicinal power of all the sacred pills and collectively increasing it to the second level of Spirit Void. At the same time, the clues in front of him were sent back. The location of Xianxia's designated Xuanji City had been carefully considered. It was still quite far from the temporary location of the Nature Shrine, so as not to reveal its identity and expose this place. As for the second-grade Profound Secret City that he had designated, it was called Jiaoyu City. Back then, It was the gathering place of a large number of Saint-grade second-grade alchemists. At this moment, the Thunder Divine Hall's hand had also reached Jiayue City. At present, a group of divine envoys from the Thunder Divine Hall had already found a large amount of spirit herbs and Tier 2 pill recipes in Jiayue City, and were preparing to return to the Thunder Divine Hall. To Xianxia, this was simply sending charcoal through the snow. Even the process of searching for the pill recipe had risen, and the other party had directly helped him find it. Then the follow-up plan would be much simpler, directly ambushing the convoy of the Thunder Shrine. The Master God brought Xianxia and the others to the Nature Shrine and found the Master God of Nature. Through the power of order of the Master God of Nature, Xianxia's group of 4 had temporarily transformed into the exiled race's life form. Xianxia took a deep breath and said, "We only have 3 days. No matter what, we must return within 3 days. Otherwise, our identities will be exposed. Let's go." Before the human race's activities were exposed, Luoshang had killed all of the 300-odd Templar Knights who had surrounded Xianxia. Therefore, it didn't matter if the operation failed, and the Temple of Thunder couldn't be allowed to know that there were still humans operating in this real world. As for the talent assembly, the Master Gods had also made up an excuse. The 4 humans that appeared earlier were actually disguised by the experts of the Knights Templar. Their purpose was to increase the difficulty of the meeting, and also to test the top 16 experts. That was why the 4 humans admitted defeat after winning. The outsiders believed in this excuse. The reason for that was because there was one of the most important realistic factors that could not be questioned. That was, the god race would definitely kill the humans on the spot when they saw them. How could they tolerate the 4 humans living well? After the god race annihilated the human race, would the 2 races be able to coexist peacefully? This is clearly inconsistent. There were even rumors that Luoshang should be a legendary purple gold knight. It was night and it rained heavily. Outside Jiayue City there was a hazy forest. Thunder roared in the sky, and lightning burst forth, making this forest look even more ferocious and terrifying. From Jiayue City there was only one path to the outside world. This was a deep canyon. This was the only place for the Divine Envoy's convoy to pass through. It was also the best place to set up an ambush. Once the Divine Envoy's convoy left this mysterious forest, the sky would be high and the birds would fly. The origins of this forest were enormous, and both the god race and the outsiders were extremely fearful of it. At this moment, at the top of the cliff on the left bank of the canyon, Xianxia, Guanshao, Luoshang, and Lan Ling were lying in the dense black grass. Guanshao released the silence technique, releasing a long black gas that wrapped around the 4 of them, unable to be sensed. This was one of the best ways to hide. It was raining heavily, and the dense rain screen caused the 4 of them to be severely blocked from their line of sight. The cold rain of laws landed on their bodies, causing the 4 of them to feel a bone-chilling chill. Although the 4 of them were already wearing the special bamboo hats and raincoats given by the Nature Temple, they still trembled occasionally. Rain of laws is a peculiar phenomenon in the real world. It is not the same as ordinary rainfall, but a serious imbalance of laws in a certain region, resulting in the collapse of water elements. Large amounts of water elements collapsed into water droplets, continuously falling from the sky. When humans were contaminated by the raindrops of laws, the structure of the 5 elements in their bodies would also change. The water elements would be filled with the rain of laws, and they would begin to occupy the original proportions. At this moment, the water elements in Xianxia and the others' bodies had already reached an unusually active level. The side effect was cold. They could only use their powerful bodies to resist the rain of laws, but they still couldn't stay for long. Once they exceeded 24 hours, the water elements in their bodies would dominate the other elemental components, eventually causing the 4 of them to dissolve. Guanzhao's face was pale and trembling non-stop. The rain followed the arc of her beautiful cheeks and dripped into the grass. Seeing this, Xianxia shifted his body and used his strong chest to press Guanzhao to the ground, gently hugging her. Guanzhao's face was pale as she turned around and smiled sweetly at Xianxia. Although Xianxia did not say a word, she could feel the silent love coming from Xianxia. The four of them were enduring it. In fact, if they were to protect their bodies with the sun qi, they could expel the chill. However, if the sun qi shone, their bodies would be exposed. The art of silence was incapable of perceiving it, but it was able to see that this was one of its greatest shortcomings. Guanxiao tried her best to flip her body over, making herself lie flat, facing Xiangnan, hugging Xiangnan's neck, crossing her legs at Xiangnan's waist, entangling Xiangnan like an octopus. Blue Spirit took out a scroll from her bosom and opened it. She said, "Take a look at the clues given by the intelligence personnel. About this forest, about God being a convoy." This scroll described in detail what Xiangnan and the others might encounter. The first was this forest. It could be said to be a land of great viciousness, even for the divine realm. The origin of this forest is not simple. It is called the etheric forest. Before the goddess of life and the god of thunder appeared, this divine realm world already had life forms. However, they were very different from the life forms that humans usually recognized. Moreover, they were extremely dangerous. In this etheric forest, there was such a strange group of creatures. It is called the etheric ghost. The ether was one of the strongest objects in the world. It was a rigid particle, but under normal conditions it was extremely thin so that it could penetrate through it at will. Even an ordinary person could easily pass through a cluster of etheric particles without being able to sense any obstruction. However, the etheric ghost was a spiritual body formed from etheric particles. Normally, such things were like clusters of etheric particles, invisible and intangible, but they possessed hazy consciousness. Once intense large-scale battles took place in the region where the etheric spirits resided, the group of etheric spirits would awaken irregularly. When their minds condensed, their body frames would take shape, becoming observable and touchable etheric spirits. Even the god race would be afraid of such things. This was something that the four of them had to pay attention to in the etheric forest. The second was the convoy of divine envoys. The storage ring was a very low-level spatial carrier. When a martial artist reached the heavenly tribulation realm, they could destroy the storage ring at will. There was no need to kill the owner of the storage ring. Obviously, such a thing was not suitable for transporting valuables. In the divine realm, there was such a sacred artifact called the divine sword. It was indeed a kind of sword, but it was not used to attack. Instead, it was a powerful carrier. Similarly, this kind of sacred sword was similar to the storage ring, so it had to be recognized as its owner. Unless the holder of the sacred sword died or took the initiative to open the gap in the sacred sword, the contents of the sacred sword could not be taken out. The existence of the etheric ghost and the sacred sword had caused Xiangnan and the others to be unable to forcefully attack the convoy and had to ambush them. Blue Spirit lowered her voice and said, "After the convoy arrives, we must kill the holy sword holder in one strike. Seize the sacred sword in the shortest amount of time and leave quickly. It is best not to engage in large-scale battles with the divine envoy convoy, so as to avoid awakening the etheric ghost. Who will carry out this mission?" "I'll do it," Luo Sheng said. After thinking for a while, Xiangnan shook his head and rejected, saying, "You should be able to make sure that you hit 100 times, but your sun qi is not outstanding. You may not be able to kill him in one blow. As far as I can see, the only mission of the Holy Sword's holder is to survive and protect the Holy Sword. Therefore, this kind of divine envoy must specialize in defense." Lanling nodded and said, "Xiangnan is right. In order to be safe, Guanxiao must complete this mission. Her light of tearing is the first choice." At this point, everyone looked at Guanxiao with serious eyes. Another problem arose. Guanxiao's shooting rate was not high. If the target was like a living target, Guanxiao could definitely hit 100 targets. Not only her, even an excellent archer could easily accomplish it. However, divine envoys were not dead creatures. They would dodge. Moreover, the god race possessed the power of thunder and lightning. Once they discovered the danger, they could even dodge at the speed of ultralight. This required a very, very shocking prediction. Amongst the four, only Xiangnan and Luosheng were capable of such heaven-defying predictions. Xiangnan pondered for a moment and said, "In this way, Luosheng will be in charge of assisting Guanxiao in a while. Luo Shang will designate the attack route to ensure that the sacred sword of death is possessed. The moment I attack at the same time, I will rush into the convoy and snatch away the sacred sword. Blue Spirit will be responsible for cutting off the rear. Of course, Guan Shao was more willing to match up with Xiang Nan, but to seize the sacred sword, it had to be fast. And Xiang Nan was the strongest of the four, so he could only do it. Only then would it be safer. Luo Shang and Guan Shao took the lead in practicing for the next long-range shooting. Because the tearing light could only be emitted from his eyes, Guan Zhao's head was like a bow and arrow. Luo Shang lay beside Guan Shao and placed his right hand in front of Guan Shao, his index finger hanging between his eyes. Meanwhile, Guan Zhao's gaze went out through Luo Shang's food expectation. Luo Shang said, "In a moment, I will point to the target point. No matter how hard it is for you to understand the direction I am pointing in, don't doubt it. Where I am pointing, where are you striking?" Guan Shao nodded. No problem. Everyone had unreserved trust in Luo Shang's strength. The rain became even more urgent. A bone-chilling chill corroded the four of them. Even Xiang Nan's face was a little pale now. About 20 minutes later, a flash of light finally appeared at the other end of the canyon. Coming! Silence! Xiang Nan's eyes turned cold as he lowered his voice and said. The four of them stopped breathing at the same time. In the distance, a 200-man convoy of divine envoys floated over. They formed a tight defensive formation, and it was indeed the same as Xiang Nan had imagined. These people were all wearing heavy knight armor. Luo Shang could quickly kill 300 knights in a short period of time, but once they wore heavy defensive armor, they would be unable to do so. Xiang Nan narrowed his eyes, carefully observing the heavy armor and ascertaining the attributes of this item. All of them divine grade. The hardness of their armor was already slightly stronger than the martial god armor. The four of them exchanged a glance. They all felt very fortunate. Fortunately, they had made a long-range killing plan in advance. Otherwise, it would have been really troublesome. The convoy was getting closer and closer, and Xiang Nan and the others began to feel nervous. However, these four fellows were all extraordinary. In this tense environment, their heartbeats were actually so slow that they couldn't be detected. Instead, they became even calmer. Wait for them to get closer. Xiang Nan placed his right hand on Guan Shao and sent mentally. The closer the distance was, the less time the owner of the sacred sword would have to react. At this moment, the convoy was still 5 kilometers away from Xiang Nan and the others. 4,000 meters, 3,000 meters, 2,000, 1,000, 800, 600. At this time, Xiang Nan and the others saw the situation of the convoy clearly. Each of the 200 divine envoys carried an identical sword on their backs. The sword was 2 meters long, and its entire body was transparent like diamonds. Occasionally, lightning flashed across the sky, illuminating the swords in a colorful manner. Not good. There's disguise. Guan Shao frowned slightly and used her consciousness to convey her thoughts. 200 swords. Every single one of them could be a sacred sword. Leave it to me, Xiang Nan said. I will use lightning vision to detect, but at the same time, the other party will also quickly detect the lightning flashing in my eyes. So I'm ready. I'll give the order immediately. Now, everyone will number the divine envoy in their hearts, from the first one to number 1 and so on. Everyone nodded silently. 500 meters, 400 meters, 300 meters. Luo Shang's index finger had been hanging between Guan Zhao's eyebrows, and along with the movement of the convoy, it slowly changed direction. The shortest distance between Xiang Nan's side and the canyon in front of him was 220 meters. When the divine messengers of the convoy reached 250 meters, Xiang Nan suddenly used his lightning-like eyes, and a bolt of lightning flashed through his eyes. He could clearly see the authenticity of the 200 sacred swords. At the same time, all the divine envoys in the convoy could feel a flash of lightning flashing past Xiang Nan's weak eyes in the bushes on the left bank of the pitch-black night. The 200 divine envoys looked at Xiang Nan and shouted, "There's an ambush! Number 135. The voices of the two of them sounded almost at the same time. When Xianxia shouted 135, he had already turned into a ray of light and rushed towards the convoy. At the same time, Luo Shang's index finger quickly locked onto the 135th god representative from the first god representative in the front row. He said in a low voice, "Let go!" Guan Zhao's eyes suddenly turned fiery red. Strictly following the direction Luo Shang pointed at, two parallel flame beams instantly pierced through the night sky. Pooh! At the same time that Xianxia rushed into the convoy, two streaks of fire pierced through the head of a divine envoy. The flame entered the divine envoy's left temple and pierced out from his right temple. It shot the divine envoy from the back of the divine colt on the spot. Because of its inertia, its body floated away from the back of the divine colt and fell towards the other end. Defense! Defense! The godmasters shouted in unison. And Xianxia had already arrived. His entire body was wrapped in a thick and powerful sun qi. Within this group of Spirit Void second stage divine envoys with a large charge, all of the divine envoys along the entire route were sent flying. Xianxia jumped up and grabbed onto the corpse of the 135th god representative, pulling out the sword behind it. Success! Retreat! Xianxia shouted. In an instant, 99 flying swords flew over from the left bank. More than 200 divine envoys had already transformed into lightning and flashed towards Xianxia, while those flying swords were clanging against the armor of the many divine envoys. Sure enough, he couldn't kill them all in one blow. The 99 flying swords were incomparably powerful, chopping all of the divine envoys flying away. However, the armor on their bodies had only been chopped out with deep cuts, not injuring their lives. But that's not important anymore. Xianxia grabbed the sacred sword and sprinted in the direction of his team. He was prepared to give orders and immediately flee. But at this moment, Xianxia suddenly felt the sacred sword in his hand suddenly sink. What? Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. Immediately after, the sacred sword suddenly struggled. This force was so great that even Xianxia could no longer hold it. In just half a second, the sacred sword had already escaped from Xianxia and pierced into the ground with a clang. 200 divine envoys rushed back. More than 200 thick bolts of lightning appeared in the sky, each connected to a divine envoy. The 200 divine envoys rode the lightning that pierced through the sky and launched a fierce attack towards Xianxia. 99 flying swords also formed a huge flower in the air. The flower rotated and petals were thrown out one after another. All of the flying swords accurately hit the god representative, and in an instant they launched several rounds of attacks, sending the 200 god representatives flying again. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xianxia grabbed the sacred sword with both of his hands. Half of the blade of the sacred sword had already pierced into the ground, and it was as warm as an unshakable mountain peak. Xianxia grabbed the hilt of the sword with both his hands and forcefully pulled it out. But with a pull, it was actually unable to shake it. His eyes narrowed slightly, and the sun-true energy in his body erupted unprecedentedly. Xianxia was like a sun god, illuminating the entire etheric forest. Get up! Rumble! Xianxia's terrifying power actually directly affected the night sky, causing the thunder in the sky to become restless. The ground shook as well. However, the sacred sword was firmly nailed to the ground, not being able to be pulled out at all. How could this be? It's broken. Xianxia's pupils constricted, and his mood immediately became heavy. He knew what the reaction of the sacred sword was, but he didn't know why such a reaction had occurred. At this moment, the sacred sword's behavior was to activate its self-defense mechanism. Within the divine realm, there were a large number of sacred swords. Their functions were similar to those of a storage ring, but they were used to transport important items. Once the sacred sword was attacked, the owner of the sacred sword could react. The first reaction was that the owner could kill the predator to protect the safety of the sacred sword. The second reaction was that the strength of the plunderer far surpassed that of the owner of the sacred sword, while the owner could use the sacred sword's defensive form. As a result, the sacred sword would pierce into the ground on the spot, and it would be unbreakable, unable to shake, unable to open, and unable to be pulled out. What Xianxia couldn't understand was that this must be the sacred sword. Furthermore, it did use a defensive form, which proved that Xianxia was not mistaken. The crux of the matter was that the owner of the sacred sword had already been shot by Guanxiao. Then, who was controlling the sacred sword? And now there's another big problem. Both sides have already started a war with the divine envoy convoy. In other words, the big snake suddenly shouted, "Little brat Xianxia, you've misjudged. The person Guanxiao killed is not the owner of the sacred sword." A single sentence woke Xianxia up. That's right. The person holding the sacred sword may not necessarily be the owner of the sacred sword. They could let the owner hide and let an unrelated divine envoy carry the divine sword. If that was the case, even if the divine envoy was killed, the divine sword would still be safe. In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through Xianxia's mind. Where is the owner of the sacred sword? For the sake of safety, he definitely didn't follow the team. Could it be that he was in the divine realm? No, this sacred sword already contained a large amount of spirit herbs and pill recipes. It had definitely been opened in Xiaoyue City. At this moment, the sacred sword took the initiative to enter the defensive form. However, there was still a very long distance from the divine realm. It was impossible for the owner to cross such a long distance and know what was happening in the canyon. In other words, the owner of the sacred sword was still hiding in Xiaoyue City. Xianxia immediately made up his mind and shouted, "The situation has changed. The owner of the holy sword is still hiding in Xiaoyue City. The three of you hurry up and go to Xiaoyue City and kill the owner. I'm here to guard the sacred sword. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Otherwise, it will be too late." Luo Shang and the others originally did not know what had happened to Xianxia. They did not make a move and were still waiting for Xianxia to return. After hearing Xianxia's words, the three of them did not hesitate at all. They immediately turned into three shadows and rushed towards Xiaoyue City. At this time, without the blue spirit gang Xianxia had to personally face the siege of the 200 divine envoys. Xianxia took a deep breath. He faced the divine sword and slowly drew out his saber. Under the dense thunder and lightning entanglement, the 200 divine envoys rushed towards Xianxia crazily. Just as the Master God had said, the God domain's attention to human settlements was not high, and the level of these divine envoys was relatively low. They were a group of steel knights from the Knights Templar. Facing this group of fellows, Xianxia didn't care about them at all, but what he was most worried about was not these people. In the blink of an eye, the 200 divine envoys arrived in front of Xianxia. At the same time, 200 streaks of red lightning descended from the sky and landed on Xianxia's body. Sun Qi. Xianxia bowed his back, and a thick layer of light energy immediately attached to his body. After hitting Xianxia, the lightning power of the god race was actually blocked by the power of light. What? The 200 god envoys were shocked, and one of them shouted, "What is this?" Xianxia wielded his saber and charged forward. He took the lead in attacking a divine envoy. He slashed the divine envoy's chest armor in two. Then, he mended the armor and slashed out from the crack in the armor, killing the divine envoy. Many lightning spears jingled on Xianxia's body, but he was unable to break through Xianxia's true Qi defense. What the hell is this? It can actually restrain our divine power. The Godmasters were so shocked that their faces turned pale. They had never seen such a scene before. In the entire real world, the divine power of the divine envoys was absolutely the strongest. They were always the only ones who beat people up. But now they had finally met their natural nemesis. Power of light. Xianxia's backhand slammed into the chest of another god representative, leaving a large palm-shaped dent on his incomparably strong chest armor. This thunder dragon palm actually directly shed the armor on the divine envoy's body. Following that, Xianxia added another palm and exploded the divine envoy into pieces. The divine envoys' faces were pale. They had never seen such a valiant person before. Who was this person? Everyone was at the second level of spirit void, but this man was wearing heavy armor to defend himself. When he was a steel knight, he actually used one move at a time. It was like cutting melons and vegetables. Actually, Xianxia could be even stronger. If these people weren't wearing divine-grade armor, then basically, if they drew their sabers and slashed down, dozens of people would end up being sliced at the waist. Hurry, hurry! Don't save. Quickly use the power of faith. This person is too strong. In an instant, the 200 divine envoys raised their hands high in the air. Immediately, there were plenty of figures in the sky, and more than 200 mighty war god phantoms appeared one after another. The shadows of these war gods looked down from above. All of the divine envoys immediately took off their war god spear and war god shield. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. After Xianxia killed 4 more divine envoys, 200 battle god spears shot towards Xianxia. Brat! So what if you have the strength of a silver knight? You don't have the power of faith of our god race. A divine envoy's expression was ferocious. It was obvious that he had evaluated Xianxia's strength to the level of a silver knight. It seemed that he had underestimated Xianxia, but having a Templar admit that an outsider possessed the ability comparable to a silver knight was already very, very respectful. In the eyes of the arrogant Knights Templars, everyone except the Knights Templars was nothing but grass. Harvest whatever you want. The power of faith. Xianxia smiled. He raised his right hand and said, "This kind of shitty thing is useless against me." A sun shield was formed. The 200 divine spears bombarded the sun shield, and they were all defended. The scene fell silent. The 200 divine envoys looked at Xianxia like they were looking at a ghost. But in the next moment, Xianxia's pupils contracted as well. His body trembled, and he looked at the 200 divine envoys in disbelief. The 200 divine envoys noticed the change in Xianxia's expression and felt that it was unreasonable. With Xianxia's strength, it was only a matter of time before he could kill them all. But why did this person reveal such a gaze? Ah! An envoy suddenly remembered something. He shouted and quickly turned around. Seeing this, cold sweat immediately flowed down his cheeks. Behind the 200 divine envoys stood a man with his head lowered. Xianxia's pupils contracted as he tightened his grip on the huge saber in his hand. He saw the legendary creature, a creature even older than the goddess of life. It was a weak, glowing body. Its overall outline was indeed very similar to a human, but its limbs were nearly half longer than normal humans and god race beings. Moreover, his physical state was not fixed. It did not exist in the world like any other material. His body would occasionally tremble like a spasm, and it was not linear. He lowered his head, but sometimes after a spasm it would turn into raising his head. However, the change from lowering his head to raising his head did not take place in the process of raising his head. It was from lowering its head that it suddenly flashed and turned into raising its head. He put his hands behind his back, as if he was competing with him. However, after a spasm, his hands behind him turned into arms that stretched out horizontally without any tracks. There was no physical change. Tai. Ghost. The scalps of the many god messengers exploded. Damn it! Damn it! Run! The 200 divine envoys immediately flew down the canyon towards the exit. They had no other route to take. Behind him was Jiaoyu City, and there were 3 of Xianxia's teammates inside. If they went, they would definitely die. On both sides were the densest places in the etheric forest, and there would only be more etheric spirits inside. There was only one way out. At this moment, the legendary etheric spirit finally moved. This thing suddenly spread out its arms and flew towards the divine envoys. He drew a parabola in the air, and behind him was a long human-shaped shadow. He took the lead in grabbing an envoy and placed his palm on the back of the envoy. Chi! A strange corrosive sound rang out. The armor on the back of the envoy was like a burning iron hand that touched an ice cube. The armor on the back of the envoy was actually corroded and melted by the etheric spirit, and then this hand pierced through the chest of the envoy. A divine envoy stabbed at the etheric specter with his spear. The etheric specter strangely changed its form. His entire body collapsed into a beam of particles. This beam of particles seemed to be twisted into a strand of 4 ropes and shot forward from the sky. After the divine spear hit the particle beam, it actually pierced through him easily, but it was unable to cause any damage to him. In a flash, the beam of particles arrived beside the god representative and condensed into an etheric spirit. He hugged the god representative, and his arms and legs corroded and melted through the armor of the god representative, strangling him amidst the screams of the god representative. At the same time, he turned into a beam of particles and chased after the next god representative. The formidable Knights Templars were actually so vulnerable to an ancient creature like the etheric specter. Xianxia looked at the etheric ghost. The scalp of each of the god-killing envoys was numb, but he couldn't leave. He had to defend the sacred sword. Looking at those 200 divine envoys, there was no way they could escape. The speed of the etheric specter was too fast. When he turned into a particle beam, he could ignore the laws of physics. He could directly appear from one spatial position to another, just like his own disorderly convulsions. But what was even more desperate was that the second etheric ghost had also appeared. Next was the third, fourth. In a short blink of an eye, more than 30 etheric spirits appeared on the path of the divine envoys. At that moment, all the divine envoys were in ruin. They were surrounded by the etheric spirits in despair, and even gave up the idea of escaping. The etheric spirits transformed into beams of particles that constantly passed through the air and condensed into etheric spirits. They easily pierced through the armor of the knights and cruelly killed the god envoys. "What the hell?" Xianxia sucked in a breath of cold air. The serpent said seriously, "These things have no vitality at all. He is not a life form that we are familiar with. They are another form of life. From the looks of it, they should be spirit bodies made up of the ether. The description given to us by the Master God is very accurate." Xianxia's heart was heavy. Before coming to the real world, he had never seen such a peculiar spirit body. Unexpectedly, there were many dangerous places in the real world that were even more exaggerated than the dream world. At this time, more than 30 etheric ghosts had already killed all of the divine envoys. Then Xianxia was the only target left. However, their behavior was very different from that of humans. They did not even turn around to look at Xianxia. Instead, some of them stared blankly towards the east, some towards the west, some lowered their heads, raised their heads, and even had their backs facing Xianxia. But without a doubt, their next target was definitely Xianxia. After a short moment, the 30-odd etheric spirits finally moved. They all flew towards Xianxia. Some of the etheric spirits were facing Xianxia, stretching out their arms and making a hug gesture. Some of them had their backs facing Xianxia, but now they were lying flat in the air and flying backwards towards Xianxia. Xianxia slashed thousands of times. Thousands of true chi saber lights crisscrossed each other. The first etheric specter in front of him was struck by the swift slash blade light. It was actually sliced into two halves, quickly dissipating into countless particles and disappearing into thin air. The other etheric spirits turned into beams of particles before being struck, and the blade light pierced through the beams of particles without being harmed in the slightest. "Kid Xianxia, they are only attacked in ghost form," the serpent said. "There is no way to fight this kind of battle. Quickly change your body." Xianxia immediately circulated the Terminator sword art. At the same time, his heart trembled and he quickly moved horizontally towards the speed of light on the left. At the same time, an etheric ghost that was 1,000 meters away from Xianxia suddenly disappeared. It suddenly appeared on the right side of Xianxia, and its palm swiftly grabbed towards Xianxia's neck. He dodged. Xianxia's instant sixth sense allowed him to dodge this random attack. It didn't even know how that thing managed to cross this distance and suddenly appeared. Right at this moment, the sacred sword suddenly hummed. After emitting a burst of light, it suddenly dimmed. Almost at the same time, Xianxia completed the transformation of the dream god physique. "Damn it! I've finally succeeded. If it's any later, I won't be able to hold on any longer." Xianxia pulled out the sacred sword and immediately flew towards the exit of the canyon. But 30 etheric spirits were still pestering him. Before Xianxia could realize the change, the 30 etheric spirits had strangely disappeared from the distance. In the next moment, they surrounded Xianxia. These ghosts spread out their arms and pounced towards Xianxia. Xianxia quickly chopped out a huge saber light, and the etheric specters on the entire route were actually able to react. They collectively turned into beams of particles, easily passing through the saber light, and then condensed into a ghost state again. The dozen or so etheric spirits had already placed their palms on Xianxia's skin. At the same time, Xianxia's silent body also took shape. This movement technique allowed Xianxia to disappear every 3 seconds, wandering between reality and dreams. Those etheric spirits had all been emptied. Xianxia flashed, appearing on the opposite side and using the speed of light to flee towards the exit. From here, it was still 3 million kilometers away from the exit, and it would still take about 5 seconds at the normal speed of light. But for the etheric spirits, their movements did not take time. Xianxia's scalp went numb. He could dodge the first time, but not the second time. The next time he flashed, it would take 3 seconds. A great dream has descended. Xianxia raised his right hand and roared angrily. Unfortunately, he failed this time. 30 etheric spirits instantly caught up to Xianxia. 30 monsters with light tails flew up and down, entangling Xianxia and refusing to let go. An etheric ghost raised its right hand, but after a sudden spasm, its raised right hand suddenly extended forward. There was no law at all. How could such an irregular attack be dodged by relying on one's combat awareness? Xianxia was completely defenseless and was directly pressed down on his shoulder by that palm. Chi. At the same time, Xianxia had already made a perfect dodge. When the ghost caught Xianxia, it was dodged by Xianxia in less than 1,000th of a second. However, Xianxia still felt that his shoulders were boiling hot. He turned around and saw that a palm-shaped black mark had appeared on his shoulders. His skin and surface muscles had already been corroded. His Xianxia endured the pain, but he didn't know how the ghosts would attack him next time. He was unable to make a judgment, so he could only casually sink his body, hoping to dodge an attack. Sure enough, Xianxia dodged by guessing, and he really dodged a large number of attacks. The moment Xianxia's body sank, dozens of pairs of faint palms landed densely on the spot, where Xianxia was in an instant. A great dream has descended. Xianxia circulated his dream Dao for the second time, trying to enter an invincible state. And this time, suddenly, a reflection of the real world appeared in the sky, and the shadow descended with a loud boom. Ha 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 ha! Xianxia looked up and smiled. You damn bastards, what can you do to me now? How could the numerous etheric spirits understand what Xianxia was saying? They had already attacked again. No attack route, no trajectory. 1 second ago, when Xianxia was laughing loudly, the ghosts were still scattered in all directions. In the next second, the 30-odd ghosts suddenly changed and surrounded Xianxia in a circle. Furthermore, their palms grabbed onto Xianxia's body at some unknown time. Pong! Xianxia collapsed and disappeared. The next moment, Xianxia appeared again. Come on! Xianxia felt relieved and shouted. This bunch of bastards. Let's see if your etheric spirits are invincible or my dream god is invincible. Numerous etheric spirits went to capture Xianxia in all directions, continuously hitting him and crushing him time and time again. Xianxia, on the other hand, began to retaliate in an absolutely invincible state. As long as an etheric spirit suddenly flashed over and grabbed his body, he would slash back. At close range, Xianxia didn't need to worry about his own safety, so he didn't need to dodge. He had the chance to counterattack. With a single slash, an etheric specter was split in half. Many etheric spirits continuously attacked Xianxia, and every time Xianxia was attacked, he would launch a counterattack. They were unable to sensitively transform into particle beams when attacking, but Xianxia did not need to change anything and would not die. One saber and one saber, more than 30 etheric spirits were actually killed by Xianxia by 17 or 18 of them. Such a scene was simply indescribable. That terrifying etheric spirit was actually killed by someone. Kid Xianxia, hurry up and leave. Damn! Something big has happened. Hurry up! The big snake suddenly screamed. Xianxia abruptly turned his head, and when he saw this, He immediately felt a chill coming from the soles of his feet and rushing straight to the top of his head. The two sides of the canyon were densely packed, layers upon layers, and there were tens of thousands of shadows standing nicely on both sides of the canyon. The serpent roared, "Stop fighting! Run! When your dream time expires, it's over. Get out of here!" Xiangnan's heart skipped a beat. At the same time, countless etheric spirits pounced towards Xiangnan like a rain of light. Xiangnan circulated a mouthful of true sun qi and let out a thunderous roar. "Guan Shao, the three of you, don't come out! Don't come out!"